Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. to know you wanna leave, but look around to the snow sky, the snow sky, the snow sky, and I'm here.
face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
number 7. Sometimes the game is just front line and back line. Yeah, you know what? You're not going to be able to beat like Coco's unbelievable board here. But what it is going to do is make you strong enough for top 2.
All of the carries managed to dodge out of that Sejuani ultimate. That's going to be huge for AQ1H and his damage output.
What's also huge is that Seri dodging the first ult on that Misfortune, but it is absolutely not enough.
Divinicore versus Boombot, and it looks like Divinicore is going to win out there. More focused damage in
Garen on the back,
line.
Garen on the back. Both
Wow.
Garen and Renekton taking down YBY, and Shenbai should take the win here.
Volta also lost. Oh, it's going to be
Double
Zenbai
kill.
taking the game.
Wow.
Urgot should be safe here. And Wei Shan just trying to ramp up the Kraken's Fury as much as possible, doing good damage. Seri ramping up also. Triple scaling for her. Front to back for both. And Wei Shan is just too strong.
Robin Song's up against Tech Summers.
Oh, Tex Summers is doing the Tex walk.
Oh, he's doing the Robin
The
walk on
Robin walk.
Robin. No, there's
Against
no
Robin.
way.
No way.
That is BM.
The double pump
City's
kills
down.
her. Urgot's next, but Urgot cleans it up. Can Renekton win this for Cambulee? It looks like that will be the case. Xiaoju down to
He
1
still
life.
falls in
He still
third.
also
Double
down in
kill.
3rd. Done and dusted. Zed comes in.
Oh,
the
block
cleanup
falls.
crew destroys everyone. Can Graves now clutch it up against the
Oh.
Draven? The Draven turns around.
No way.
Gets the kill. The Robin
He's
walk
walking.
commences.
My thoughts are racing every time I see you. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be good. Please believe me, I'm not thinking about the one. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so attached? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me?
can't believe we had 40 players enter into this weekend, all with one goal in mind, and that was to cement themselves as a part of TFT history. We've had 9 world champions, and all with amazing stories. Double 61, 8L Jaywalking, Hwamye, Lilo, Shunga. We've also had Replay, Title, Malala, and Dishsoap. And this set has been unique. We've had more bridges across communities so our players can study together, practice together, and of course, compete together. And while we don't know what the future of TFT holds, we do know one thing, and that's today we are going to be crowning a new champion. Today, one player will write the next page in TFT history. Cyber City has been an incredible TFT set, and for the final day of our competitive circuit, we get a chance to crown the Tacticians crown winner. My name is Nekra, and I'm so stoked to be here as your desk host this weekend alongside my good friends. We've got Gangly, Clement, and Hupe-san to kick off the day, and this is day number 3. Stakes are so high, everybody wants to win.
It's been an explosive weekend. I think it's been the name of the game that we've had some of the veterans really show up and prove why they've earned the respect of so many from their respective regions, but also a lot of dark horses, a lot of unsuspecting names making a deep run and kind of proving all the doubters wrong.
It's a new season for TFT right here. Not only are we moving into the Pro Tour, we're going to be moving in with a new champion. Only one player here has ever reached a Tactician's Crown final, so there's a lot less experience, but a lot more excitement.
So far, Tacticians Crown has been about competitive, about esport, but set by set is more about celebration. So we're actually celebrating the path of all these players that have been so much, giving so much passion. We have the hubs, so they're actually meeting each other face to face, and I feel that this celebration, this way of enjoyment is just different. It hits different, and I love it.
But there is still one more hurdle for our players to cross, and that is the checkmate format today. Not only do they need to reach a specific point threshold, they also need to get a first after that to be able to crown themselves the Tacticians Crown champion. Let's take a look back at the players that we unfortunately lost throughout this journey, but still celebrate that as an accomplishment, making it to this stage. It has been such a hard-fought battle. Yesterday was intense.
It's hard to really single out one player in particular. Of course, so many of these players are heralded as fantastic, great players in their own respective regions. Some of the ones that stand out to me, though, in particular, Setsuko, Dishsoap, Lekoko, all falling early. YBY as well, failing to make his straight third place finish.
Yeah, and sometimes we call it a failure, but even for these players, being top 16 of the world is a high accolade. Texcommerce tweeted he came to give the show, and we saw it in the preview doing also the walk. So these players should be proud of themselves. This is the best of the best in the world, and they made a statement here.
I'm just so happy we still have regional representation on our final day. It was looking like EMEA was going to take over the crowd, and APAC and CN were going to be left behind. In the final games, they still snuck in.
Absolutely. And if you haven't yet, this is your reminder that Pick'ems powered by AWS are now back open until we start that very first game of the day. Thank you all so much, chat, for reminding me. Now it's my turn to repay the favor and get your predictions in. You can go to riot.com/thetacticianscrown in order to check out the Pick'ems, but also some unique statistics tools that we have for you as we play out our games today. But we also need to start talking about these players we have in this final lobby. It is so stacked. And first up, let's talk about Klikornen, who had an amazing day too in order to get to this point.
Ben Kemal Özmen, 24 yaşındayım. Türkiye'den geliyorum buraya. Yani turnuva oynamaya başladığım andan itibaren düşündüğüm tek şey buydu zaten. Şu an amaçladığım yerdeyim zaten. Bunun bir adım ötesi de bu turnuvayı kazanmak.
The comeback especially from Klikornen.
Çok güzel hissettiriyor bu beni, yani düşündüğümden daha fazla motive ediyor bu durum. The crown will be mine.
It was so amazing to see Klikornen's journey throughout day 1 and day 2 of competition, and the fact that Klikornen has found himself in this final lobby. I think EMEA has a lot of confidence in the players that are left. We do have Klikornen on the line with us to chat ahead of this final day of competition. So Klikornen, hi, I hope you're doing well. I'm hoping that you can also talk to us a little bit about your performance yesterday. You gained the most points in the competition, and is that giving you some momentum heading into today?
Selamlar, hoş geldin. Dün çok iyiydin, bir momentum aldın. Bugün de bu devam edecek mi?
Evet, günüm biraz kötü geçti. Ancak kendimden de beklediğimden daha yüksek bir performans gösterdim.
I didn't do well in the first day, but second day I got the wind behind me and I did better than I expected.
Bugün de ikinci günün özgüveniyle oynayacağım.
And I will play with the confidence of the second day.
I love that. I saw the emotion at the end of that day, and I think we're all very excited for you. Where did you get your inspiration to become a pro TFT player from?
Kimden ilham aldın bu TFT prosu olmak için?
Üniversitedeyken TFT'den birisiyle tanıştım.
When I was in the college, I met with someone who is also playing TFT.
Ve aynı üniversitede olduğumuzu öğrendim. Sonrasında o kişiyle aynı eve çıktım.
And I heard that he is also in the same college as me, and we went to. In the end, we became housemates.
Sonrasında benim bir study grubun içine aldı.
Then he invited me into a study group.
Yani TFT Pro kariyerim bu şekilde başladı diyebilirim. Bu kişinin adı Matt Black.
And his name was Matt Black, and that is how my TFT career started.
Oh, I love that. Klikornen, we are looking forward to seeing you perform today. Before we let you go for the final lobby, are there any shout-outs or words you'd like to say to the people supporting you?
Seni destekleyenlere söylemek istediğin bir şeyler var mı?
Bana güvensinler, gün kazanacağım.
Trust me, I will win today.
I love it. Klikornen, thank you for joining us again, and best of luck.
Teşekkürler, iyi şanslar.
Ben de teşekkür ederim.
Wow, Klikornen has quickly become one of the stars of EMEA after a performance this weekend. And he was also one of the last picked for our draft, which was, I think, just how this all started.
And it comes together with the name, right? Klikornen, he said it means unicorn. So having that possibility of being someone who we didn't expect that is performing, and this top 8 has some of these players, especially the CN representative, and he's an Aura player. If you can categorize it in somewhere, should be Aura.
Yeah, and when it comes down to the rest of the regional representation that we have, we've got to talk about China. CN had a 3-set period of absolute dominance with Huamye, Li Luo, and Shunga, but now all the hopes ride here on Xiaoju and Zhenbai.
And I'm going to start with Zhenbai. He is our only regional first seed still left in the tournament, winning the TOC. If there's one thing you want to remember about him, it's his graves. His averages in the tournament have been 2.33. The rest of the field has averaged a 5.4. So this is the secret Graves whisperer. He won the TOC on this comp, and he's still doing very, very strong with it. He's got that secret weapon.
It's been an explosive few months for Zhenbai. He had a strong performance in Macau, I believe it was 90th, so a solid, a modest performance, but really broke out, got a third of the Super Server Clash, made it to TOC, and like you're outlining there, had that explosive finish that we've seen from TOC winners in the past. Xiaoju, on the other hand, is a JOC 4th seed. It's someone who, when you think of the macro side of CN representation on the global stage, you think of players like Hwanmie, like Shunga, like Liluo. The winners from CN have always been players who were staples in the region, players who not just were the TOC winner of that respective set, but had history that went back in time. They were known by the community to be players who could perform on the stage. This set is completely different. Xiaozhu is not someone who people have seen perform beforehand. He's coming in very much as an underdog.
Yeah, an underdog that has had so many first places with comps that we don't accustomed to see. With Nitro, with Morgana reroll, also playing a lot of EXO, going obviously for that trade tracker, for going for flexible and trying to get a cup up. So he has a real chance. If he managed to get enough points to get to check, he's capable of doing a first.
I would say that if we see Xiaozhu or Zenbai take a first place and win the Tactician's crown, it could shake the entire landscape of the way we see and perceive CN players on the global stage. These are two very much rising stocks, and if we move into another region, there's a slow but steady rising stock that I think we have to draw attention to. It's Cambuly. This is someone who, since the merging of the regions, has found 8 top 16 finishes. Very impressive stat, but really doesn't have that flourish or that flash to get him a lot of attention internationally.
Yeah, top 16 a lot of times, and this set he managed to convert that into top 8 in the Golden Spatula, and now top 8 in the best possible possibilities of esports here. And he has a chance, a really good chance of doing it, playing great, having fun. We saw him exactly right here, and every time he's winning, obviously you get the laugh and you get this emotion, and obviously one of the most important players that we have to see. Also a great player, same as the CN representative, saw us a great game of flexible, of trade tracker together with Graves. So he has the power to do something different, to not only achieve the exact comp that you normally play, but if he gets a bad spot, he's able to convert and maybe even get the win here. He could get the crown.
Yeah, and I think another Americas player that we really need to talk about is Robin Songs, coming in with a huge amount of dominance in set 5. I'm still remembering that first at the NA Regional Finals as just a core memory I have for TFT, and it was a little bit quiet, comes back. Of course, we always expect to see him in a final lobby, or when we see him there, we're certainly not surprised. But I think at the Tactician's crown, just wow, I'm so impressed with Robin Songs, and I hope he has a good performance today.
Not only that, he has the walk. So this is an Aura player. Robinsons, 2-time regional champion.
That's right.
3 times now in Tactician crown. He got now the first opportunity to get here and be in the top 8. Playing Marksman, playing Dynamo, playing Fast 8. He has a chance and good possibilities also with Goldinox and with Cypher.
Yeah.
Robin Walk can do it, and he's able to make it.
Walk into the top.
Yeah. You wanna try it with me, Gangly?
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah.
Ready? Here we go.
Can I join?
Yeah.
Necra, come on.
Come on,
It's
Necra.
way too hard for me to stand up in this dress and do that, but maybe if he wins the whole thing, I will join you. I would expect that the whole desk would actually do that. But like, the last thing that defines Robin Songs in terms of the journey and his preparation for this event, at the NA Regional Finals, we saw him play a pretty narrow type of compositions, a lot of that focus going into the Marksman Vanguards.
Yep.
But for the last 2 days of the Tactician's crown, clearly leveled up. This is the widest number of compositions that we've seen him play on this global stage. Yeah.
That's a real chance. He's a winner, and also on stream. He has showed it on stream. He's doing amazing. Again, Aura player, and this is one of my favorites for sure to win it all.
What about Summertimer, though? Summertimer, all the hopes of APAC rise on his shoulders.
We still have AQ1H for sure, but I think an easy way to kind of remember who Summertimer is we call him the exciting version of Tidal, because he has very good stats, but he also plays the 1st or 8th style traditionally. That's going to give him a leg up in the checkmate format, and of course, he has Senbai Tidal on the same team with him there, the best player in checkmate. If we're talking about this tournament, though, he had one of the better day 2s as well. A big change we saw from him was that he was trying to outflank the rest of the Exo Zeri players by playing his Exo Vex. That was the key to him and his success coming into day 2 with those 37 points.
Yeah, you said that he was a win-out player and he performed in regionals like that, but right now, only with Anima Vertical, he managed to get a first, but he knows how to get the first. So now he would need to maybe turn the switch, play the same that he has done right now in Tactician Crown, ensure the points, and then come back to that Summertimer that got him here and go for the first place.
Definitely a good shout out. Just as a reminder, on the final day of competition today, our players will be playing in that checkmate format. So getting the top 4s to at least hit that benchmark is going to be very important. And then you've got to turn on the jets, get that first place to actually take the Tactician's crown. And so I think 2 players that sort of embody both of those play styles and juxtapose each other are AQ1H and Weijin Iverson, the 2 remaining players we've got to talk about in this final lobby. AQ1H coming in with the highest number of first places, and then we see Weijin Iverson with one of the highest top 4 rates amongst the competition.
There's a lot to unpack with these 2 players, AQ1H. We've seen really play a very explosive style, like you're calling out, get those first places. I do want to give a little caveat here, though. Weijin Iverson, being in this top 4 category, has failed to convert any of his top 4s into wins. But if we look at the data, historically speaking, Weijin Iverson is the winningest player in the big 3 of North America, Dish Soap, Setsuko, and Weijin Iverson. He is the player that you expect from North America, or the Americas in general, that when he's given a high role position, is able to convert it into first. He was joking around yesterday saying that he's got one night to learn how to go first. Maybe a little callback to another regional players we saw from the Americas. I want to say to everyone who is watching right now, do not be baited by the stat that Weijin Iverson has not gone first in this tournament. He is more than capable of getting those first places when they're given to him, and I truly believe that if the opportunity arises for him to gamble on that first place finish when in check, Weijin Iverson will not doubt himself. He's going to pull the trigger and go for a first.
And he has the experience playing in a final lobby before, so he knows what is required, at least to play in this checkmate format, but unfortunately wasn't able to get that job done last time he was in the finals.
Now, went all the way up to 3rd place. For me, he really represents the best experience. He might be one of the youngest in the field, but already 72 games of Tactician's crown underneath his belt.
That's crazy.
Doubling or tripling most of the competitors here. We're talking about a lot of new horses. Weijin is a staple at this point.
AQ1H, though, I do think this is a player that's going to give this lobby a pretty big run for their money, especially if you can convert over into multiple first places back-to-back. We have seen Tactician's Crown days go from as little as 4 games to as long as 6. Maybe that'll help you out with your pick'ems, too.
Yeah, I mean, it could go longer, too, right?
Yeah.
What's the longest is 8? Is 8 the longest, or it could...
Yep.
I think it could
8
be
is the maximum number of games we can
If we
play
get
today.
to 8, is points.
Yeah,
So we get
okay,
to
at that point.
We shouldn't.
Right,
Like,
that would-
mathematically, it's very
That would
difficult
make
to go
sense
to 8.
because at that point there's only 8 people in the field. Yeah, whatever. Listen, something real quick about AQ1H that I want to highlight is just the run that this person has had throughout the entirety of the set. Had 3 day 3 finishes across the cups, went to the Golden Spatula and APAC and flamed out. It was at the 29th place finish, and it kind of put a little bit of an asterisk on this otherwise incredible run. And the thing that stands out to me is how much it says about a player when you're able to shake that off, to not doubt yourself when you have one bad run, comes into the Tactician's Crown with the confidence we saw all set long, and look what it got you. You're top 8, now in a position to maybe take the crown back to APAC.
All of his first places were rerolls as well, and so I think that's certainly something to keep an eye on with like the Dynamo reroll that we saw actually get a first place, and of course Cypher. But before we get into our first game of the day, make sure that you are staying tuned throughout this final day of the Tactician's Crown, because we will be showing you the full dev drop of set 15 KO Coliseum, and at the end of the day we will have a special preview of what that set 15 is going to look like gameplay wise. So strap in, everybody. It's about time we get this final day of the Tactician's Crown Cyber City started.
I can feel it in my bones.
I know, right? It's like it's in the
uprooting
air.
right now. I'm tingly.
I can feel the sweat already. This is what all these players have worked for the entire set. There was a pro tour that they wanted to qualify. There was a lot of 4v4 events that really defined their career winnings, to be honest. And now a TAC round champion, 150K on the line. Who's going to be able to raise it at the end of the day?
We're seeing now the EMEA hub. Once again, players having the opportunity to play and also having some audience. So it's important. Normally, they're very accustomed to being at home and they're having fun. We see the expression, we see the way they're being handled on camera. So that would be something very important to see, how they handle the pressure, especially in this day 3.
It does feel a little bit bad for Click Cornan. He is going to be the sole EMEA representative. You can see around that circle of chairs. That is the only one occupied right here. And it's just so cool. We're seeing a non-French, non-German, non-Polish representative try and carry the region.
You said before, Houpe, we have to see how many of these players can perform under the pressure. We've said so many times there are 3 main ways to get an edge in teamfight tactics. You can get it through the meta, understanding a line that someone else does not. We saw that with Coco playing the bruiser fiddle just yesterday. You can get it through execution, playing flawlessly, minimizing your mistakes. People attribute this to players like Tidal, players like Double 61, Dish Soap. And then the third, and I think on day 3, the most important, how often do you play like yourself? Do you let the pressure get to you? Can you perform under the lights? I truly believe this third one is oftentimes the hardest part of the game for players who are good at TFT, because you can train to learn the meta. You can practice your execution. It's very hard to learn how to perform under pressure because it's not very often you get yourself in that situation. Weijin Iverson, you said, is the only person that's been in this format on day 3, a checkmate before. You have to imagine that gives him a little bit of an edge in this field.
Maybe, but you are still playing amongst your competition. I mean, the Americas Hub still has 3 players alive competing for the title of Tactician's crown. So how much does that actually resonate with you, or maybe disrupt your mental game when you can see your opponents across the way?
He said it himself. He doesn't know if he needs to change his gameplay toward today or just play the normal way he does and maybe expect for a first in another place. On the contrast, Clickeren, he already made his performance. He's happy about getting here, but he has the aura. He's doing the top 1, doing top 2 sometimes, and it's perfect. It's like he just needs to keep playing the way he does. Weishan got here easier if you must, but now he needs to change the gear to actually get at top 1.
The really important thing is your approach to getting the first place when you have achieved that checkmate. That is what defines players. Players like Tidal, they hide what they're playing early on, they open for it, and if you looked at set 13 or set 5, it was the 2-cost reroll. You can't interfere with my game plan. I can always hit. So that's the key thing. What is your final game plan?
Well, before we get into the first game of the day, predictions? Who do you think is going to win the whole thing?
I made a prediction on day 1, and I'm going to stick with it. It's Weijin Iverson. You know, this is 5th time appearing on the global stage in the last 7 sets. He's the only player that has checkmate experience in this field. I also think the fact that he is the player from the Americas with the highest top 1 rate amongst anyone who's played nearly as many games as him is something that cannot be ignored. For those reasons, I have to go Weijin.
I'm going to go with AQ1H because his ramp this split has been absolutely tremendous. He took a long hiatus, came back, made all 3 day 3s, and then with first place in the TAC crown after 2 days. I think he still has so much more to go to prove. Hope he gets it for our region, for our server.
Yeah, for me, it has to be Robin. He's been performing well. He's the flowchart representative, been growing so much, and he feels good. He feels focused. When we see the camera, he's full focus, giving his full energy into the game, and he has a great chance of performing and outperforming everyone. Also, for me, he hasn't had the recognition that he must, especially on the top of the name. We talk about Setsuko, we talk about the Disho, but never he has been like putting on a staple, and he has demonstrated with results. Now with the crown, he will for sure be one of the bigs in America.
Good answers.
Well, you're going to do yours? You don't get out of this.
No. No, well, I'm with you, so I don't know how much that actually helps the conversation. But I think for my predictions, I've also said Weijin Iverson. I just think that his time has come. He also is a type of player that I think everyone would just be so happy to see succeed, and so I don't know. I hope we didn't just curse him. I'm also trying to like balance it out, you know? You voted for him. I also have the confidence in him, so it evens it out.
Without a doubt, I think Weijin is the most expected pick to come out of this TAC round, but if you look at some of the underdogs, I think Xiaoju is someone we have to mention. There has never been a mobile TFT player that ends up winning the TAC round. That would be a huge boost for their scene, complete underdog.
Xiaoju did end the day yesterday, though, with a bit of a disappointing performance. After leading the pack for so long on day 1, I felt like maybe just fizzled out a little bit at the end there. Stamina maybe not playing out for him.
The good news for Xiaoju then is that the day could end in 4 games. So if stamina's the problem, you may not need it. If you can be explosive, get into check quickly, and then find yourself in a position that you could maybe gamble for that first place, play a little bit more risky, like the ways that Clement was highlighting. We've seen Tidal do before, playing the open fort, playing around things like trade tracker, forward thinking, flexible, a lot of these win conditions that we've seen all weekend long.
Yeah, we've seen many of the players, including Robin, including some of them, Shenbai, even Xiaoyu, they're playing some fast 8 comps sometimes with good performance, and that's the way they will want to ramp out. Even Weishan playing Dynamo, that's the normal way. So I feel also Summertime has a good advantage. You call it out, Clement, XOX or Vexotech, and no one is playing the comp, and he's been performing amazing with it, and then we'll have at times. And also, for me, he's a player that can farm Aura, so additional from having good performance, just the expectation of him winning, I feel it will be so great for the scene.
Well, it's just about time for us to get into our first game of the day. As a reminder, points have reset, so fresh slate for everybody involved. Hopefully they've been able to get a good night's rest and are ready to go.
So meditation here for Click Corner, having a time here to just put himself, also Summertime in the lower right, and we have a game.
Here we go.
Game 1 of the finals here for the set championship.
Right, we get Vi.
Nice and easy. Nothing too crazy, no Garens coming through. I think all players are going to be very happy with this pick.
2 additional anvils just to start, and we'll have the possibility, obviously, to slam a Ginsu early, to propose a good tempo line, and it's always good.
What Vi allows you to do is to get those double components on stage 1. So the Guinsus and Kraken Slayers is one. Another big thing is the blue buff for the Dynamos, and potentially the Morgana reroll is a comp to look forward as well.
We're going to be starting, we are paused right now, but we'll be starting the day off with Summertimer. It's worth it to kind of take a moment to reflect on who this player is and how they've gotten to be where they are right now. You know, Japan as a region has been fantastic in TFT, truly a staple. There are so many heroes. You have Tidal, you have Taro, you have Yatsuhashi. Summertimer is not one of those players that you traditionally associate with this grand region of TFT, and instead has been slowly ramping up and had this exponential ascension this set. Has had the best average placement across the entirety of APAC, and over the last few sets has been able to maintain a sub 4.0 AVP in arguably the deepest field in the world. Summertimer has seemingly come out of nowhere to thrust himself into the stones of TFT alongside many other Japanese greats.
He's always been sort of our secret weapon in APAC because whenever he plays, he has great results, but he doesn't always join the competition. So that's been kind of the thing holding him back. Zeta Division, though, has assembled a super team. Yatsuhashi, Tidal, and now Summertimer with 3 finalist winners on the same team. That's going to be a powerhouse for years to come.
You talked about the importance of being able to play the checkmate format. Having the influence of Tidal behind you is, I mean, that in and of itself is an edge that many people don't get to have. It is a different way of playing TFT because it relies on you both being patient enough to take the points when they come, to play for that check, but also when you get into check, be able to quickly turn the gears and wait for your moment to quietly strike and get that first.
And also, it's not on your control, right? You can try to go for that angle, but then you cannot get Cypher. You're not comfortable maybe doing boot buff because you don't have good economy on the start. But there's other possibilities. You can go for full Prismatic. We already saw 10 Anima Squad performing. A Street Demon we haven't seen. So there's a good chance on the future games to have a possibility. Robin now starting with the Draven, having that possibility of Cypher, obviously a good angle.
Cypher, one of our best rerolls. Robin Songs yesterday finished off the day with a hostile takeover into a first place. So he's very familiar with the line.
I'm kind of wondering if any of our players for this first game, just knowing that we're on a Vi encounter, may try to lean into some of the better hero augments. We've seen Wolf Unchained Silas do very well in a lot of our games in the Tactician's Crown, and I believe we've also seen the Witchy Wallop Poppy. And so that could just be one way to at least play tempo.
Yeah, especially in the early stages in the first game that you just need to sum points and get any angle. People that got those additional possibilities is for sure a chance. Summertimer, also with the LeBlanc, didn't find the priority. Normally the Galio and the Draven is a lot better because it's more difficult to get. So, but he for sure will try to prioritize, not thinking about the buy 2 because he really wants to lose.
Yesterday we did see Summertimer unafraid when Dish Soap had the Cypher opener on stage 2. Even though Robin Songs may have the Cypher, I don't think it's going to scare Summertimer off the line.
Oh, he actually does pick it up. So at least you've got the buy 2, and we've got Golden Augments.
So Golden Fleece has secretly been a very, very good augment, but he rolls past it.
Shop glitch.
Best for Cypher in slot.
Summertimer telling the entire lobby what's going to happen from here on out. Robin, you want to play Cypher? Good luck, buddy.
It reminds me of the previous game yesterday where Robin got the Exotech emblem, and then everyone's like, okay, let's all play Exo. And they went for 6. Okay.
what in the world did Robin just take?
Looks like that's 2-trick, right? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, very strong tempo, especially with the extra item components. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a very similar line of thought to AQ1H that has worth the wait. Since you can itemize carries so early on, it's good to get 2 stars and 3 stars.
Another shop glitch coming through. Wage and Iverson also unafraid. I don't know which one of them picked it up first, but one of them saw the other had shop glitch and was not bothered by it at all. Wage and Iverson looking to maybe gamble against Summertimer to see which one of them is able to play the early game Cypher, get their spot, play for the actual loss streak, and then get the bigger cash out. I will say in the favor of Wage and Iverson, Summertimer has shown both in this event and prior leading up to it that he's willing to play smaller cash outs and play a more tempo variation of Cypher. That would open up the spot for Wage and Iverson to play a full loss streak and go for one large cash out at the cost of early game HP.
We're seeing Robin now slamming the Rage Blade and also the Death Blade. So pure AD, this is the way that he has been performing so far, and it's the way he's comfortable.
Whoa.
And obviously one off, buy 3 right here, just for fun.
Can we just mention how good this 2-trick actually is? Gives him a 2-star 1 cost that he already has, and then one of the best 2 costs in the game in that Jhin early on with perfect items.
Y'all, I was so small, I thought he took Chug Bug. And I was very concerned.
I did.
That's why I was like, what in the world?
I know, I was a little surprised. Like, yeah, I mean, I guess Secret never takes 2-trick, but
no,
whatever.
It was just too small.
Here's a question for you guys. With the additional buys on the bench, of course, it does give you an option for, kind of a backdoor buy 3. At the same time, that is just 7 gold or 5 gold that you're holding onto your bench that could be used to make an additional interest point.
But what if you just get a Graves 2?
I think that's bait. Right?
Buy 3 is definitely one of those 1 costs that performs surprisingly well in the Vanguard sort of line. So I would be very happy to just get that 3-star.
Yeah. Also, Kambuli had a Graves and he got duplicators. We haven't seen how he used them. So there's a possibility that Kambuli, okay, he sells. So now here's a chance just to go clickering, committing. No, just for full tempo here. And we know he loves to play the Exotech line. That's one of the most played games for him. Even with tempo, he has achieved great placement. Not even with Ray Tracker. He's able to get a top 2, even a top 1, simply playing the vertical Exotech.
Clickcorn has been the definition of the meta. Half of his games have been on Exotech or Cypher. He's basically playing the strongest of the 4 cost tempo kind of lines or the reroll lines. So he really does stick to his corner, but he excels at it.
We saw there that AQ1H had taken Worth the Wait, is going to be playing around the Zyra as the champion that pops out there. So
there's a Galio. Weichen, making sure no one gets out of line, takes the Galio. And he has to. He already has LeBlanc and Bai, so Weichen with a good chance right now to pop off with the Cypher.
It was a 50-50. Summertimer and Weichen both having the 2 Cypher online. Which one of them spawned on which side of the carousel determined which one would get the Galio.
And looking across the other lines, we still have 3 players with full win streaks on the top there. Clickcorn most likely going to go for an Exo line, already very well set up for it. I wonder if he does have the Chasey. That's most likely. Oh, and he just gets the Mordekaiser for free. Sure. He's locked in.
Okay, full scaling here for Robinson, getting also Kraken. So, as you said, Clement, Jhin, so good. Oh, now with 3 items and getting this buy 3 on the top, he's just in a great position and a good chance to maintain this win streak so far.
When does Robin lose? I'm actually very curious to know how long this Vi 3 plus Jhin 2 is going to be stable. I imagine
end of stage 3, for sure.
I actually feel like he's going to be so strong and so rich that there's a chance he's able to like soft roll a little bit on 8, find a single Aphelios or Zaya, find both. He actually could even just play around the 4 marksman and go 9 from there. I'm very curious to know because we've seen Robin historically be the kind of player that wants to roll very deep on 8, wants to stabilize, play for a top 4, but he has a position here to maybe step on the gas a little bit more and try and go for a fast 9.
Clement, by the way, those Exo items for Clickcorn are the Repulsor Lantern, the Flux Capacitor, and the Pulse Stabilizer. No chassis.
Ooh, those are good items, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very interesting what Kambuli did here. He got the duplicators just to get good tempo, and I don't think he will reroll the Kog'Maw. It was just for him to make sure that he ramp ups and gets an additional possibility of winning out or doing a win streak.
I think he's using that to try and break Robin Song's grip on the game. He's 100 HP right now, and if Robin can get a full win streak, he has perfect Urgot items already. So this is going to be a critical round.
Yeah,
AQ1H, one off, sorry.
Here we go. This is going to be Robin, though. And he does dodge Cambuli. Something also to note, Cambuli, not only did he use the duplicators on the Skarner, he's able to play the frontline Bramble Vest Skarner. If you have not seen what a 2-star Skarner can do with Bramble Vest up against 80 lines, it is unbelievable. It is the setup you would have to maybe have a chance of beating Robin, but I'm going to be honest, I really don't see Robin losing to that board with his current setup.
Very good stage 2 for the Americas. 2 full win streak players and Weijin Iverson already starting up
Shop
onto
glitch.
his Cypher.
Both shop
Summertime
glitches.
enrolling, finds the Galio on level 4 here, and now he's able to, thanks to the shop list, start doing some amazing things, and at least getting the Cypher in early.
Interesting decision there from Summertimer to not level to 5 until after a couple of those shops had been rolled. Wish I knew exactly what the direction was there. It looks like he leveled as soon as he found an extra buy, but I just don't see that actually being the go button for him.
Yeah, just playing this out slowly. Usually you want to get max value out of a good shop. I agree with you. Get better odds on those 3 costs.
LeBlanc from Orb. That never feels bad.
And this is actually a line we saw Summertimer play. If he was contested on the Cypher, he builds a blue buff for the LeBlanc and transitions into the Vexo. So that's a potential if Weijin just gets too many copies.
This is the way here for Cambuli, the way you want to play this comp, especially if you're going to finish up playing a Marksman or playing, it could be the Seri still, but I don't think so, should be Marksman, Vanguard, especially with the front line he's already committing to. And you want this, you want tempo, you want to pressure the lobby and then stabilize on 4-2, and that should give you a free top 3.
Let's see, is this going to be up against Robin Songs? No, Robin and Cambuli both dodge each other again. Cambuli is going to be up against AQ1H, though, as Nectar called out before, the worth the wait in play. So there's a lot of power on the board, but I don't think that front line is going to hold up.
No, it's so tough. I mean, the fact that you are able to already slot in for Vanguard, I just don't know how the Zyra actually gets past that. To me, like, I've always felt a little bit let down by some of Zyra's damage output.
Yeah. I will say that Zyra is one of the worst picks you can get for worth the wait, but there is one thing on the new patch. They massively buffed the 4-star. So if he can get there, that could be a condition.
Okay, hacks come through. We do have 1 prismatic on the left, 2 gold on the right. Yesterday we talked a little bit about when it is the split between gold and 2 silver. Players always choose the 2 silver, almost always. I do feel like prismatic and 2 gold. I actually don't exactly know the power split on that. Is there a preference?
Yeah, I think if you want pure combat right now, double gold normally a little better. And if you want ramping or maybe something a little more variance, you go for the prismatic. But that's just my perception for now.
Yeah, the prismatics definitely have the chance to be more transformative. Double golds, usually you can hit double combat power, as Robin Songs did get right here. That's such a sick combo, getting bad luck protection with the extra crit to straight up pull into AD.
Yeah, also getting the belt overflow, so this is perfect for him, getting pure stats right now for the front line. And as you said, Clement, just pure possibilities here to maintaining tempo. There it is.
I think it is.
Again, Cambuli.
I think it is. I think the icon was wrong on the left-hand side. I think it is the Mace's Will coming through. So yeah, this is where bad luck protection gives you even more value, because not only are you converting your crit into AD, you're getting a crit item that you can build into something like the Striker's Flail right off the bat.
And it fits perfectly with his board. He didn't build any of the spell crit. You know, I was looking at his board, and usually if you're playing Marksman, you want an IE. He has a Deathblade instead. So everything working out really perfectly for power-wise, and he can continue this win streak.
And he does beat Cambuli, right? That was the fight. It was the 2 streakers up against each other. Weijin Iverson takes the small cash out. Oh, slamming forward thinking coming through. Double econ like you called out, guys, right? There is so much power that's going to be coming through for Weijin Iverson. It does feel a little weird that he actually took this cash out, but forward thinking is going to cash out on 4-2, and so his cash out timings do kind of fight. There's a little bit of tension there. I'm very curious to see how the rest of the stage plays out for Weijin, whether or not you actually want to lose any additional rounds, but because you've cashed out, you're trying to win a bit more. It feels like it's pressing against itself.
I will say he did break his streak with the Cypher, so that is kind of the typical play.
Okay.
You can't really stack the Cypher up much more longer if your streak is broken. And also he sees Summertimers with the Nasher Slam, which means he's committed to this line. He has to start contesting early.
We had 2 players in this lobby actually opt to take the prismatics. We got 8Q1H with I'm the Carry Now and Xiaoju with the Buried Treasures.
AQ1H really leaning heavily into combat power, worth the wait, spiking on stage 3, plus I'm the Carry Now to try and salvage some HP. We're going to get double components, though. I see a spatula coming through. Summertime, we're going to be able to slam something potentially like the strategist spat if that wants to come through.
That's a boombot spat, though, if you want it.
It could. I think with the items currently set up, though, like Clem was
It's not
saying,
smart, but that is what you get.
I see.
That's what you could do.
Yeah, you could
True,
do that.
yeah. No, you're right,
Whether
you're
you
right.
should or not is a very different story.
We haven't seen much about Xiaoyu, but we've seen that's his plan. He has a lot of components. He doesn't have the possibility of rerolling, but he already has the Graves and has the possibility of going into the reroll line. He's late from that, so he will need to roll a lot, and he's starting to roll right now. So let's see what he hits. He needs to stabilize very low right now on HP. There's Graves, there's Jarvan too, so this is good enough at least for now.
I think this is a pretty unfortunate situation for Xiaoju because he actually wanted a full lose streak to break Summertimer, to break Wei Jin Iverson. He probably only got 1 out of the 2, and usually when you're playing this line, you don't want to give up on stage 3. It's actually very hard to come back with the Graves.
It's all about how do you get your gold knocks thresholds each turn while maintaining additional gold interest thresholds. Normally on stage 3, it comes off the back of Graves killing enough units to be able to get the gold knocks procs so that you get the gold back that you've spent. But when you aren't able to full streak through stage 3, it's very hard, like Clement is calling out. 7 loss streak for Xiaoju makes this game a lot harder than some of the other Graves games we've seen this weekend.
At least he is playing uncontested. There isn't anyone else trying to go for the Graves reroll, so it might make it a little bit easier to actually hit your units. And maybe if you get a little lucky, you're not going to be missing out on too many breakpoints there. What if the next augment actually gives you a little bit more gold to work with?
2 streakers, 9 win streak for Robin. Actually going to go up to 7 here. Klikornin on the 5 win streak has been streaking through the end of stage 2 and all stage long. Playing around this potential exo angle like Clement talked about at the very beginning. What is that second item on Jhin? Actually, I'm struggling to see that.
It's Mana Sane, so...
Oh, it is Mana Sane, huh?
See, probably going for the Dynamo line here. Mana Sane pretty decent on Elise and very good also on the Aurora, on the late game, so probably just going for Nitro Dynamo.
Could be Vexotech, right?
Yeah, could be Vexotech also.
The line is open, though. He has a lot of options. He's just going to have to pick something that he hits first. But
The critical win if Robin can get the full 10 streak all the way to
really
Boombots. It'd be a crazy start for him. And that's kind of the big question we were asking. Before today, the Boombots did not work out. We were wondering what the final lobby tempo is going to be looking like.
I just want to throw something out there. Knowing Robin songs, Robin is not known to be the level 9 high cap player that, that a lot of others are. I'm just going to say there is a world that Robin takes this insane win streak, all this tempo, and ends up actually just playing Vanguard Marksman.
No,
don't say that.
I really think there is a world in which that's possible. Or maybe perhaps play something like the Vanguard into a Vanguard Urgot game. I am not fully sold that Robin is piloting this straight to Boombot.
Even with a 10 win streak, you're not going to go for it?
I'm just saying we have to consider the players, their comfort, what we've seen from them in the past.
I totally agree with you, actually. It actually has the best stats for the 4 costs there, but it has a very, very low win rate. That's why I would be a little bit disappointed, but understand.
The question is, how do you want to play the first game of the day? Are you trying to get a win in game 1, or are you trying to secure points to put yourself in a better position for check? It's
I mean,
a philosophy
if you can
question.
win, I feel like in Robinsong's spot, you're almost always guaranteed a top 4 if you can continue to convert even into a 4-cost board. But imagine it's like, well, if I already think I'm going to be in a top 4 position, why would I not push a little bit more outside of that boundary, try to get the first place and as many points as I can get?
Yeah,
I think it's always safe to try to go for more.
Yeah, will depend obviously on the position he gets, what natural rolls he has, if he's able to stabilize quickly. They're at level 8. Now we're seeing Xiaoyu that decides to do this Ras 3-star. That's a lot of gold, no items on the Ras. So he's just trying for now to preserve HP very far away from getting either the Graves, the Jarvan, or the Senna 3-star.
Does get a bit of a breathing room against Summertimer. If you look at his bench, that's 8 copies of Galio. He's trying to box Wei Jin Iverson off from that line. It's being critical to see if he hits that final one.
Forward thinking coming in for Wei Jin. Really important round. He's going to want to pick an augment relatively quickly so he has enough time to figure out exactly what he wants to do. He's actually going forward thinking into the reroll, right?
He's trying to contest Summertimer.
Okay,
He needs
wow.
to find that last copy.
Getting additional items here with the augments. Trying to find the rest. Very important to find everything. To find
One
the
off from
LeBlanc.
Galio. That's the important one. There's only 17 in the pool, so only
Right.
one of them can 3-star.
They're looking for the last one. Finds a LeBlanc 3. That's huge. It's a little
Finds the
bit
set also.
just in time. Still rolling down.
Draven.
And Summertimer has not found the
Draven.
Galio 3 either yet, so there's still one more Galio in this pool. Only one of them can find it.
And someone just randomly holds it on their bench. I would do that 100%.
Xiaoyu rolling deep, rolling to 0 and finding the grapes. This is huge for him. This is the breather that he will need right now, and changes now the items directly to the Rust. So now he has a great comp and should start popping out. Grapes access to the backline. So once again, Xiaoyu in the middle here in HP in a good position to start at least punishing a little more the lobby.
Can he get a little bit more gold? He really wants to make use of that golden ox stacks. Is he one up? He gets it in the end. Huge find.
Nice.
Xiaoju finds the Draven in the shop too. Just
True.
gonna leave it there.
This is a lot of pressure on the bottom of the lobby. If you, both of them, I would think, really intelligently try to play around the 2-cost carry in the LeBlanc. That's what you should try to play for when contested on Cypher. But the Galio is the name of the game. That is the true prize here.
The player
Seeing
found it.
Robin Songs leave the Cho'Gath alone in the shop, I'm starting to believe that we will not see the Boombot line coming up from him.
I saw him roll down immediately, and I was like, okay, goodbye, Boombots.
I'm telling you, I know Robin. I know Robin. I actually don't think that it's a bad play, though. I'm telling you, if you think that you can take this tempo and you can convert your marksman game plan into something like a top 2, top 3, it's not a bad play when it's the first game of the day. At the very least, it gives you a little bit of momentum for the rest of the day, puts you into a good headspace.
How are we
Summertimer
feeling
fighting for his
about
life here.
this? Summertimer only has 11 HP left, and the fact that the Vi is still alive to hit the LeBlanc.
Should be okay, yeah. Robin's going to take his first hit of the game, though.
It was quite close, though, so I'm worried for Summertimer.
Yeah, if the TG on the Jin was not Gargoyle and what's it called? I forget what the glove.
He didn't want to win.
Best one.
Yeah.
Steadfast. Tank Jin.
Still having the Jin and the Jin and Jins on the back. So maybe he's holding up a little the gold. It could be interesting to see what's the angle here for Robinson.
He is 50 gold, so yeah, I think he recognizes
There's
the
something
position
there.
he's in. Yeah, he doesn't want to roll too deep. He wants to make sure he has enough money to cap out high, but he's trying to save a little bit of HP.
Little something?
Little something. Yeah, I get it.
Taking a look here, Summertimer trying to find a win with adding another strategist to his board. He does have that open spatula for it, and he's going to have to slam it immediately right now just for the power.
Gambuli that we saw with the Kog'Maw 2 early, just having ramp up, has 7 EXO, so that would be the line that he's committing to, now clickering. Going for a very interesting line here, just getting the Exotech 3 Nitro, trying to go for something additional. This is just full tempo play for him.
This is the Bronze for Life version of Nitro Dynamo. It's very unique. You have to remember how to play it. And the key thing here is how far does he have his T-Rex? If you look at that, it's 55 stacks, not too much. The reason Bronze works really well, it's one of the few ways you can actually buff your T-Rex because you can't give him items.
Okay. Going up against the Graves, Xiaoyu. Pretty strong, but just looks like Recurring just has too much power. You were explaining, Clement, everyone in this comp is doing power and so much items right now for Clickering. Graves is still not dead. Graves is down and taking a huge win here. Preserving so much HP. Him and Robinson are just dominating right now the lobby, at least in terms of HP.
Bronze for Life giving just so much value to that board, and it's exactly what you're calling out, Clement. It's something that that uniquely works with a Nitro variation because of all of the different traits that you activate. And for Cornin, while he may not have the extremely high cap traditionally seen with Nitro in the form of a very high T-Hex, what he is going to do is have so many units that are dealing damage on
Summertimer hit the Galio.
That's huge at the bottom of the lobby right here. You technically can still get the Galio 3 if you find a duplicator, but it's very difficult to find.
Oh, that's very big.
Boxes Weijin out from his best tank. And AQ1H, it's been a while since we've seen his board. It does look like he's going to be going for the vertical Street Demon build, anchoring around that Zyra. He's not going for the Zyra 4. That's a bit of a pipe dream there. Just going to sell it for Econ, as I think he should.
finds the Samira, still with one brand only, so very far away from the secondary carry, taking a loss here against Summertimer. So also a difficult position for HQ1H, but decently healthy, at least for now. Not as much as Clicoren and Robinson, obviously, on the top.
Wajan Iverson did take a loss in that last round. We're seeing the shop glitch come through, but there's no more Gallios, like we've been saying. So he did go 8, right? Instead of using all of the gold he got from forward thinking to roll to 0 to find the last Gallio, he opted to go level 8, get another strategist in, and maybe try and squeeze out a couple extra fights. At this point in time, though, Wajan's really hoping that somebody else in the lobby can take Summertime out, that the Gallios go back in the pool, that he can use his small HP advantage that he has over Summertime to outlast him and then find that Gallio on his own.
Cambuly is going to be doing a full board transition right here. Oh, not full board. He's already very well set up. Just finds the Zeri 2 here. Has a strong augment set up with Climb the Ladder since all of his units are playing into the vertical line. But 7 loss streak here is actually kind of surprising. I guess it's just because he finally hits his first 4-cost 2-star on this round.
Yeah, not even front line also, just to keep the ramping up. Maybe just finding the Mordekaiser 2 already, only to save Joanny right now. We're already on stage 5. So Cambuly needs to pop up here. Going up against Shenbai, who's showing us the Twisted Fate reroll, finding not only the Twisted Fate, also the Brand 3. So in this front-to-back, Brand will do so much tanking here. And just make sure to put everything online. Brown is down. Now access to the backline from Shenbai. Jin snipes the Twisted Fate, taking the win. Good win here for Cambuly.
Really crazy fight there, because while the Sejuani did miss the TF and was not able to stop it from attacking, the Varus had Cambuly covered, instead was able to stun the TF there, prevent any more of the ramping, and because the Zeri was able to get onto the TF, all of the damage from Zenbai was negated.
There's just no way Wajan Iverson can hit this 3-star. He spent over 129 gold off 4-2, only to upgrade his LeBlanc. That has to feel bad. Draven is also contested by the TF board as well, so you can see it in his face. This is, unfortunately, I think a line selection loss.
I think it might be an 8th as well. Like, Summertimer looks so strong having that Galio 3-starred. But maybe Wajan Iverson will get a little lucky. The fact that you're playing against the Graves board, though, this Graves could get access to the back of this LeBlanc. And if you do end up taking it out, I don't think Wajan Iverson's going to have enough damage to get through the rest of the board.
There it is.
Melted.
Graves in the back, LeBlanc is down. Wajan knows it.
Just not enough power on the side of Wajan. Unfortunately, the front line can't hold up. Wajan Iverson contesting Summertime on the Cypher reroll, but Summertime's going to come out on that on top there. 5 win streak for Summertimer. Wajan Iverson will go down in 8th.
Zenbai falls as well in 7th place.
Very surprised about Zenbai. He actually had a 3-star Braum on his board, but still goes down. Just kind of showcasing that how TF reroll isn't the go-to comp for a lot of these players.
Ironically, the 2 players that have played Checkmate this season are the players that went out in 7-8 there. Zenbai playing it in the TOC, Wajan Iverson playing it back in set 9. Are the players that are going to fall very early so far.
And now in danger, so Cambuly and also Summertime. We'll see him against AQ1H playing the Street Demon vertical, finds the Brand 2. A lot of AoE damage that is very important to avoid the ramp up on the Zeri. Huge hold from the Sejuani, hits the Zaira, doesn't hit the Brand.
Ugo able to stun the Zeri in the back line. Don't know if it's enough to actually stop it from ramping up. The front line holds up.
Oh, and turns down. Cambuly falls down against AQ1H and also Xiaoyu. So we have confirmation. We have the top 4 Summertime in holding up with the Cypher angle, HQ1H, Robinson, and Clicoren. So full tempo from Clicoren and Robinson, and HQ1H and Summertime in just ramping up their comps in the late game.
AQ1H also investing a lot into the tempo, though. We saw him take the I'm the carry now on stage 3, an augment that I think a lot of players are not super excited to take. But AQ1H realized that the lobby dynamic was such that you're not going to outlast Robin, but you're not going to outcap Summertimer or Wajan Iverson, and says, I just need to save HP now. If I can get my 4th, get my 3rd, and get out of here, I'm going to call it a success. I think very well executed game plan from AQ1H, and also opened up himself for some potential high roll if he wanted to find maybe the Zyra 4, which it didn't, but opened himself up for the Samiras as well.
The question here, oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I like vertical street demon on this patch. I actually actually think it's very strong, especially if you're able to hit it. Kind of like Anima Squad, if you can hit your 4 cost, you're in a great spot.
Yeah, I did think AQ1H for him, this game was actually a little bit behind in tempo. His 3-star did not really help him, and he didn't get it online to break any of the win streakers here. The key thing is, can they kill Summer Timer soon enough? He still has a ton of ramp. Weijin is out. The Dravens are back in the pool, and if he can get that online, he's for sure going to take down this lobby.
Garen trying to access the backline. It's not enough. There's another hit, but no. Falls down. So HQ1H taking a hit. And Summertime keeps himself alive. One more round. He maintains the win streak. And he's the one to beat. As you said, Clement, very low in HP, but he's looking like the strongest so far.
We did see Robin fully invest into the Vanguard and Marksman line. We said it before, is not a line that is traditionally winning out. In this position, with Summertimer in the lobby, with the potential of maybe finding the Draven 3, there's an argument that if you go for the Boombot line that Robin had an angle for, that you end up losing so much HP, and you might still not be able to cap out against the Cypher player. So Robin instead wants to continue playing tempo, play for his top 3, top 2, and depending on how many times he has to fight Summertimer, might be able to lock in 7 points in game 1.
Really interesting positioning from Robin Songs here as he's splitting his carries, making sure one on each side so they can't get completely focused by LeBlanc that can actually bypass your front line in a lot of these situations.
Vi holding up. Vi is not falling yet. The Galio 3 does fall, and look at that. Summertimer's actually going to go out to Robin Songs, playing the Vanguard Marksman line, and still actually might have a way to go first.
And he's the one right now with the win streak. Robin taking a great angle, full tempo in the early game, and now popping off in the late game. Once again, showing his progress, and we're saying it's a comp that normally does not go for the first place, and now he has the angle to go for it.
Yeah, I think his line selection, even though he's a 100 win streak, he could just coast to 9 and play the Boombots. He decided, hey, there's 2 players that are constantly scaling here. There's the Nitro Dynamo that's going to get a bit T-Hex. I just need to pressure them out of the lobby. So I think Clicklornan has probably the better chance right here. We already saw AQ1H without enough gold to actually fit level 9 and find the Ziggs here. He's playing Brand Ziggs without the Ziggs, so not a lot of high hopes for that board. The scaling T-Hex is probably the best bet.
Look at the champions that are now on Robin Song's bench, though. He instantly picked up the Urgot and the Skarner, leaving that option open, but he's also holding on to those Auroras. So you're actually going to be denying Clicklornan being able to get that Aurora too, at least a little bit.
Yeah, it's the most important, right? You know it's a comp that is not the win-out comp, but your win-out can be don't let the other person get to the 100 possibility. Also getting the Garen, and also the Saya has probably the Ox modificator, so huge damage also right now with the 3 with 20 stacks, and now is accustomed to ramp up. Vi is holding up a little more. Brand could access the backline here, but it's not enough to take everyone out.
Oh, such a huge Xayah ult comes through there. He's actually able to wipe out so much of the backline. AQ1H is going to end up falling to Robin. Something I do want to highlight calls back to what Clement called out back in stage 3. Bad luck protection picked up from Robin Songs. This is going to give a lot of value to your backliners, less value to those Vanguards. With Robin holding the Urgot and the Aurora, there's a world where Robin chooses to drop down out of 6 Vanguard to introduce something like the Aurora to bring in an Urgot 2, because an Urgot 2 with the attack speed buff from the Aurora is going to get so much more value out of that bad luck protection.
It's just also denying the fact that Clicklornan can have that Urgot 2 to even throw into those fights. So there's a lot of layers to Robin Song's strategy and final matchup between these two.
Such an insane combat augment combo right here. Really goes well with the Aphelios that doesn't really care about ability crit all that much. Just wants to auto attack all day. And we can see the T-Hex is nowhere near strong enough right now as a frontliner.
Access to the backline, so looking good here for Robin, but no, there's this little damage here from the Dynamo. And the Aurora taking the hit in the end, takes down Robin, takes his win streak, and Clicklornan once again with a position, both of them almost with same HP, 38, 37. And this could be a game for any of the two.
It's very close.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, you got to look at which players have their next easiest upgrade, right? For Klikornen, we're looking for that Aurora 2. On the side of Robin Songs, we're looking for that Garen 2. Garen is
He found it. Yeah,
by
found
Robin.
the Garen 2 and finds the additional mod that should be the Vanguard mod. So huge right now for Robin.
Vanguard Garen is so powerful. He does put a shield on himself every time that he ults, and he has the Sterix gauge on it. So not only are you getting the additional power from this Garen, you're also getting a huge beefy frontliner that can work alongside Vi to take the damage from the Jhin and the Aurora and the Elise.
Sejuani's down, making a good ult, but he has the Quicksilver on the Saya, so no priority right now for the Sejuani. Looking amazing right now for Robinson. Still
Cho'Gath,
holding up
though.
the Cho'Gath, but the rest is just too strong on the other side. Robin accesses the backline, taking a huge hit right now, and Klikornen has to do something.
I mean, it's going to be truly upgrading the Aurora 2 as well as the Urgot. That would be a huge power spike for him. But I think the fact that Robin Songs is still holding on to those 2 copies of the Aurora, it is definitely more difficult when Klikornen is also running out of gold to spend.
Finds a ramping unit here with the Archangel, so having the possibilities the fight gets a little longer to give additional damage here. Both of them ramping up and finding the double Sterix right now for the Garen in the case of Robinson.
Honestly, Klikornen is just hoping for good rolls on his Thief's Gloves. He has 2 units and not enough damage, so he's just trying to get that. The IE, unfortunately, in the front line, probably not going to be good enough. Double stacking on the Void Staffs, also not the ideal items. Klikornen just needs more time. This was a middle-of-the-way pivot into the T-Hex and Bronze for Life build, so he just doesn't have enough damage on the summon.
Now, to get a little bit more powerful, now we do have the 3-star turret, but it's still missing out on the T-Hex, and I don't think we're going to have enough time to actually get to it in this game.
Robin actually juked out Klikornen. You can see the Sejuani completely whiffing on all of its targets. The Aphelios does not get hit, even though the QSS from Xayah would have kept it alive regardless. Robin takes his fight very, very easily. Klikornen's going to go down to just 6 HP. He's on his last legs.
Only hope here, I think, is to be able to get the Aurora. Finds the Urgot too.
Okay.
But is it better than the actual stun the Kobuko is going to give you?
He has to try, right? He already lost. Maybe Kobuko in some places can be better, but he's losing. So now any changes that could be, maybe some RNG on their favor, and maybe accessing a little the backline and killing an important target could be interesting here.
Urgot does have a backline execute, so that's what he's going to be positioning for. Aurora hit into that Urgot is the best likely scenario, but I have to say Robin Song is still massively favored here.
Has another Sterix gauge for that Garen as well.
Full damage there for Garen, being protected also in the backline. There's the Urgot doing good damage.
Yeah, there's a lot more power. The front line of Robin still seems to be relatively healthy, but nothing's on that Cho'Gath. Nothing's bringing it down yet. The Cho'Gath takes out the Aphelios.
Is down, yeah.
And one more cast from the Garen 2 is actually not going to be enough. Klikornen fights back, and Robin down to 23 HP going into stage 7. Means Robin is actually on his potential last life as well.
Having the additional modificator, not only at this stage of the game, you already have the 2 ones that you need, Ox on the Saya and the Garen with the Vanguard, and now it's just getting any additional you can. Goes for the buy, so probably a little damage here. Could be Anima, could be the other.
Anima.
Yeah.
The important thing here is to watch the stacks on Klikornen, because if he gets a T-Hex, he suddenly has a lot more damage onto the backline. If he can swing that laser around, that gives him the potential for the full backline damage hit. Another thing I think for Robin Songs is he needs to move his backline carries out of the line, because that Aurora was able to hit everything. It hits everything in the longest line with the most targets. So that is something he can actually control, but he also has to balance that with the potential Sejuani hit.
I want to highlight the efficiency of the items we're getting right now. We are getting a second item, most likely, for our Urgot on the side of Klikornen, but we're getting a third item for our Garen 2 on the Vanguard with a Vanguard mod. So Aurora 2 coming in for Klikornen, but a QSS on our Garen 2 for Robin Songs. Both players just got significantly stronger.
Full utility coming in from the Sejuani. Not exactly the greatest of hits for Klikornen. The key thing, again, is how can that backline carries be hit? And look at Robin Song's positioning. He's splitting his carries. He doesn't want them on the same line for the Aurora to target.
Aurora
his backlines... Yep.
In the front line for Robin.
Garen is in the back, hitting the Urgot. Urgot is down. Not enough damage. Robinson takes the first game
Wow.
of today. Clickering also with a great position here with the top two, both of them. Playing tempo, playing amazing, and getting amazing results now on the first game of the night.
It's not very often that we actually do see the two tempo players competing with one another at the end of the game for a first place finish, but it does go back to Clement calling out the bronze for life, giving so much value to the tempo board from Klikorinen, and Robin taking this huge win streak, 12 win streak in the beginning of the game, and leveraging that to have enough HP, enough gold to find the Garen 2 with the Vanguard mod, using the high roll Vi 3, playing for that out in the early game. Well executed lines by two players, but you have to feel really good if you're Robin Songs right now.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm upset that he didn't go for the Boombot Urgot when we just saw him take it first anyway.
Hey, he knows better. That's why he's playing on stage, so no complaints from me.
But Klikorinen actually taking the bronze for life. Panda actually gave us a little bit more insight on how Klikorinen ended up playing in the EMEA Golden Spatula and loves that augment. Will take it from a lot of different spots, knows how to get maximum value out of it, and I think really was just a couple stacks away from being able to get that T-Hex and really take off.
Yeah, he was running it with 9 open traits right there, which is really crazy. If you're over 7, that's over 20% damage amp, and you're getting more value than Glass Cannon, and it applies to the entire team. So it's a great pickup. You just play it kind of like the Trait Tracker board, have a really strong TX.
On the other hand, we had Cypher, the clash out of Cypher from Summertimer and Weishan, both fighting for that Galio 3. Summertimer was the one who got it, and at least ramping out good position. Weishan spending so much gold just to get the Galio, didn't get the RNG on his side, and now taking an 8th.
Hoope, you're from the Americas, so I don't have to tell you this, but if anyone is watching that's not from the Americas, one of the things you have to know about Weishan Iverson is that he loves to start his day going 7-7. That's just how he is. He does. He goes bottom 2 in so many tournaments on the first couple of games, and he always finds a way to bring it back. What I'm telling you right now is if you're a fan of Weishan Iverson, I mean, if you're a fan, I don't have to tell you, I'll tell you anyway. Do not be worried. Weishan has so much more left in the tank. It's just game 1.
Well, another player that is in our final lobby and does need to pick it up just a little bit in the second game is Kambuli. Before we get into it, we do have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, where we will see a unique composition that Kambuli played under very good conditions to actually get a first place. So please, take it away.
I will be explaining this with my friend Clement. And Clement, of course, we're on day 3. So the important about day 3 is the win-out possibilities. And the best way to win out, or at least the most direct focus, will be to do Trait Tracker. Trait Tracker will give you additional resources. Normally, you want to do it when you play EXO, because you have the additional possibility of getting that items on the units and getting additional strength. But now we will see Kambuli doing something amazing. Playing this line in an uncomfortable position. So Clement, please explain how we can do this in our ranked games also.
I will give you a crash course on Trait Tracker, and later we have an example of trait-on-trait violence, as both of the two final players have the same one. So the most common Trait Tracker we have seen throughout the tournament, of course, it's going to be Exotech. There's a lot of hanging traits there, lots of immense power. This is the way you can set it up on level 7. Don't care about the positioning that much. I'm just going to give you some quick pointers. You want the 3 Nitros, the 3 Exotechs on board, and then you want the Gragas. Very important because Divinity Core, just 1 unit can give you that extra Divinity Core trait. And if you look at the left here, that's going to be the full 8 traits you need to unlock it, the extra emblems. Another one that we saw very often, which I think a lot less people are aware of, is going to be the Graves Trait Tracker. And this is one that we actually saw Zumbai play later on. Really cool thing about this, you want to remember the Street Demon and also the Golden Ox. You build around the Graves, going Executioner into the Rengar and then filling it out and then tying it all together with, again, the Mordekaiser and the Divinity Core Ross. Like we said, 1 Divinity Core gives you 1 extra trait. If you remember these 2, then you're set to potentially play in the TAC round with one of the best win-out potentials.
Now we're going to see exactly the board that was face-off. So we will see both of these boards that Clement explained, cashing out. And Clement, what are the important augments, or what are the important emblems that we should see right now?
Yeah, we are going to go through some of the important traits that we're looking for in these two trait tracker cash outs right here. I think we're going to go with Zembai's board on the Golden Ox first here. The important things you're looking for is the Divinity Corp. The extra emblems gives you extra HP. And for him, he actually found a lot of usable ones as well. The Bastion that fits in with the Renekton later on. Another really good one are the Executioner that scales with every breakpoint. And of course, if you get the Golden Ox, it usually goes on to the 3-star Senna.
Yeah, and now we'll see the fight just to make sure. And this is the possibility, right? Because we normally play this comp. The Senna is trying to attack here the rest of the players. And the Graves that has a direct line also, thanks to the Senna breaking out the tanks to actually perform and access the backline. We see the Graves right now damaging the tank. Senna is able to clear the rest of the lobby, and now we see the pop-off. Graves goes into the backline, access the Jhin, goes directly into the Seri. Seri, even though she dashes, is not enough, and that's enough damage for the rest of the comp to pop off directly. So Kambuli taking this win, and now this is very important because this is the aura moment, the celebration from Kambuli, making sure or knowing that he managed to break out and use Trait Tracker to take a huge win. So this is the perfect moment. This is why we are here celebrating them. And Kambuli still with a good chance of taking the crown today. And this is Trait Tracker. Not only EXO, Gangly, we can play it in a variety of ways.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it being the win-out condition. It's cool to see it not just be the win-out condition for EXO, but in a variety of other comps. And it's one of those things that is oftentimes kind of gated behind the tech of like, oh, how do I efficiently unlock the trait tracker? So thank you both for the beautiful breakdown of the boards you can play to get yourself there.
We did see Dynamo also as one of the compositions with the trait tracker. At least you could activate the trait tracker and make sure you could get those emblems, but sometimes in some of these compositions, you aren't given ideal scenarios to actually make use of all of the emblems that you're given. But yes, thank you both so much. We did not see trait tracker in this last game, but I absolutely expect to see it as we continue through our day. It's just the first game. We've got so much more to be able to get through, but here is an overview in case you missed it of our placements as well as the comps that our players played.
And I did want to talk about the fight between our Cypher players. I think a big thing that decided the game was actually the interaction between Glitch Shop and then the cash out from Forward Thinking. Usually Glitch Shop is the one to win the reroll battles because you can get them in earlier on, and unfortunately for Weijin, he only started rolling very deep on 4-2.
Yeah, tough game for Weijin. I think at the end of the day, you have to play with the game plan that you've come into the day with, right? I was personally surprised to see that Weijin was not willing to pivot off of Cypher, seeing that he had the potential of the forward thinking. You have enough gold to leverage that pivot and make something else happen. I think I don't remember exactly what his item slams were when he took forward thinking, but at that point in time, Weijin Iverson says, listen, this is what I've prepped for. This is what I believe gives me a best chance of going first. Sometimes making the right decision nets a better result. And the difference between crashing out for the rest of the day can often be still maintaining confidence in your game plan when it goes awry. So what I want to see from Weijin is to not let this 8th phase you.
Yeah, I think in this particular situation, though, we saw a scenario where Weijin Iverson locked into the Cypher, was not able to get that full loss streak, had to do that cash out a little early, and then at that point, are you healthy enough to actually get to that level 9 and still have enough gold to do the roll down? Sometimes you get to level 9 and you're like, wait a minute, I'm broke. How am I supposed to afford all these units? And I think it was just the dominoes didn't line up in the right way.
Other possibility was to go for the Dynamo line, but Clickcoren, I thought he was going to play that, and in the end, he got the front throw life and then pivot out to that amazing composition that he showed. But obviously, you don't know what the other player is going to get. So we're seeing him right now, second place in this first game of the night. And one of the surprises, and I'm so happy for him. Playing amazing, great day 2, knows how to top 1, and now getting a good top 2 in a great position to keep outperforming.
Certainly an unsuspecting player in this tournament. I think a lot of people, especially those outside of EMEA, came into this event thinking of Clickcoren as someone that you could, to be honest, kind of write off. He was a player who historically has not had fantastic results, had a very solid set 14, but when he makes the final day, he struggles in the final day of the EMEA finals, going 8th. Sometimes it's very easy to emotionally feel like, oh, maybe they just kind of found themselves here. But Clickcoren says, if you think that about me, you're insane. Because he has a dominant performance in day 2 after really struggling in day 1, and now has the hopes of EMEA on his back. I think someone that many people did not expect to see thrusted into stardom, now has the opportunity to not just represent EMEA, but represent underdogs everywhere.
I think you're putting gangly mannerisms straight into his mouth. He looks like such a nice person. I can't imagine him slamming in the table and going, "You're insane." No, but that's a great point.
Maybe, maybe.
I guess we will never know.
Till the winner's interview, right?
Oh, that, or we get a chance to see him at like the Paris Open. Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe.
Then we can really put it to the test there on LAN. Well, we do have another game upon us, but before that, we got to let our players get their breathing in, get that water. We saw Klikornin trying to stay hydrated. So let's walk back on some of the moments we saw.
Yeah, but many players trying to go for that tempo line that we talk about, especially Robin, slamming Winsu, slamming Rageblade, Krakens, and also Kambuli try to do the same, going for full tempo with the Kog'Maw and the Skarner. Very strong in the early game, only managed to get a 5th, but I mean, it's the way, right? He managed to get the possibility, but he didn't have real combat. And then he lost the win streak against Robin in the perfect moment, and Robin had the possibility of capping out then later into the game. He needed that win streak, but at least he got a good set, getting some points in, always good.
There's a term people use very commonly. They just kind of throw the words around, breaking into the top 4. Sometimes I feel like the words themselves are a very visceral thing, like breaking into the top 4.
The way you said it, for sure.
Wajan Iverson and Klikornin both playing so high tempo alongside Summertimer and Wajan Iverson both playing for the win out. It feels like if you are one of the other 4 players in the game, you cannot just kind of play a default game. You have to find something to thrust yourself into the standings, either through an HP lead, through additional tempo, or through a win out of playing some sort of high cap. It's really hard to do that when you have a 40 HP advantage sitting in first place with Robin Songs and Klikornin, and you have the 2 Cypher players about to hit their 3 stars. And so I think for AQ1H, to me, is in a way a star of this game, because he was the player who was able to break into this field of monsters that found incredible spots in the early game. And I think it was a very well-executed spot and good recognition of his position in the game in Stage 3.
Yeah, I think the Stage 3 pickup of I'm the carry now is so important, because if you're playing Worth the Wait and you have 70 HP going into Stage 3, you're like, wait a minute, this game plan's not good. I have a 3-star.
Worth the wait.
No.
Yeah. Obviously, Robin Songs didn't have to wait at all, so he just naturally got the 3-star. So it was unfortunate for him, but I like the way that he kind of salvaged it by saying, okay, you know what, I just need I'm the carry. I'm going to get a little bit of tempo, but not the highest cap possible.
We talk about players in the top, we can talk about players in the bottom. Weishan got an 8th, but with good possibilities, with a cash-out possibility of Cypher that didn't work out. And then we had Shenbai, who played a Twisted Fate reroll in a good spot. But what happened? The rest of the players just hit amazingly, and he hit the Brown, but a little later into the game. Now we are prepared, and players are going to advance. Next game is coming, game 2, and players are starting to feel the pressure.
I really like these pre-game rituals from all the players. You can see where their mindset is at, and you can emulate
From
that.
Yanni.
He can hear you, because that's just poetry in motion. Old man just needs a little rest after going first, that's all.
Put him on the rocker. He's destroying my narratives.
That's just how you know you're getting more oxygen into your lungs. So it can be considered a pre-game ritual, right?
I can't believe we didn't walk. What is wrong with us? He won, and we didn't do the walk.
Whoa.
Job's
Because
not
it's
finished.
Yeah, it's not done yet.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta have the Mamba mentality.
Okay.
Well,
Game
let's get
2.
into it. Game number 2.
What is there to walk?
Eggs.
Walk into Convergence with an egg. So on Stage 4, we will see this egg and have possibilities. Normally, they take the 9, and of course,
I always
this
take
is very...
14.
You take 14,
Yeah.
and then what you play?
That's a great question. Sometimes I don't get to the point where it cashes out.
We saw some 14s on regionals, but actually you have to be in a spot that is perfect. And remember, this is an egg that is the opposite from the ones, if you play TFT in the past, normally you had to win to get the egg to close on it or to open before. And now with losing streak, it's even better. So that's the way you should manage to do it.
The secret from TOC is everyone just picks the 9. Because the thing about
It is better.
the 13 cash outs is that those cash outs actually require you to re-roll your artifacts or actually wait a couple more rounds for components to build into other spatulas. So it's not just lose streaking for an additional 2 rounds, it's also you need to find more components. And we're going to be starting off on Summertimer's board here. Was lucky to get a 4th place. Mathematically, really important to get top 5 in game 1. That means you have a shot to close out the entire tournament in just 4 games.
Oh, great implications then, yeah. Our 4 players from the last game, top 5 from the last game, all in a position now that if they find a high roll this game, could maybe find themselves in a position for an early victory. We've seen it with Lilua back in set 6, and we've seen it, of course, set 9 with Title, so it could happen again.
Yeah. Robin here, thinking about the Mundo, decides to get it, so he got some front line here, but actually not a great angle right now, getting the Echo also. And we know him, he's trying to play tempo from the start, so let's see what item he gets, and if he gets some type of placement right now to go, gets a Jin, also with an Exxon angle, and we're starting with Silver.
Nice and easy. Nothing too crazy. Normally nothing too transformative, but here it is. As I mentioned it, we could see a hero augment, cease and desist. I believe actually, was it Robin? I think we did see someone playing cease and desist this weekend. Okay, no, it's not going to be him today at least.
Wow, Spoils of War with a single upgrade. That's a pretty ballsy move there.
He should have some items to slam. We will see later, but yeah, probably just trying to ramp up. Kambuli once again with the Cogmog 2 and a good frontline flex. Just trying to make sure he has a good position here.
Oh, he's shaking. He knows he got a good hit. You usually want a single frontline at the very least. He's got 2.
2 frontline, 2 backline for Kambuli. Gives him a good position to be able to play delayed start into seemingly whatever he kind of hits naturally. Hoope talked about Robin Songs earlier, one of the players who, if you look at their accolades alone, you would think that this was perhaps the best player in the world, 2-time regional champion from the Americas, 3rd time here on the global stage, but despite that has never really been given his flowers in terms of valuation. I think a lot of people consider Robin as an imperfect player, susceptible to silly mistakes, but we've seen his line selection is very strong. He's very good at playing the games in which he's comfortable.
Oh, and yeah, I think like Robin Songs, mechanically there's probably sharper, faster players, and that's why he doesn't get his due. But honestly, for TFT, it's every person esports. There's a possibility to get that one. What we just saw from there, very important for the lobby, is Clicornin actually sold his entire board.
Yeah.
So if there are Cypher players out there, beware.
I don't know how many people will try Cypher again.
I would expect, I think on day 3 in particular, especially in the later games, not only does it give you the possibility of getting points, I think most importantly, if you're not in check, it denies the win from someone else in the lobby. So yeah, maybe right now though, just playing for points when it's presented, but I would expect for sure to see it later on. Summertimer playing AFK takes a loss there. The players looking to play from ahead right now looks to be Robin Song, so we saw with Spoils, Xiao Zhu, and then Zen Bai. Our 3 players remaining with 100 HP as Weijin and Clicornin and Kambuli are all sitting on a 2 loss.
Robin Songs actually does cash out quite a bit with Spoils of War. I saw he only had 1 upgrade, but scouting across the lobby, there's 4 players that are essentially playing lose streak augments. Very common on Silver, so that was a good move by Robin to kind of get some additional gold, and we already saw a lot of gold being dropped there.
It's nice when the rolls go that way, for sure.
Weijin's one of those lost streak players you called out, Clement. Playing AFK alongside Kambuli, I think was the other one that we'd seen. No, it was Summertimer was the other one that we'd seen. But actually going to get a win here up against Clicornin, who is playing Kingslayer. Typically, this Kingslayer augment's picked up as a Cypher angle. We could see the Draven being held on the side of Clicornin, so he's going to be open forwarding through stage 2, guaranteeing that he has HP below the rest of the field, and then in stage 3, use the additional gold you get from Kingslayer when you defeat someone who has higher HP than you to slingshot himself back into the game.
This is really rough for Iverson because this Weijin Iverson, because this means that he's going to get no additional streak gold. Losing on 2-3, typically the roughest scenario.
And Clicornin getting the Galio, very important for him, and now open space to find the buy, find the LeBlanc, and just try to play for that full Cypher line.
Now we're going to get a look at everyone's boards right here. On the top of the lobby, it's going to be done by going with some of those Dynamo units already with the Infinity Edge built, physical damage Elise, slowly transition around it.
Makes she makes her crit, right?
Yeah,
there's that, yeah.
It's actually pretty common.
Yeah, it's not even that bad. Especially Dynamo being one of those kind of split damage compositions. You got the Misfortune, the Elise in there. So yeah, there's some stuff you can do.
Same by here, going for the AP line.
Hit him with the old school, the dual gauntlet Infinity Edge. Haven't seen that one in a minute.
Pretty good in the old days. Right now, not enough scaling, obviously.
Yeah.
Just doing it for tempo and having some options here. Xiao Yu on the other side, Rage Blade plus, also Infinity Edge. Just having a good chance here to pop off. In the late game, some options open. We know it could be going into the Vanguard Marksman, it could be the Exotech. And now good chance. Finds also the Draven.
Yeah. Not only is it 3 Cypher, the 3 Cypher that he does have are the 3 that are, or the 2 of the 3 that are the harder ones to get. As soon as he finds the LeBlanc, we'll get a very early 4 Cypher in.
Looking across the spots right here, I do think Licornin is in such a strong position. He's solo on the Cypher, has Kingslayer to give him massive amounts, 6 gold every time he wins and completes his cash out right here. So Licornin in a very good position. And I don't see anyone trying to lose streak against him. We're gonna have to check if people are starting to sell their boards in anticipation to break the Cypher.
Summertimer, the only person on a 3 loss that could perhaps benefit from that, but I believe we did see earlier he was holding an Elise. It's really hard to sell those 3 costs if they give you direction.
Yep.
Zenbai and Xiaoju, though, the 2 players, 100 streaking, both representatives from CN, looking to put themselves in a good position going into stage 3. They do dodge each other, though. Zenbai is going to be able to find Cambuli. Should have enough to be able to take this level 4 board out, but there's some ramping damage from Cambuli.
A little access to the backline, Poppy's down, and still so much damage coming up from the Elise. And it's not enough, Comas falls down, so he decides he managed to maintain the win streak. And Soros, Xiaoyu, so both CN representative win streak for now, and will keep punishing the lobby.
A lot of pressure for the players in the middle right here as the full loss streak, full win streakers go through. They're like ships passing in the night. And, you know, that just means econ-wise, they're going to be in a pretty large advantage.
Summertimer, some chances here, getting also the Ox, just to have a chance, slamming the Morelos, and holding interesting units here. Already 59 gold, he's just trying to go for any angle right now, so we'll see what he finds. And what he sees, comfort zone right here. Doesn't find much connection, but probably just trying to maintain that Dynamo line as a possibility. Or maybe Ox. We know he's the Ox expert, so there could be an angle here.
Blue buff
It looks like
through
Dynamo now.
Yeah.
Yeah, blue buff coming through for the Elise. Zenbai and Xiaoju, 2 win streakers, dodged each other last round. Gonna have another chance to fight each other. Question is, are they both going to go 6? Xiaoju's already done it. It's gonna cost Zenbai a lot, though, to go level 6 here.
I don't know if I would. Like, you already got the... obviously, you would like to maintain the win streak, but I think you also know that where you're going might be quite expensive, so I think you have to hold the gold.
Yeah, it looks like holding the line.
Doesn't really have much to add to his board at the moment, so he's just going to go in level 5 and runs into what looks like very much like a Vexo player on the other side. Red-blue buff with the Striker's Flare already completed on the other end. That Morgana should be ripping through Zenbai's board, and he's going to lose his streak.
Takes the loss, and Xiaoyu maintains the win streak. So he's the player to see, at least for now, maintaining good tempo, and also with the items that we normally see is doing that. Same gameplay as Robinson showed us in first game. For now, Xiaoyu is taking the win and taking the possibility of ramping up and punishing the rest of the lobby and ensure his HP is pretty high.
Branching out. Okay. Makes sense they maybe don't do it, but... ooh.
The best silver for me is always Dumbify. I love watching it. Sell your entire board, go somewhere new.
Oh, that's so risky, though.
Oh, double econ for him. Cypher with econ's actually very good because the trait itself is powerful enough. If you hit your 3 stars, you're good.
Cornin's rolling quite deep here.
Yeah, this is interesting. He does have the Kingslayer that gives him 6 gold every time he wins, and he's at the bottom of the lobby.
Yeah, maybe hoping he just is powerful enough to actually get those wins.
But
he hasn't cashed out yet.
Yeah, he's going to go for a small cash out instead.
A little tricky. I mean, if you can win this fight up against Robin Songs, whose frontline, his whole board is actually not upgraded. Feels like a weird spot for Robin, though. Playing Spoils of War into no upgrades on his board. Finds a Cho'Gath, which is nice, of course, but just don't know if there's going to be enough damage to rip through this Galio, too.
Has the Pandora just to make sure he has perfect items for exactly what he's going to. But yeah, as you mentioned, no upgrades, so not looking amazing. The Cho'Gath early, trying to hold up, but should be a win here for Clickcorner. And now he gets 100. So now with this win, as you said, Clement, maybe just as a soft casual, but make sure to start ramping up from now on and maybe pressuring a little more.
Let's see. Is he going to take? He's thinking about it.
There it is. So playing full tempo from now on.
Okay, finally finds the LeBlanc 2. He was holding on to that TF as long as he could. But now at this point, you find the LeBlanc 2, get a strategist in there, you've got Forcypher, you get your stats, and hopefully from here you can slingshot yourself back in. But sitting at just 16 HP means if Clickcorner takes a couple of losses in Stage 3, I think this game gets very hard to play.
I want to mention he does have 61 HP, so...
Sorry, 16 gold. 16 gold. Sorry, thank you.
I was like, whoa, whoa, he's going down really fast.
You flip the digits.
And the units.
Yeah.
We're seeing Xiaoyu with very similar items to Robin, so probably they will be contested. Let's see if some of the two have a possibility also to go for the EXO line. Same for Weishan, slamming the Kraken, so we have at least 3 players going for the default AD line.
Yeah, and I wonder how they can pivot off. Usually it's going to come down to the EXO items to see if they can find a potential out with the Zeri. We'll see if there is one of them right here. No, none of the big forecasts. There is an MF that AQ1H is most likely trying to aim for.
Or
Some of them
Pan.
are going to deny that. Those are the 2 Dynamo players.
Robin's going to take the Pan. You
Yep.
can make a marksman emblem from that, right?
Yeah, Robin Song's most likely going to go for the Exotech line, as we're seeing right here. He could wait for the he does have the Reforger already, so already with the extra Exo.
Pandora's, right? Yeah, so with Pandora's on there, should be able to hard force Exo +1 and has a Cho'Gath on his board. One of the best holders of the Exo +1. Fits
Even
so
better.
well into your board. Clickcorner, of course, being the other big hit there, finding the Zed on the carousel, is going to be able to spike his board very hard, and he needs to be able to keep that win streak alive. Winning the last round was huge for him. I don't think he's out of the woods, though.
Wow, very comfortable hit for AQ1H. He gets the Chalice while playing Dynamo. You don't get to pick your support item there. He gets definitely a lucky roll. And he was 5 win streaking without his support item?
Ooh.
Okay, that's pretty crazy.
Okay, the 2 win streakers up against one another. AQ1H, Xiaoju. Xiaoju outlasted Zenbai when he was on the streak. He's going to be able to do it again.
Bai still holding up and he's on the weak side, so Bai will keep his trail alive for a long time. And now it's access to backline and should be enough here.
Oh, it's close
The
though.
Kindred to clean in the end, Morgana.
Wow.
No. Xiaoyu taking the win, and he's the only one who will maintain the win streak and keep pressuring the lobby.
He just keeps getting away with it. All these other win streakers walk up to him, he shuts them down.
9 win streak with the Vanguard Marksman board. Is there another one that can challenge him out here? Weishan Iverson, this is my most interesting board to see because we have him sandwiched between the Exo and the Marksman board without tempo. How is he going to get out of that situation?
Also, no good components. Having the Krakens, but doesn't have a bow, doesn't have a rod, so depending fully on what neutrals will give him in the next round. And now we're seeing Shenbai going up against Cypher. So Clickcorner just trying to make sure he gets a good, remember, he's just playing tempo from now on and then trying to go for the reroll. So far, only items on the LeBlanc, both holding up for the Draven. Draven 1 steal, no access to the backline for the Draven, but Shenbai is losing quickly. His frontline Galio holding up and should be a win here for Clickcorner. Good win, maintaining, and Shenbai once again with the lose streak.
We got to highlight,
yeah.
Clickcorner has to be very happy with the matchmaking of Stage 3. He dodged both Xiaoju and AQ1H in the back half of the stage, the 2 players that were extremely strong. Even then, playing Zenbai, as Zenbai's on this natural 4-loss streak, didn't feel any pressure to upgrade his board. So Clickcorner was able to secure the 4-win streak back up to 50 gold.
Yeah, unbelievable.
That allows him also to not think about level 6. He's very far away, so he's just going to level 7, making sure he gets additional traits in and going for everything. Going for the Galio 3, Draven 3, and has the time to do it because of this matchmaking that you mentioned, preserving so much HP. But of course, now on stage 1, all the players that are playing the AD line will get so huge, especially on 4-2.
And here's your egg choice.
13.
Come on. Ooh.
I don't know about that. I imagine that everyone's taking 9. Maybe someone's got something spicy
Oh,
up their
come
sleeve.
on. Take the 13 egg.
No one's really low enough to feel pressure to take 4 either, so I'm pretty sure everyone's just taking 9 here, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be 9 all
No
the
way. Come
Xiaoju-
on.
Decides to roll here a little. Finds one Aphelios, one Leona only. But good enough at least to have a structure in the board.
It's potentially 3-way contested, so getting that early hit, really important.
Pressing the advantage too, right? 10 win streak going into 4-1. Does level and does a slight roll until he finds that Aphelios. So really telling us that he wants to maintain this streak. Doesn't want to give up the pressure quite yet.
And we do have Summer Timer and AQ1H, also Zumbai, all playing Dynamo at the moment. That's going to be
More cast.
Ooh, good win.
Yeah, pretty good. Also, 6
Wow.
Elise there for summertime, so being very close. And we're finishing right here with Prismatic.
So fun.
Refractor, always good in any comp.
Bulky buddies, though, as well.
Yeah. Okay, decides to go for Bell Overflow, just maintaining the win streak. He needs defense just to make sure that both the Kraken and the Rage Blade have time to ramp up.
There are a lot of belts here. That is 3 belt overflows, if I'm seeing that correctly, from Weijin Zhaozhu and Zenbai. All investing very heavily into their front line here.
There's 4, actually.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure it's Tactician's belt, no?
What? Oh.
Oh.
Get a belt in? No? Okay, never mind.
Oh, nice.
Kilcornan rolling for value here just to make sure he gets some additional units, holding into the Elise, trying to grief a little and reduce the tempo of the rest of the players. Summer Timer, the one who's playing that line. And now we're seeing up against Xiaoju, who finds only the Aphelios for now, has the pair, hasn't found still Asaya.
The 2 win streakers finally face each other here, but with no 3 stars on Kilcornan's side, it might be a little bit difficult to chew through that front line, to chew through those belts going on. The Zed does find the Aphelios finally on the second cast. Could be huge if he stays alive.
Gunblade is doing so much work for the Aphelios, keeping him alive, and the Braum hasn't died yet, but yeah, 1 more cast from the Draven. Gonna seal the deal for Kilcornan. Maintains his streak, and Zhaozhu's gonna take his first loss.
Robin, as we mentioned, decides to go for the EXO line. Only finds 1 Seri, 1 Sejuani, but has the 7 EXO, at least 26. He got a great first place in the first game, and now in a difficult position. Everyone is pretty strong. He has the components right now, but he needs the upgrades.
It's hard because we also have Kambuli that went down that Exotech line and already has a Zeri 2, plus Coronation is going to give him that extra slot on his board to hit that 7 Exotech even faster.
Yeah, so we do have the final results of our physical item pile-up right here. There's going to be 2 Exotech players, and Weijin Iverson is going to land onto the Vanguard Marksman line alongside with Xiaozhu. So they kind of split their differences. They found their own positions here, but a lot is going to ride on how they roll down here. And unfortunately for Robin Songs, there's not enough damage on his board being built yet.
Wow, really tragic fight for Robin Songs there. The Zeri gets targeted early by the LeBlanc, and then instantly a Zed jumps on the Zeri. She tries to get out of the way just in time to jump into another attack there and just die. So
There is a Zeri on the carousel, though, so it looks like Robin Songs might be able to go grab that.
He has to. He's only 1 off. That Zeri 2 would stabilize him. But if he doesn't find it, he's on 13 HP. 1 fight could kill him.
Shenbai trying to go for the Misfortune or the Aurora. He's getting away from both. So players with good recognition of the possibility of the rest of the lobby. Until Corner just getting an additional belt just in case. The rest wasn't enough.
More belts.
he's just so close.
Okay, freeing some space here with the Draven, very important. And trying to find especially the Galio. We're very close to getting it. And of course, there it is. The egg also important, is giving an additional space. So very important to hit early, and now try to find the Draven.
Oh, still doesn't find it. He's had to sell his Cho'Gath, his Gragas pairs just to hit that. If he loses by 5 units, he's out.
Oh, and on the other part, full damage from Weiss and Iverson. Having the Aphelios, didn't find the Rage Blade at the end, so doesn't have scaling, but the Sage is just too huge. Full crit and doing so much damage right here. Should be enough. Weiss still holding up with the Seti. But doesn't look like it's enough damage. Leona is just too strong, and there will be a huge hit possible that he goes out in this round, and there it is. Robin, after a first place, gets an 8th.
You see the reaction out of him there. I mean, I think he just cannot believe it. Nothing upgraded on his board. No Gragas to no Jin to no Zeri to no Sejuani to Robin just had nothing left in the tank. Unfortunate 8th, but went for his first game, so he's got some points to spare.
Yeah, he definitely got completely destroyed by the Cambuli pivot into the Exotech line. It was looking like Cambuli might be going for the marksman, but found all of the upgrades a little bit sooner right there, and he ends up losing by 7 units.
Summertime with Dynamo finds the Misfortune 2, so pretty good. And also Dynamo line here for HQ1H, so both of them with a Misfortune 2-star and being creative here in the front line for HQ1H, taking a Jarvan and just doing tempo here, having good possibilities. Only 1 damage, only the damage in the Misfortune, maybe not enough. And now Xiaoyu proposing here, being strong, not having the Saya 2, but a good Aphelios with perfect items. Access to the backline, Misfortune takes them down.
On the last couple of bullets of that Misfortune, just enough to take out the Xayah and the Aphelios. The Aurora with a red buff, doing enough chip damage on that backline too to seal the deal. Really, really important fight for AQ1H.
I was wondering how he was the highest HP among 3 of the Dynamo players, and I have to say AQ1H has some illegal hits on his augments. Gets the Radiant Stone Plate in the front while he's solo tanking, and the Chalice pretty much hand-picked.
We've seen some frustration here also from Cambuli, normally with good mental, having fun, and now feeling the pressure. You need to, for the game to help you also. You know the statement, you know the passing, but you're against the best. So the game has to recognize good possibilities. You're looking for that good energy on your favor. For now, winning the EXO battle, but low in HP.
Is this going to be, is the egg going to hatch here? Yeah, we are going to see what's coming through. Imagine it's going to have to be components for everybody.
Yeah, no gold.
Big thing that Cambuli needs, yeah, okay, it's going to be a Mordekaiser upgrade. Being able to fit the Garen on your board is pretty big. If you're able to play Exotech and get some of those emblems or the mods on the Garen, it's a nice way to cap out your board, but no, starts to sell things. Man, Cambuli's board feels like it's starting to fall apart a little bit, actually. Does he have another +1 that he has to add? It might be a spatula, actually, that came through.
Yeah, has the Radiant hand on Justice right now on the Garen, so this Garen is pretty huge, has the pair, so the possibility is for the high roll. He needs the Garen 2 here on level 8, no gold, so that could be an angle. So far, only 30 HP, that means only maybe 2 rounds to have that out.
Weijin and Xiaoju have very similar boards, both of them playing Vanguard Marks, both of them with additional belts to boost up their front line. I'll be paying close attention to tell them apart. I'm very impressed with how Weijin landed up. I think for me, this was the board that looked in the roughest position, sandwiched from multiple sides, win streak broken. I'm happy to see him being able to bounce back into a 4-win streak.
The delayed cash out here from Xiaoyu, he was winning, so he needed another round here. Transforming there the Shojin, the Radiant Shojin, getting something additional. Let's see what it's in the end.
What is this reforged?
Again, Last Whisper being reforged, and finds the Sterax right here for the Brown.
That's a decent hit. You get a lot of AD, a lot of shielding on that one. He just needed some more frontline.
Okay.
This is the thing I don't like that much about playing the egg encounter. A lot of times when it's Radiant, it's going to be who reforges a little bit better.
Cambuli takes off the headphones.
Yeah, he already knows
in
the fight is over.
frustration, and this will be a 7s for him.
Yeah, that fight really could not have gone any worse. The front line just curls around the other side on EQ1H's board. The Garen walks directly in front of the Misfortune, who has that Radiant Deathblade. And the Kabuko walks straight into Cambuli's backline, ulting on the Zeri. So Cambuli, an unfortunate 7th, 2 bot 4s in a row.
The Exotech really just not working today so far.
We're seeing now Click Corner. He's good. He made a good second place in the first game, and now looking good against with the Cypher. Finds everything. Draven 3-star, the LeBlanc, the Galio, and still very healthy. Level 7, trying to go for that level 8, and also with a possibility of Jarvan 3-star, just to get a little more frontline.
Radiant Quicksilver is a huge hit here. Getting the additional attack speed is essentially like having rapid fire on your board, even without the additional unit. Being able to keep that Draven alive and attacking all fight long. You can see it there. Takes out the Misfortune with a single ult. Klikornin's going to be able to win this fight. Granted, yeah, no, there's no way. This is definitely going to be a win for Klikornin.
Yeah, I think he wins this matchup every single time. Just having to position for Chalice is not very good for your health when Draven and Zed exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the other hand, AQ1H had the double Deathblade with the Deathblade Radiant, so a lot of stacks. Even though it accessed the backline, Draven 3 just hold up the ult, and it wasn't enough. Hack, Carousel right here, double, complete items, and good possibilities here. Shenbai going for the Giant Slayer plus scaling there with the Archangels.
Nobody running at any of the 5 costs. Was curious to see if anyone had a pair sitting on their bench. One is just going to go through entirely, and then last pick for the other.
I think this game is Klikornin's to lose. I just don't see any of these boards that can cap higher than his. As long as he plays defense, it should be his. Beautiful streaking in stage 2 and stage 3.
Yep.
Summertimer is doing amazing right now, though, with a 4-win streak. Also has great items onto the Misfortune, and the fact that you were able to get the Elise 3-starred, I think that does give you a pretty good shot, at least. I think it doesn't make the matchup free for Klikornin at the very least.
Yeah, he will have to go to level 9, trying to conserve gold here and having that out that you mentioned, Necra, but he needs to hold right now. For now, strong. And for winning, he would need that possibility on level 9. Find the Aurora too and get something good to lash out in the end.
That Misfortune just took out the entire backline of AQ1H with a single ult.
It exploded.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That's exactly what you were saying, Clement, though, right? We're relying on getting the power of the Chalice on the other side, and so we have to clump our backline. It just spells disaster against the Misfortune.
And it's Shenbai now, who's low, very, very low, so last chance for him. Just to get a good ramp up. He was the one who slammed IE plus the Jewel Gondola in the beginning, having those possibilities, and there's a split screen. So just trying to go also for that Dynamo line. Very contested, and for now, good results for all the Dynamo.
Zumbai definitely looks like the weaker one without the MF2, the only one without that major upgrade. We'll see who we can take down in the lobby. So far, I haven't really found a person he could do it easily against. It's going to come down to MF positioning and if he can get some of these backlines, but he runs into the strongest player here.
And very unfortunate that the Draven is going to be right across the way from that Elise, and the Misfortune is already dead.
There it is, the ult, and Elise falls down by the Draven. Should be a loss here for Shenbai. He knows. He's nodding. And now with some additional chance, he will take a 7th probably.
Whoa.
And I will check the rest of the board. Right now, Choba trying to hold the other side.
The other side is Zhaoju up against Summertimer, and Summertimer's board was able to take out the entirety of the backline, but there's a Garen on the side of Zhaoju that made it into Summertimer's backline. You can see him, he's behind the Cho'Gath right now, ulting on him over and over again. And I still know, oh man, Zhaoju barely not able to actually have enough damage to take out the Cho'Gath with double Warmogs and the Radiant Gargoyles. That was a crazy fight.
The biggest Cho'Gath I've ever seen.
That's belt overflow Cho'Gath for you with a Radiant item. So this is what happens in a lot of these egg lobbies. If you get the perfect match with your Radiant items, it can just feel like you're so far ahead. And this is why Summertimer's been able to stabilize. He actually outrolled Zumbai, who I believed was ahead of him in terms of the Elise stacks, but then just was able to power through with his Cho. Really nice pickup and the infinite growth.
It's a little rough here. I mean, Senpai, Kambuli, 2 players that are going to take back-to-back fourths. Xiaoju also on that same sort of trajectory with that 6-loss streak. Maybe you can try to turn things around, but I think you're pretty capped if you're Xiaoju. Not sure how much else you can get outside of a Garen 2.
AQ1H finding a couple of upgrades here. The Kabuko 2, the Elise 2 with 3 items, so it's a meaningful damage increase. Up to this point in time, though, AQ1H has been free-falling alongside Zhaoju. 3 loss streak on the left, 6 on the right. Going to be a bit of matchmaking. See, are they going to play each other? They're going to find one of the stronger players in the lobby.
Oh, and making the switch at the end, just managed to avoid the misfortune. So good opportunity there. And now we're seeing Xiao Yu being on the other side. Misfortune should ult to the left, but there's a, especially if she, she turns down the other, so she turns to the other side. The back of Wei Shan is clear for now, but access to the backline from the Elite.
MF ult.
It's not enough. Aphelios turns to the front line and turns down Summertime, who will probably take a fifth here. We'll have to check Xiaoji and HQ1H. HQ1H also falls, and he's the one on fifth place.
Yeah, that was just such a great positioning when Hupe-san pointed that out beautifully. You know, I don't think it was intentional or necessary, but the left side being the target of the misfortune really helped out with that.
Part of it was having this Garen wrap all the way around from the side of Xiao Zhu, putting an extra frontliner on the right-hand side of the board and away from your main carries of the Aphelios and the Xayah. Worked out beautifully, and this Garen's been putting in a lot of work for Xiao Zhu.
Still some very strong boards left in this lobby, and it's going to be Wei Jin Iverson across the way. Certainly both within the territory of getting knocked out, so who will be the best Vanguard marksman board? Both of them are starting to target down the bigger tanks on the front line.
Garen could be the difference, still holding up in the front line. Aphelios ramping up, both Aphelios, no access to the backline still. Garen against their Jara, Garen's fall.
Oh.
But they're still hitting the tanks.
The Aphelios is on the other Aphelios there. You can
Aphelios
see
hits the rest. And Xiao Yu falls. Wei Shan Iverson taking the win and ensuring at least a third place.
very interestingly played game by Wei Jin Iverson. You could still see he's sitting on the Leona 1, meaning that he took the upgraded frontliners of things like the Braum and the Jarvan, got one Leona, instead of trying to upgrade that, wanted to go to 9, play for a higher cap. That said, he is stuck on just an Urgot 1 and a Leona 1, although I think he had it in his shop, right? He should be able to buy it now. The question is, do you sell the Urgots? Is there anything you can do to buy them both? Oh, it's an Urgot in his shop as well, actually. But just 13 HP means I don't know if he can afford another loss here.
Yeah, 3 items also on that Leona, very
Oh,
important.
this is tough.
Thinking about it. He's holding. He decides to hold. And goes up against Click Corner, who's so strong. But at least the Draven is in the opposite side. Let's see how the intelligence work here. And if the Draven is able to snap the right. Summertimer.
Summertimer, I think, is playing a Ghost board.
Yeah.
So we really need to keep our eyes on that Wei Jin Iverson fight.
Moving over here, we can see, oh, the Jarvan 3's in the back line. Wei Jin Iverson, Aphelios is under fire.
There's the ult. Oh.
So many damage threats on the side of Clicorn, and it's not just the Cypher 3s, it's also the Jarvan 3. It's really hard to both break through the front line, but also just out DPS it. So Wei Jin Iverson bouncing back from an 8th in game 1, going 3rd, and I honestly, it feels like a pretty honest, hard day's work for a 3rd. I think you take that.
Yes.
Also winning the Marksman Mandarin Mirror.
Yep.
So 4th and 3rd place, doing amazing, and now obviously popping off and having an opportunity to rebound on the results of the last game.
AQ1H, Clicornin, and Summertimer, though, will be leading the charge after these games, with both Summertimer and Clicornin getting back-to-back top 4s.
The question is who has 12 points already. That means I can reach checkmate by game 3 and then take it home all the way on game 4. We're going to be looking at the scoreboard afterwards.
Clicornin is already mathematically guaranteed to have 12
I
points.
believe they both are, right? Summertimer being 5 points from last game means top 2,
Yes.
put you at 12. They're both within Check's reach in game 3 if they can find a strong placement.
Okay, Elise, yeah, Elise a little to the bound, just trying to snipe there the LeBlanc and the Draven. Let's see if it works out here for Summertimer. Still focusing the backline. There's the Elise, not enough damage to the back, and Misfortune with the huge ult gets the Draven, but not the LeBlanc, and now it's a win. Click Corner after a 2nd place with a great position here to take a 1st. So Summertime is the one who has to make the switch, finds the Urgot 2 now.
If this were just a front-to-back DPS check, I think I would actually go in the favor of Summertimer. But you have to consider a lot of the positioning tools that Clicornin has. He has the Zed who can get into the back line, potentially get onto that Misfortune early. Also, the Draven and the LeBlanc have ways of targeting the back line and foregoing the Cho'Gath, which is truthfully the crux of this entire build for Summertimer.
Yeah, I like the bring up of the Elise to make sure that she doesn't get targeted by Zed early on. Let's see what Summertimer does this time. Actually swaps around the Elise to a different position, trying to focus fire with Miss Fortune, but does put her in harm's way as Zed is going onto her right now. Draven also unfortunately targets the largest amount of units he could hit. Gets the Elise down early. Can Miss Fortune save this?
It's not enough. Click Corner taking it once again with the reroll. Cypher, great win for him. And now popping off, he should be, for now, the leader on the standings.
Absolutely. I mean, second place in the first game, first now in the second. Looking very good for him. Love seeing the celebration behind him as well, as you see all of the people in the crowd cheering for him.
If I was a part of EMEA, I would be celebrating too. How long has it been? It's been since set 3, the first ever set championship that they've won a set championship. Double 61, the first ever champion, and since then they've struggled to make it back to the finals and close it out. So if Klikornin, the unsuspecting underdog of EMEA, could be the one to finally quench the thirst of the region after this drought, you would be celebrating in those stands with them.
I mean, yeah, well, could be the first champion for EMEA and then the 10th overall for the world stage. I mean, it's just a beautiful story, and being able to talk to Klikornin at the top of the day, I hope that he's able to just keep this momentum, ride the high. But what is going on? What's going on over there? Look under our seats.
Something's happening?
Oh,
I can't
glowing.
I can't bend that
hey,
much.
what's this, guys?
I don't have anything.
I think this might be what it is.
Oh, you got it?
Oh.
High roller.
Oh, I wonder. Okay, and fight.
In 3 days, wait, no, 43 seconds, the realm's most powerful fighters will gather for the tournament of the century.
Duelisione can't hurt me. Duelisione can't hurt me.
Welcome to KO Coliseum! I'm Sloan, your set lead and announcer for the next 4 months of non-stop action. Tacticians from every corner of the Convergence are gathered here to compete for fame, fortune, and fun in the ultimate fighting tournament. Each of you is tasked with building your dream team and showing off your dominance in KO Coliseum. Do you have what it takes to take top 4? The arenas are packed, the fights are about to begin, and we've got champs champing at the bit to show you what they've got. So let's get started! Our first fight of the day is Battle Academia versus Mighty Mech. These kids may look young, but their studies have unlocked their true potential, granting their abilities bonus effects that upgrade with every breakpoint. Just look at Ezreal ramping up his offensive power as Caitlyn tears apart the backline with her signature bouncing bullet. But wait, what's this? Standing against them is the Mighty Mech. Weighing in at over 40 tons, this massive mountain of metal heals for a portion of all damage its team deals. And when it draws its mighty mecha blade, it shows us firsthand that you can be both an immovable object and an unstoppable force. With this robo on the rampage, the teens might be toast. Unless it can't be. They've unlocked their ultimate mastery, upgrading their abilities to a whole new level. Over in Arena 2, it looks like Gwen and the rest of the Soul Fighter squad took one look at the Star Guardians and said, "Not today, magical girls." With every tick of the clock, Soul Fighters get one step closer to reaching max power, giving them bonus true damage on every spell and attack. No armor can withstand that. But if anything can, It's the power of friendship. Each Star Guardian brings her own unique teamwork bonus, which grows for every Star Guardian on the field. And this fight's got a lot of them. Will Gwen's nasty needles and explosive threads be enough to secure a Soul Fighter victory? Ooh, looks like Seraphine's ultimate friendship bomb just put Gwen out of the picture. And no wonder. That thing scales with every stat on her team. Here, we've got two opponents who couldn't be more different. Crystal Gambit brings the sparkle, while Luchadors bring the suplex. Leaping into the air at low health, then body slamming back with beefy vengeance. And the champ is in the building. The more combats Braum wins, the bigger his Poro fan club gets. Their unwavering support will soften the sting of defeat, reducing the player damage you take, but costing you a few fans. No Poros were harmed in the making of Braum, but we can't say the same for his enemies. Just look at Swain, finally getting a chance to fly. Crystal Gambit doesn't stand a chance. But it's all part of their plan. Diamonds are made under pressure, and these underdogs are playing the long game. Every loss they take and every unit they kill crystallizes their power. And once they've won combat, they'll get a chance to cash out and show just how bright they can really shine. If they hold on just a little longer, we may have some new champions in the house tonight. Speaking of cash outs, that's all this broadcast can afford from me. Let's send it up to the analyst desk.
Wait, he's getting paid for this? Hey everyone, I'm Dan, the set producer on KO Coliseum, here with my fellow analyst and producer Jasmine.
Thanks, Dan. Let's take a look at the lineup of fighters prepping to enter the arena. First up, they may be new to the set, but they're far from new to life. Mentor. These geezers walk to school in over 9,000 feet of snow, and they won't impart their hard-earned wisdom on just anyone. Field 1, just one, and they'll mentor the entire team. Field all 4, and they'll unleash their true mastery, showing these youngins just how it's done.
Phew, talk about age to perfection. Now let's take a look at some hopefuls that aren't quite as seasoned. Lulu, the tourney's resident monster trainer, brought 3 potential pals to assist in combat. She's got a tough choice to make though. Will she lock in and train up the tanky Rammus, the magic caster Kog'Maw, or attack caster Smolder?
So cute. Don't you wish you could just pick one up and put it in your pocket? Wait, is that the stance master himself? Lee Sin has entered the Coliseum. No one expected to see him here.
And it looks like the legend decided to make an appearance and show off his 3, count them 3 signature stances: Juggernaut, Executioner, or Duelist. But let's be honest, regardless of the stance Lee goes with, I'll take option 4, run.
Let's get ready to reroll. We've got a late entry for you today, the new kids on the block, the crew. This crew does not run deep. You only need 2, and we've never seen anything like them. Instead of additional breakpoints, the trait bonus gets stronger with every 3-star crewmate you field.
That's right, Jasmine. Early on, this trait helps you find crew members regardless of the level, but get enough 3-stars and they'll call in their starship to rain down destruction on the unsuspecting opposition. Seems like an oversight in the rules to me. Now let's check in on the ground for an insider's report on power-ups with Milo and Alex.
Thanks, Dan. The competition in KO Coliseum is keeping us all on our toes, and we can thank power-ups for that. With this set mechanic, you can give any unit a powerful unique trait to help them reach their full potential. Every unit will have their own tailored pool of them, kind of like champion augments, but with the ability to deactivate. I've got my fellow game designer here, coach, Alex, here to explain exactly how you can power up your fighters.
At the start of every game, you'll receive a power-up item. Give it to whoever you believe in, and boom, they unlock an armory of special options tailored just for them. Think of it like a custom training plan.
And if they don't live up to their full potential?
Great question. Throughout the game, you'll get the ability to remove the power-up so you can use it on another champion. Or just lock in and commit. It's up to you. Later in the game, you'll get another power-up item so you can unlock the true potential of 2 units at once.
We've already seen some pretty powerful stuff in the Coliseum. Take Robo Ranger. It lets one of your Mighty Mechs inherit a portion of the Mighty Mech's health, attack damage, and ability power. Then there's Shadow Clone. Create a clone of the champion that deals a portion of the original's damage and gets all of its items. Try tossing some artifacts like Suspicious Trenchcoat or Talisman of Ascension and see what shadowy chaos you can create.
That's right. We've also got some wild cards. Hungry Hero brings Briar's unique trait from Magic and Mayhem back as a power-up. Give up your health for power and suffer your way to a win. There are also options that build upon each other, like a power-up that summons a roaming storm, dealing a portion of the damage your unit has done. And if both your units get this power-up, summon an even larger storm that benefits from both champions' damage.
There's also Not Done Yet. After a set amount of deaths, just when the champion is feeling down and out, they will get a massive power spike. We've also seen power-ups used on the battlefield to form connections. Zaya and Rakan, for example, share no traits, but they have received a unique power-up that restores order in the world by restoring their partnership.
As it should be.
Always a pleasure, Alex. Over to you, Giovanni.
Looks like we've got an update on the standings. It's been a stiff competition so far, but we've got our top 4 right here for you. Who cares about LP? I just want to get my Dokkan in that new top 4 ceremony. KO Coliseum also brings another big evergreen update called Roles Revamped. The concept is simple. Units don't fit into a one-size-fits-all box. They should do what you expect them to do based on their role in the game. This system shouldn't change the core of how you play, but it will solve weird edge cases, like backline carries benefiting from being hit by small amounts of splash damage to get their cast off faster. Or problematic units like Fiora from Magic and Mayhem, who could literally cast infinitely given enough Omnivamp. You've already seen roles at work in our recommended item systems, but we're taking this a step further. Each champion will have one of 6 roles: tank, fighter, assassin, marksman, caster, and in special cases, specialist. Each role will gain mana and take aggro differently. I'll save the specifics for an article, but here are some of the basics. Tanks are now the only role that gain mana by taking damage, and they're more likely to become targeted by enemies. Fighters, assassin, and marksmen will generate mana primarily through attacking, with a small mechanical bonus to help them succeed in their roles. Casters now gain mana over time, making them less reliant on attack speed. They'll still gain mana on attack, just not as much. Tear of the Goddess will now provide mana regen instead of flat mana, so casters will now want to build items that use tears instead of bows. Specialists will generate resources in their own unique way. Think of units like Into the Arcane's Victor, who used chaos energy instead of mana, or KO Coliseum's Kale, who doesn't have mana. The biggest win from this new system is how many new doors this opens for us in the design space. It allows us to design more melee carries and create champions with weird, exciting rules. In KO Coliseum, you'll see just that with 5-cost Varus, a caster who gains mana from champions as they die. When he gets enough to cast, he fires arrows every second, each costing a small amount of mana until he runs out or the fight ends. With more mana regen and more enemies dying by his volley, he can cast for longer and longer.
Clearly, now is the time for fierce competition. And starting with KO Coliseum, you'll see the top players of your region competing regularly in our new TFT Pro Circuit. The TPC rewards top TFT players for being consistent and helps them push their skills to the next level, while giving fans unmissable, high-stakes games. And through regional competitions, you'll have the opportunity to qualify and stay in the TPC set after set, not just making competition more consistent for pros, but also more fun to watch as rivalries and stories emerge. We're also deep in the planning phase of the Paris Open. To us, Paris has always been an obvious place to take the Open. France is home to some of the EU's best TFT players and organizations, as well as Renekton.
I'm French.
So we're so excited to host it at the Porte de Versailles. This is also a great time to tell you that the Open is getting bigger. We're expanding to 768 players this year, 50% more players than the first 2 Opens. For the past 2 years, we've sold out competitor passes in a matter of minutes. We don't expect this change to solve that, but it will get us closer to our goal of Opens feeling like a massive LAN where anyone can throw their hat in the ring. And for all you tacticians who don't advance past day 1, we're adding a day 2 event for 4v4 with a $10,000 prize pool open to all competitors. So make sure you grab your friends and sign up. This will also mean some updates in the tournament structure. So please stay tuned to Compete TFT channels for all the latest information.
Okay, thank you guys. Same time next week. Hey Tacticians, I'm back to share some of our coming cosmetics for KO Coliseum. including the Spirit Blossom Arena you just saw. Let's cross over to the Spirit Realm to see what else is in bloom. Prestige Chibi Spirit Blossom Ari understands life and death better than anyone else. Even her emotes will have a briefly flip between Kamei and Akana. Also prancing in on release is Chibi Spirit Blossom Lilia. She is so kawaii. Just be sure not to startle her. And you can complete your pedo perfect aesthetic with an all-new polo, hopping from fight to fight in a restorative onsen. Finally, we've got a new Unbound, who's looking to keep your opponent bound in his lantern.
お前はもう死んでいる。
High Noon Fresh Unbound and his finisher arrive with our release patch. Alright, that's it for now. Whether you're building your mech, channeling the power of friendship, or firing infinite Varus arrows, we'll see you at the KO Coliseum on July 30th.
So, they've conquered the Coliseum, but are they ready for the journey ahead?
We'll see. No one's ever conquered the mountain. Hey! You're not supposed to be in here!
After all that amazing action, so much information to digest, we know that of course, and we're going to be showing you a full game of the new set after the event today concludes, after we have our new set winner. But let's talk a little bit about the Paris Open, because that's the big thing. We know the dates now, the 12th to the 14th of December, so mark your calendars, but it's a great time. People should be going, right?
Especially now that Emiya is playing on home ground. It's about time.
There's a couple things that stand out about the event. Of course, it being in France, in TFT, it's the original, home of the original champion. To me, what stands out though is the 4v4 side event, an official event last at the Macau Open. I got to watch Asa and Rainplosion win, which I think was Team Phoenix Carry was the name of the team winning the side event there. Really hype format. Everybody loves 4v4. Can't wait.
Yeah, and those dates are on your screen, so make sure you write them down, get them in your calendar, because you're not going to want to miss it. But you're not going to want to miss Set 15. This looks awesome. The art is amazing. Hats off to the team. Sloan is right over there. He's going to talk to us later. Very well done, sir.
No one's ever conquered the mountain, they said. That part seems very exciting to me.
I mean, we were already workshopping what that could mean. There's a bunch of different theories floating around on this desk on what it actually is, what they mean with a mountain, whether that's already a teaser for the set after Set 15, or maybe something entirely different. But you'll need to stay tuned to figure out what exactly is going on with all that. Because of course, gentlemen, we do have something else that's very exciting, and that's our final lobby here at the Cyber City Tacticians Crown. 2 games have already happened, and some players are already looking to be very close to that checkpoint of 20 points.
And I can just say, it clicked for Click 15 points in just 2 games. Ready to be one of the only players that can actually reach that checkmate threshold in this game 3. And then, unfortunately, a target on his back for game 4 with everyone else in the lobby trying to stop him from winning.
I'm going to do my Panda impression and say, what can I say but it's summertime? Because Summertimer is that other player that puts himself in contention for potential check, going 12 points after the 2 games, after that second place to Klikorinen. So we've got 2 players that are starting to make a little bit of a lead over the rest of the field.
The very interesting part about checkmate format and about playing in the same lobby for a lot of games is now everyone knows the status of the lobby. People don't want Klikorinen to reach check this game. People don't want Summertimer to go first and reach checkpoint. They're going to do things to stop them. They're going to be able to hold their units. They're going to be able to break their streaks. Whatever it takes, they're going to want to do it.
One of my biggest thoughts and maybe concerns about these first 2 games, especially this game 2, it seemed like a lot of the players have a certain game plan. They're playing it by the book of saying, hey, I should be playing a more stable top 4 game plan. and not playing for those crazier boom bot boards or playing for those win-out spots like the Cypher spots like Cornin found himself in. But we saw 3 players on Marksman Vanguard, a comp that when contested is not going to be very strong when you're not hitting your Aphelios, your Xayah 2. Similarly so for something like Dynamo, where it was 3-way contested yet again.
There's a couple of things to keep in mind regarding Checkmate. The thing that we see all weekend long that really becomes amplified today is patience. Because the reality is in TFT, you cannot win every game. You're not going to. It does not matter how good you are. You cannot win every game. You have to recognize when high roll is coming to you, which means that the best thing you can do in those first couple games is guarantee yourselves points. Because it's not just about getting to the checkpoint threshold of 20 points, it's about putting yourself in a position where when you high roll and go first, it puts you into that 20-point contention. That's what we saw from Summertimer, that's what we saw from Klikornin, and to be honest, I want to say that's what we saw from Robin. Even though it didn't work out, he played Marksman Vanguard from ahead game 1, ended up going first. I don't think he's going first every single time he plays that though. Played Exotech the next game to try and get points, but it didn't work out.
We're obviously playing for the Tactician's crown. It's the greatest trophy in all of TFT, but there's also prize money on the line, so people are fighting for that checkpoint mark, but they're fighting for points in general because they also want that larger pot of the prize pool.
Listen, I feel we kind of have to point out that just because you make it to check doesn't actually mean you're ending the tournament. First of all, whoever makes check needs to win one more game to really solidify that. But there is a world, has never happened before, but there is a world where it could go to 8 games and then the points come back and they matter to determine who is the actual winner. And I mean, I feel if we look at historical context, there's been one time where it was 6 games, and other than that, it was 4 and 5. There are exceptions to rules. We might just be finding ourselves in one.
8 games pretty unlikely, but maybe a 6 again would be fun. Obviously, there's nothing like seeing a final lobby in a top 8 where there's so much pressure, there's so much on the line, not just from a legacy standpoint, but from a prize pool standpoint. Every fight might be, $10,000 in terms of the amount of money you're winning from winning a single fight in Stage 5 and Stage 6. So I'm hoping for 6 games at the very least. I'm hoping to see bigger risks being taken by players who are now sitting at 5 points, 6 points. It's time to turn things on. You have to start shifting into a first-rate playstyle right now.
And some of the crazy parts is when you have to play around checkmate, you get some of the craziest boards you've ever seen, some of the craziest plays, being super desperate for money and other resources. And so I'm excited for when multiple players get to that checkpoint mark to see who can actually pull it off.
Some players are going to be taking it slow. Others are going to be playing risky. I think to circle back to what Panda's talking about, though, those 5-point players, it's a really uncomfortable spot because the players at the top, they have the ability to be patient. They have the ability to play for high roll when it presents it to them. But Panda, I think, makes the right call. If you're sitting at 5 points right now, you play too slow and you're going to get run over by the rest of the lobby. When there are 6 players in check and you're at 19 points, you're in a very, very hard spot where you're forced to play first-rate style, even though you may not have the right spot for it. So if you're in 5th place, or if you're at 5 points right now, you have to make sure that going into games 3 and 4, you get strong enough placements that you can slingshot back.
I mean, you know what they say. It's you don't need to outrun the bear. You just need to outrun the other campers. And sometimes, if you are in a position where you might need a first place to solidify yourself, it's enough to stop another person from actually getting there to make the game go into one more round, one more chance to then actually take it if your situation is not looking good. But here is once again our top 8 player lobby, and I hope they're all locked in. Of course, this was a little bit of a longer break. Sometimes that can be great to just shake off if you had a little bit of an unfortunate start, maybe review one or the other situation, but sometimes it can also break concentration, so we'll see how our players fare.
I'm worried especially about the Americas players with Cambly and with Weijin, because yesterday they played mostly for a Dynamo Flex high tempo play style, not playing for wins, playing for top 4s. You can start off a day 3 with that same exact game plan, and it would be considered correct theoretically when it comes to the game theory of how to approach this day 3. Right now, they have to shift immediately into kind of more of a risky first or 8 playstyle. So we'll see especially what Cambly can do when he is forced to play for a loose streak, play for a big roll down, play for maybe a Boombot Urgot board in stage 4 and 5.
If I were to be concerned about one of those 2 players, it would be more so Cambly. I think Weijin has proven himself in similar formats, or at least with similar stakes, that going bottom four in the first couple games doesn't phase him. We've seen him bounce back so many tournaments, so many day 2s and 3s from placements that look extremely difficult. Cambuly, on the other hand, is one of the less proven players, though he's had a steady climb since set 11. Hasn't really had to have a moment like this that Weijin's done before.
And if you're at 9 or 10 points, like 3 of our players are, it's a very interesting spot because you really need to avoid bot 2. You want to put yourself in a spot to next game for sure hit check. And so a top 4 is really what they're aiming for as well. But again, at the bottom of the tables, you already got to start taking risks.
Going to be seeing whether or not our players have a good spot to maybe just find that comp that could give them a good score this game. We've been talking about how Marksman has been a little bit here and there, such a tough win condition. I believe, Gangly, you were specifically talking about that during game 1 with Robin and then being able to bounce back from that. So Dynamo and Marksman are, to me, the two things I kind of don't want to see unless the spot is really, really great here. But of course, if you have a good spot for Gorilla, it might work out.
Something we definitely saw at the Golden Spatula field quite a bit, a little bit less so, but you're right. There's certainly spots for it. Black market augments coming through on the left-hand side.
One thing I want to keep an eye out across our lobby is scoped weapons, specifically enabling something like Shaco turns him into a crazy carry. Prismatic ticket for 2 of our CN representatives.
The Econ Augments, especially at 2-1, I think are going to be most impactful, especially augments that allow you to play for win-out spots like Weijin Iverson, picking up a very, very early high-end shopping. Usually, it's a better pickup on 3-2 because you're down an augment for less time, essentially. But Weijin understands, I need to make a big comeback. I need to make, a win-out spot in this game.
Weijin, Robin, and Kleekornen, all 3 of them going for those crazy win-out high caps. We know high-end shopping is some of people's favorites right now because you can roll on level 8 for that Urgot board, and it can be incredibly strong.
Xiaozhu also opening to open fort, right? Sells his board, buys the shop afterwards, playing Prismatic Ticket. This could be something like Cypher Angle. I would be surprised if this ended up being something more like the one-cost reroll. Yeah, selling the Seraphines there. Has the opportunity, though, to sacrifice a lot of early game HP and then slingshot back on stage 3.
We got word when that 4th augment from the encounter is going to come through. It will be stage 3, so a little bit earlier than when that sometimes kicks in. Something to watch out for, especially in a prismatic lobby like we are finding ourselves in right now.
This is something that you have to consider with something like high-end shopping, for example. The relative strength you're losing for picking something like high-end shopping in the prismatic slot is going to be less impactful when there's 3 other augments that could be combat strength augments to support your comp and to give it more board strength coming into stage 4 and 5.
AQNH share the spotlight. A popular pickup, I think this is a little bit less popular on 2-1 though, when you're not getting as much value out of the combat power from it. So I think maybe this might be a read of AQ1H recognizing how many players are foregoing stage 2 and saying, if I invest a little bit into combat power, then I might be able to have a free streak all the way through stage 2.
Weijin taking a loss, slamming some items though, trying to not maybe play completely around that loss streak where a lot of the other players in this lobby are, those who especially need to play for some high placements. So smartly wanting to kill some units and save as much HP as possible.
You also might have just run into Xiaozhu, right? Who, if you are playing up against someone who is open forwarding, then there's really no way to dodge the actual win there. We saw Weijin's streak being broken on 2-3 last game, and Clement had talked about the importance of winning or losing stage 2-3 because it is the one round that can define whether or not you're able to full streak. If you 2 win into 1 loss on 2-3 versus if you 2 loss and 1 win on 2-3, it denies you the additional gold of 3 streaking in either direction.
Yeah, I mean, the value of just having these econ breakpoints, I think, can, especially in the current meta, not be overstated, where the set mechanic is such an influx of resources, such an influx of board power. The earlier you are able to reach that, the better it is going to be. We're seeing a Mordekaiser here as one of the 3 costs in the carousel. Could be an option for the players that are angling EXO.
The double open fort from Zembai from Robin. Robin wins the tiebreaker there at 83 HP, able to pick up the Draven, able to potentially move back into that Cypher line that was so dominant from Kakornin in that game 2. From a very similar position, Kakornin decided with Kingslayer to open for all of stage 2, guarantee the loss streak, and then really slingshot his way back up in stage 3. He perfectly, as you mentioned on the cast, was able to get so much more gold off of Kingslayer, make it back up to 50, and then we saw what happened after. He hit all his 3 stars and he took over.
We saw Summertimer's board there for a second, playing Nitro early, but having all 4 of them, getting early stacks, and it's a composition that we've seen win a couple times throughout our Tactician's Crown, especially if you can play around those 3-star Dynamo units. It is going to be something to keep our eye on. Robin having 2 out of 3 of these Cypher units.
I saw a glimpse there of both Senbai and Robin trying to figure out whether or not they would be going up against each other. Those players angling the Cyphers. They, of course, don't want their loose streaks snapped, but it can always happen, so something they will need to look out for. And Senbai willing to just go for the straight open fort here, as we saw that blue streak immediately jump up to the 4 losses.
Cambuly up against Summertimer here. 2 100 streakers fighting on stage 2-5. Is going to be able to go the way of Cambuly. Now there's just 2 5-streakers remaining, 4 streakers right now. Is Cam starting to get full value? Being able to 5-streak while having buried treasures on 2-1 is fantastic, because you're essentially playing half of your augment down for half the stage. With every additional turn going into stage 4, Cambuly becomes all that much stronger.
And we keep seeing the Cypher players dream that last shot from Cambuly, and also this Zed for AQ1H already on the board. Robin Songs would love each of those positions.
AQ1H considered a player that's very adaptable. He just plays what he's hitting, and in this point, just to make the strongest board possible with this 4-player setup with a very early Zed. Not playing for a lose streak with Cypher, but instead playing for a win streak, and we're seeing why. Share the spotlight, so many extra stats on a unit like Zed that is a melee carry who gets, up close and personal, wants all the stats that Share the Spotlight gives. It's a huge, huge benefit for this last fight.
And we saw what Zed on his own can do. Arguably was enabled by a couple of emblems yesterday for Volta, but something we'll need to look out for with these Zed carries that they really can clutch up.
Robin did face Senbai, so Senbai is the only one with that 5-loss streak. Senbai did importantly buy 1 unit, so just in case Robin would full open against them, they would not both lose their streak. And so holding that Cypher unit, getting ready for neutrals as well, but Robin now in a much worse position.
And the key difference is Zembai is going to be playing for Cypher reroll most likely, whereas Robin is just playing Cypher for the loose streak, for the resources. Doesn't really make sense to play into Cypher reroll with high-end shopping, obviously, when you're trying to play more for 5 costs. I imagine Robin and Legion will both try and contest Boombots in stage 4, maybe stage 5. They can kind of wait for that big roll down until later on in the game.
Our 2 win streakers displayed here. Lots of combat strength through the augment for AQ1H, but Cambuly having the item advantage gives him the power early in this game. But I'm curious, because we have 2 augments this stage, we're going to have a lot of influx of combat power or econ for many of our players.
That's right. The next one is coming up after this fight, and then at the end of stage 3 is where that 4th or 3rd is going to be coming in, and then the last one, of course, on our regular stage later on. So definitely curious on what we're going to be seeing there. But of course, hacks are also still part of the game. We could be finding a hacked carousel. We could be finding hacked orbs from our PvE rounds, something players will need to be open to, as they are trying to find their lines for many of them, trying to stay as open as possible from what we're seeing.
And Klikornin on the flip side there, also picking up hedge funds, was going to have a similar game plan to Weijin and to Robin. Despite not seeing any Boombot across the first 2 games today, we're starting to already see this as a game 3. The game lines have shifted slightly for a few players. Klikornin at the very top, trying to catapult himself into that checkmate position. And the Americas players who need to slingshot their way back up in the standings, maybe find checkmate in game 4.
Was curious to see if we were going to get a double gold augment on stage 3. Instead, we are just getting silver here. And we know we have another augment coming at the end. It was stage 3, right? That's coming for the second augment. So at the very least, we know we're not getting double gold augments with infinite chances of trait trackers coming through. Doesn't mean that we won't get one, though. Still got another chance.
Interestingly enough, we are seeing Summertimer go for the Pandora Spenge, so trying to find a cap in maybe recycling some of the forecasts, looking for the win condition of maybe trying to get a 3-star forecast, always something to look out for there. And you were talking about Clickcorn Panda and mentioning how he had gone into hedge fund early on, now also picking up missed connections, which of course if you are looking for some additional one cost, that is nice to have to get the additional copy. But more than that, it's also just another influx of gold to set you up for success.
It was probably a mix of both. He probably got a few natural upgrades to strengthen his board and not full open fort while he's trying to get max value from hedge fund, but also, as you're mentioning, the more rounds you can get with a full value on hedge fund, the more your economy will scale, obviously, into that fast time position where you could potentially outrace players like Weijin and Robin to that boombot board to those key 5 costs.
Another interesting augment picked up here is diversified portfolio that Weijin did pick up, giving 1 gold for each 3 non-unique traits active. Another source of income for him, helping him get to that level 8.
We got to look at our 2 streakers. Both on 7 win right now. Cambly taking items for both of his augments there, both Buried Treasures and Band of Thieves. And then AQ1H investing in double combat power. To share the spotlight plus health is wealth, playing around this 2-item Zed carry right now.
Still dodging one another.
They are. I'm sure they're both feeling very good about that.
Robin playing around Cypher, did slam items, has a Draven too as well. So setting himself up well for that transition to Urgot late game.
Streaks continue. Both players feeling good. Honestly, if you're Cambly, I'm wondering if you're not feeling good, because just looking at the 2 boards, I would put it in favor of Cambly. You have so many additional items. You have the TG. You have multiple upgraded units up against just this Z1 with items that kind of activate him, but nothing too crazy.
Robin's getting spat on Shogas.
Wow.
The opportunity to get 6 boombot very, very early is very scary for the rest of the lobby, because that's when that board hits new heights.
I will say, only call out high-end shopping, you're normally playing on 8. I don't know the exact line, how it plays out in my head. Like, you're playing 8 units, so you can't actually go 9 and then get the 6 boombot. If you want to play 6 boombot, you have to drop a lot of the other core units that tie this all together. I'm wondering if you're ever actually just playing 4 boombot and then trying to get additional legendary units in instead.
I think ideally you can make it to 9 with high-end shopping, especially if you're able to high roll those key upgrades. It's essentially kind of stabilizes your level 8 a bit more, and then you're able to go 9 later on.
One of the big problems with that, though, in this lobby is he's contested, right? He needs to hit before Weijin and Clickcorn and wherever he ends up, too, with hedge fund.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something to look out for. Of course, that augment also going to be waiting after the next fight, I believe. So that is going to be interesting. And we are going to be taking a look at one of our players that's maybe not at the top of the lobby right now, but definitely the richest in terms of our econ breakpoint. So a lot of possibilities for Clickcorn to make something happening. Is also holding one of the LeBlancs here to slow down the Cypher players' ascend, as they were kind of contesting each other a little bit. You know, if you can, why not hold one LeBlanc or 2?
We'll be taking the round win. I'm keeping an eye on the right side of the screen to see which streaks are broken. We have a crazy gap in HP between 3rd and the rest of the lobby.
AQ1H and Cambly, right? These are 2 streakers finally fighting each other. Cambly does come out on top. The Zed ended up, it did have a 3rd item, but at the end of the day, so many items. Exotech already online for Cambly, just too much to take down.
This is the point now where the double econ augment pickers have to now start looking at combat strength. They have to hope they find the proper options to support and enable their boards, that you can have all the gold to hit some boards, no matter how expensive they are. If you don't have the combat strength to accommodate a little bit more raw, firepower in stage 5 and 6, you might still be in trouble.
You were talking about the gold augments, Gangly. They're now here. And one I do want to call out is Clickcornen's last stand. Just to remind everybody, Clickcornen is the player that has the easiest access to make check in this game. That last stand might just be a crucial part of it.
It's exactly what David was saying. Look for combat power here. Who are the 3 players that are looking to play for this win out? Weijin Iverson, Robin Songs, and Clickcornen. And we have a last stand, a bulky buddies, and then a Spirit Link coming through. It's 3 players who, they know the name of the game. They're sticking to the script.
I do want to call out Spirit Link for Robin. The lower HP you are, the more healing you get. And so playing around something that scales really hard in the late game, looking for that 1 HP win out, it's a great augment to go alongside it.
We're going to check on Zenbai, but there's the win streak continuing for Cambuli. Zenbai now with a 9-loss streak will be the Cypher cash out at 24 HP. And my biggest problem is he's not the only win-out player in this lobby. If he's not able to stabilize right now, once these Boombot potential boards come online, he could be in big trouble if he doesn't have a 3-star Galio, a 3-star LeBlanc to really save him the rest of this stage 4.
Not only does he not have the units as of right now, we're also lacking items for that LeBlanc. A part of it could be helping from the cash out to try and get something going here, but I'm not feeling too great about this position.
And Zenbai is our player, one of our players on 5 points, so really does need to play for this high cash out. Got a good cash out, maybe not the one he's looking for. He's pretty far away from all of these Cypher units, so this roll down here is going to be massive.
A lot of gold came through, though. Prismatic Ticket, the more gold you spend, the more value you get out of your augment. So I think we're going to see a really big roll down over the next couple of rounds. Fire Sale as well, giving him a little bit of extra gold.
If he's fast enough, I think he can hit pretty much everything on this roll down with this amount of gold and Prismatic Tickets. He has Fire Sale as well to rejuice the rest of his stage 4. You know, a couple of golds here and there as you're talking about Gangly, but each individual piece of gold is worth that much more with Prismatic Tickets, so there's a really high chance he hits everything.
Robin Song's rolling down on 8 here with high-end shopping, able to hit a lot of the key units, has an Urgot on his board, has a Zac, has a Garen, all the things you want early, he has.
That high-end shopping that you're calling out really, really shining here for Robin. We are seeing the Urgot also come together with the Kabuko, with the Viego on the side of Wajan, is actually sitting on a pair of both the Cho'Gath and the Urgot, which is going to be really, really important for those players to find that Urgot too as their main character for their boards.
And one of the most important things when you're playing these boards is often you're playing from 1 life. And with high-end shopping, that's not the case. You can level earlier, you can roll down earlier, and upgrade your board earlier. But as we see our 4-2 augment, hoping to finish out and round out our compositions.
I'm a little bit scared for Klikornin. The safety of having Last Stand gives him time to roll later to accrue more overall gold as well. But now he's rolling after Robin and Wajan have already rolled down for some key Urgot or units like Urgot, like the Cho'Gath. And we're seeing a Hunter Killer Missile from Wajan, the trade-specific augment that will perfectly enable this Boombot comp.
Sitting on 4 pairs right now, all of which are extremely expensive, right? That's the thing. It's like, you think of having a couple pairs in stage 4, maybe if I've got 10, 15 gold, I can upgrade some stuff. If you have 10, 15 gold, you could not upgrade your bench if you had them all in one shop. So even though he has four pairs on his bench, Wajan Iverson actually has quite a bit to go before he fully hits that cap.
Robin, only a single Urgot here as well, so Klikornin, there's still a lot of the key units left in the pool. He will have Prio potentially on this carousel coming up. If there's an Urgot, a Zac, or a Garen, that could be very impactful for any of the Boombot board players.
Absolutely is. I am, however, a little bit worried about Klikornin's position. Of course, he has the up on the Last Stand, he has the up on the economy, but if you are the last to spend your gold, all that's left is scraps. So he might be finding himself in a position where, with so many units all out of the pool, the extra economy is just going to put him on equal terms with everybody else.
A little cash out here for Klikornin, able to get a few more extra coins in the bank. Aiming at level 9, but not yet.
He has the extra life when he goes down to 1 life on the 4-5 round. There won't be extra time from it being an augment round. Ideally, you want to be able to fully transition in 1 round to not lose and proc Last Stand right away.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's very difficult. We've seen players of the highest caliber in EMEA this set, like Salvi, like Coco, fail the 1-turn transition into an Urgot board when you have, 80, 90 gold to roll. At least you can get half the board online, but it's going to be hard to win fights against everyone else who's already spiked.
That's right.
Talking about spiking, somebody that's having a hard time right now is Standby. Found the LeBlanc 3, great, but no items. Hasn't found the Draven, hasn't found the Galio 3, so is going to need to find those natural wins here, is able to do just that against a Summertimer, but it's not looking too solid as of right now. Did lose the previous round with 2 gold. You're not making big steps, but there's an Urgot on her carousel.
That would make Urgot 2 for Wajan. But Wajan and Robin are the same pick.
Klikornin, he ends up actually going all the way down to 5 HP, and then he gets his turn of getting an Urgot 1. We now have 3 players sitting on Urgot 1.
We definitely need to watch this turn because this is going to be insane, but I'm so concerned because all he needs is a 4th place to hit check, and he's just going for it all right now.
Yeah.
Also, with being able to roll later, some units out of the pool, but you have a lot of gold to hit. If you're able to hit, you essentially strangle Weijin and Robin out of the game. They could land in the bot 4 if Urgot 2, Zach 2, Garen 2 are found from the corner. The full salt comes through, the level to 9, and the roll down commences.
90 gold to roll, hitting some key units here. A small upgrade in the front line. No legendaries yet, no Zach, most importantly, so we're not rolling for blobs. This is not a great turn to roll on because we don't have as much time. We're upgrading anything we have.
Zach's going to slow down the roll down. Only 5 seconds left. We still have our items on Morgana. We're going to switch this over to the Aurora.
Urgot's not in it either, so this is going to be a last stand proc most likely. This board is obviously not going to be strong enough. We are playing the Cypher player who has a Draven 3 already, as well as a Galio standing strong. The Stone Colossus buying time.
A big sigh of relief on the side of Senbai as he sees who he's going up against, loading into Clicornen's board, sees that he has not hit just yet. This is going to be a win for him, another chance to stay in, and Clicornen procs that last stand.
Clicornen would have loved to have delayed this entire process by 1 round to be able to roll and finalize a board with last stand on the PvE round, as well as the extra gold rejuice to guarantee. Right now, he has to essentially win this fight or the game's going to be over for him, and he does not have any key upgrades just yet.
A lot of Viegos in the shop, does find a pair of Garens, but really the unit you were looking for was that Urgot, and with so many already out of the pool, it's just going to be so much harder, and this is exactly what I was fearing. Even though he had the up on the econ, too many units were taken.
No Cho'Gath found either, so instead we go for the Divinicore, or the Dynamo backline, pulling in that Urgot instead, trying to just survive this round. Thankfully, Summertimer has not hit any of his big upgrades yet, has a strong front line, and the Sniper's focus in the back line.
Diego's down already. It's only down to the Aurora as the main DPS. She is still left alive. She is fully itemized. Looks like it will be enough for this last fight. The extra rejuice in the PvE round could be crucial to allow Clicornen to strengthen his board, maybe find the Cho'Gath, maybe pivot into a Dynamo board instead, considering that Weijin and Robin are taking so many of these key Boombot units.
We've seen Zed do these things before.
I've been here before. This guy heals a lot. That HG, but Galio says, nah, not with me, and Senbai hangs in there.
You know, we've also seen that before.
We did.
Galio winning and clutching up a fight.
When Gangly said on day 1 that Galio does not do damage, I almost threw up.
I was wrong.
This guy is a menace.
He is. We also did get to see a little bit of what AQ1H has been cooking up on the other side, playing the Zed, the Divinicore Zed, a line that you really are only ever playing from tempo. So those early game slams from AQ1H coming through. So Clicornen's going to get a little bit more juice in the tank after this round. Still has a lot to upgrade in order to reach that high cap. It's getting very scary, though, for Robin Songs, Weijin Iverson, Clicornen, all these players who, whether or not they reach that cap of Urgot 2, Zach 2, the things that really make it come alive, you know that Zenbai has hit, and you are going to be rotating into him very soon.
The problem for Senbai is he just doesn't have as many items as he needs. There's so many carries on this Cypher board. He's not able to itemize all of them, while Clicornen on the other side has started to upgrade some of his legendaries and now playing around that Renekton 2. He's going to be quite strong.
Also taking some of the items off of the Aurora and onto the Vex here to try and get a secondary carry on the board whenever Aurora does rotate out and pull in that Koboko is going to be slamming that red buff in the very end. It does go up against Robin, and it is a little bit of a, you know, staring each other in the eyes. There's only enough room for one of us in this town as Clicornen tries to take Robin down a notch.
The Urgot
Is
uptime.
Urgot lifts, though? Is it good enough? Answer is yes.
Those Boombot procs are doing so much damage to that pack line.
First of the mods comes through for Clicornen on just 1 life. Minor Last Stand was nerfed, if I am not mistaken, in the last patch. A little bit of HP was reduced, so the board is a little bit stronger than, or weaker than it would be in 14.6. We'll see with Clicornen, though, if it's going to be enough as his kind of singular piece of combat strength.
Summertimer we're on board with now, down F4 HP, was one of our players that could reach check this game if he was to go first. Doesn't look like that at the moment, so he's trying to salvage any placements he can to set him up for next game, and instead is rotating into Robin.
He's a couple turns away from a pretty big spike, though. He's very close to 9 why spending, and only 1 turn away from getting the T-Hex. So if Summertimer holds on, could maybe reach some different cap. Klikornin, Zenbai, though, both very low HP. We see Klikornin's board, though, just running through Cambuli on the other side.
Weijin taking a huge loss as well.
It's understandable for Klikornin to win here. It's kind of the passing of the guard when it comes to the tempo of the lobby. Cambuli, AQ1H played for high tempo, played for preserving HP. Now the win-out players are coming online. They have their boards fully online. They were loose streaking pretty much the first 3 stages of the game. And now we'll see probably Cambuli bleeding out potentially a third, maybe a fourth, maybe just a few consistent points to climb back up in the standings.
Summertimer falling out of this game puts him in a spot where he needs to now go second next game. So not making it easy on himself at all. And really, this 8th place is going to set him back.
That's right. He was looking to maybe get a first. At least he lowers the bar of what he needs in the next round. But if Klikornin is able to clutch up, make it into the top 4, he has a chance to end it in game number 4. We're going to be watching Robin and Weijin as they go up against each other. All have the same game plan together with Klikornin to play around those boombots. And it looks like Weijin is going to be able to survive here by the hands of this fully itemized Garen 2, was also able to find that Urgot 2, and Robin takes a big hit, but not enough to knock him out.
And Weijin making full use of bulky buddies in this fight to get the extra HP onto his unit.
Important.
He's scaling. He's learned.
Look how low our lobby is. That's crazy.
We saw Robin Songs has a lot of the core pieces of that composition, right? He's sitting on a Zac 2, he's sitting on a Kabuko 2, but he's on that Urgot 1 still. And we saw because Weijin was able to break through the weak side of Robin's front line, they were able to access that Urgot way earlier in the fight. And even though Robin has so much damage with 6 Boombot, it relies so heavily on making sure that that Urgot's actually protected.
And a lot of his damage is centered around Garen, which is also a 1-star Garen. He's really hoping he can get Boombot mod on that Garen as he moved.
Big upgrade for Weijin.
Wow.
Zac 2, the only player in the lobby with a Garen 2 as well, with 3 other players trying to field this scaling unit coming into stage 6.
Oh, Robin did hit Garen 2.
So now Weijin online, Robin potentially enough to stabilize. The question is, are we going to see any of these 5 players under 10 HP? Which of them are going to be fighting each other? I think eyes should be on Klikornin, Weijin, and Robin in particular, though all of our players who are playing so risky all game.
It should be very close between Zenbai, Weijin, Robin, and Klikornin. All the win-out players, all pretty much reaching their max cap at this moment.
AQ1H just chilling at the top here, 71 HP, and the rest of the lobby is basically on 1 life as Xiaochu and Weijin go up against each other. But we were talking about how Weijin had found all of these massive upgrades. Elise is the only thing that could still do something here, but she is not a clutch-up unit, and that is going to knock down Xiaochu. But he's not the only one. 3 other players, Robin, Klikornin, and Xiaochu, are eliminated. That means our top 4 has been decided, and no one will reach check.
That is correct. Klikornin now sitting at 18 points, so very well will reach it, hopefully, next game.
Don't
if he avoids
jinx
8
it.
points. Hey, I'm here for it. Robin Songs is not putting himself in a spot where he could reach check next game either, because he'll be at 11 points. Xiaoju, though, is not close. Oh, he can go first, and he can get it as well.
Okay. Very good news for the rest of this lobby, because 3 out of these 4 players were at 7 points or lower. They needed a big comeback game. Great news for just, I think all TFT viewers who want to be as close as possible on this final day, and this is a huge comeback for 3 of our players, as well as AQ1H, the player who likes playing flexibly, adaptively, playing a magnificent game off of an early share of the spotlight to, again, have another consistent game streak.
Look at this fight here. Cambuli up against, I think that's Weijin Iverson on the left-hand side. Narrowly loses. Weijin able to hold on there, but these fights are getting very, very close. I think it is worth it, like you're talking about AQ1H playing this flexible style. It's something that I think a lot of times is often lost in this era of TFT, that flexible style of playing tempo, slamming what you hit, and then building a board as you figure it out later is not an easy way to play the game. We should applaud AQ1H for sure for playing that way.
And this is going to be one of the closest Tacticians Crown Final lobbies we've ever had, because now the bottom 3 point scorers currently are in the top 4 in this game. The bottom is moving up, and the top is coming down.
And you saw it on Zenbai's camera there as well, already celebrating, knowing that the next round was not going to be possibly the final one. Another shot to take fate back into your own hands for these players that are currently in the top 4. And of course, they're looking for the highest points that they can get to maybe set themselves up for a good position in that next round to then be able to check in game number 5.
One consideration for AQ1H playing the Slayer's board, one of the possible win conditions is trying to go for a Z3. Unfortunately, there's a Cypher player, which kind of denies that possibility. I don't see how AQ1H can really try and cap this board out and high enough to actually go for the win here. Looking at someone like Weijin coming strong with a Boombot board.
Got to keep your eyes on the right-hand fight. Weijin up against Zenbai, the right hand. It's going to be the Boombot board trying to break through that front line while the Urgot's protected, but he falls there. Huge Draven ult alongside the Zed, just going to be too much damage. And Weijin Iverson's going to be eliminated here. Might be fourth depending on the HP, as Cambuly will fall on the left-hand side.
2 players out, 2 remain. Is there a chance that Zenbai takes down the Goliath of AQ1H? Fully upgraded board. Had a tough and narrow line to navigate in the early stages as items were so scarce, so rare. But now they're all here and his board is just nuking the others.
And Cambuly has to be happy about that third, getting every placement he can with not that crazy win-up board, but instead surviving long enough, killing enough units, able to get that extra point.
AQ1H does have Salvage Bin, which could open up some interesting possibilities for win conditions on the carousel. They're able to break down emblems, maybe find a Slayer emblem, for example, for Renekton could be a way to potentially come back into the game with a strong enough board to win. But it's Cypher, the board he's facing, so we kind of have already seen this entire weekend how strong this comp is with the extra resources once all these 3 stars come online.
Yeah, I do also have a couple removers too, right? So we have this 3 item on Vex right now, but we're 1 Senna off, so there's some flexibility in how we actually want to cap out our board. I feel like if you're AQ1H right now, you have to kind of step back for a second, take a breather, and figure out what is your win condition, because I don't think it's very obvious at this point in time. You're going to be outvalued in terms of, you know, board evaluation most of the time, and it might be something like you're outlining. Find what it is that comes up on Carousel and see if you can find 1 extra out.
There's an open cloak as well, so the Slayer emblem is definitely a possibility. With the Senna 3 giving the extra AD to Renekton 2 and some items being shifted over, that could be impactful enough. Renekton could potentially wrap into the backline, onto the Draven, onto the LeBlanc.
We will have a few more fights in this game. The Draven ramping up the mana will completely delete the backline. This is going to be an interesting positioning because of Share the Spotlight. Makes it very tough. Going a little bit better this time, but the Zed does fall down.
Yeah, and like you're mentioning, that, you know, the fact that he knows he has a couple more rounds to maybe find those final upgrades and a chance to pick something good up here in the carousel to maybe help the board do something against the Cyphers. AQ1H says healing is not what you're going to be getting as he takes away the Hextech Gunblade from Zenbai.
That's a huge pickup actually for AQ1H, being able to find some sort of healing item to throw on a Senna 3, especially when so much of Zenbai's board is about foregoing the front line, trying to get damage onto the back line without having to break it down. Means that maybe you might have enough to either put it on the Vex and get the additional value of the Omnivamp on Vex, or go full damage plus healing on Senna.
Well, Zenbai also finally found Shred. Got that even Shroud, now is able to do even more damage from the physical carries on the Cypher board.
There is a chance that this could be the final fight if it's enough for AQ1H to take down Zenbai's board. We're going to be watching as the spotlight unfolds onto the enemy backline to try and pave the way for the Zed to reach that Senna in no time. And Senna is under attack. Renekton does take her down, and it doesn't look
Garen?
Oh, he missed!
like it's good enough.
You had one job,
You
Garen.
dummy! What is wrong with you, Garen?
It was that third cast, too, that went backwards instead of towards the backline. This Garen, we need to watch out for next fight.
To win, that can get you dizzy sometimes.
True, apparently.
But he's the god of the net. This is his job.
AQ1H, it does have a bit more scaling off of the Garen. Another mod comes through here trying to get maximum power onto all of his carries, which are, quite a few of them. We're seeing here the Senna, the Garen, and the Zed himself. The problem with Share the Spotlight is obviously you can get your carries as far as possible from these damage dealers, from the Zed, from the Garen, making it very hard to have these fight RNG wins with Zed getting onto the Draven early.
Keeping an eye on these Garen casts this time. Will they find their mark? A good one that time, but the Galio is on there giving a lot of stuns. Hitting the backline once again could be the difference. It just is going to take one fight. Healing up a ton is this Garen. One more cast coming through onto the Draven. The Zed going behind, though, will win the fight. And AQ1H wins the game.
Wow, what an incredibly played game by AQNH, playing a style that we don't often get to see, especially on the global stage, playing around tempo, playing around what he hit, slamming things like the adaptive helm on an early Zed, really showcasing that he's saying, if you give me enough resources, if you let me play the game for free, I'll make it to the end game and I'll figure it out then.
And this comes down to 4 players playing for a win-out, not applying any pressure, allowing the free wins to come through for both Cambuli and for AQ1H in this case. The buff to Garen last patch also, I think, helps a lot to elevate this Slayer comp to find a win condition. We saw how important Garen was, not just for the mods, but for the unit himself, right? With the reduction on the mana, he's casting so much more often, dealing so much more damage onto those backliners.
I mean, I just took a little sneak peek at the numbers of where our lobby is standing right now, and thinking back at our past Tacticians crown, I think this might just be the closest lobby I personally have ever witnessed. So tensions are high. A lot of players can make check in the next round, but let's talk a little bit about how that round got to this point, because we had a 3-way contest on these boombots, and of course with the 4 augments and a prismatic start, there's always a lot that kind of factors into that.
Yeah, we talk a lot about prismatic starts and how they bring a lot of econ into these games, and that's exactly what we saw high-end shopping being the choice for 2 of our players and hedge fund. It was a crazy high cap lobby.
It was, and we're going to be going to a very short break, and then we will be back with a game where I'm just going to say it, somebody is going to make check on that lobby, and we'll see how the tournament unfolds here at the Cyber City Tacticians Crown. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back here at the Teamfight Tactics Cyber City Tacticians Crown, and one game does set us apart from when players are going to be on check. That game is going to be starting very, very soon, but we have full confirmation. We've run the numbers. Somebody is going to make it. Of course, two players looking very promising with their 18 points in that situation.
AQ1H and Klikornen from APAC and EMEA, both sitting at 18 points, which means one of them can go 8th and one of them can go 7th, and somebody will reach 20 points. So we will have somebody that can win the whole Tacticians crown in game number 5, but we're not there yet. This is game number 4.
And this is really impactful because they essentially have free reign to grief other players in this lobby to stop them from developing their own game plans, and it is tactically and strategically correct to do so in a game like this, where you only really need a 7th, only really need a few points to make it across that finish line to get into check in the first place.
It's one of the best parts of day 3. I mean, the game becomes so much more dynamic when everyone is playing against the same people each game. Panda, you talked before going into that game that in the first couple of games, we saw a lot of Vanguard Marksman, we saw a lot of Exotech, nothing too crazy. Even Robin Song's winning the first game, opting to stay in the Vanguard Marksman line rather than risking it in Boombot. Game 3 was completely different. Everybody changed their play styles. We saw 3 players looking to play for a win out. We saw the last stand coming in from Klikornen. And so I'd expect that as we get further into the day, playstyles start to change a little bit. People recognize that there are different outs for them to have a better placement in the tournament. And I think the dynamic of the game will just change game to game.
Speaking of that, there are 2 players in this lobby that will not be able to make check. And I'm of course talking about Camberley and Robin. Both of these players find themselves on 11.1 points short of having that mystical, magical run where they get a first place and then are able to convert. So their game plan is going to be looking very different to what everybody else is doing. And they might be the big boogeymans here.
But something maybe even more interesting in how this lobby will shape up, there are 4 players that need either a first or a second to hit check. So 4 of these players will be playing with super high caps in mind, wanting to shoot for the stars, and hopefully they land among them.
The question is, how many players can you really grief, right?
Right? I mean, there's a world where Robin goes first, Camberley goes second, and then we have the 2 players on 18. One of them goes 8th, and those other players that need the first or second are denied check. So we have a situation where we could
end Gangley.
We could end this game with like 5 players in check. We could end this with 1 player in check.
Especially for Robin and Camberley, despite not being able to get into check on a win, that win denies 2 other players from being able to do so. That's less players who have a chance to end the tournament on game 5. So there's a lot of moving levers when it comes to checkmate, when it comes to the mental map and the mental game that's added on top of the normal game of TFC.
Personally, I'm just down for more TFT. Let's go to game 7, game 8. I'm down. We're setting up well for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's never been done before. We've never had 7 games in checkmate format. Of course, checkmate hasn't been here for the whole history of the set championships, but still, it would be a unique new thing. We're going to take another look here at that previous game, which, Gangley, you were saying in our short break that we've just been getting an absolute dessert of games all day long.
I feel like we cannot talk enough about this game from AQ1H because you just don't get to see these kinds of games flourish and go top 1 very often. It is, like I said during the game, it's a more old school approach to the game. You play what you hit. We saw a lot of slams come through that he then got salvagement and found a new way to cap out the board. So, I mean, applaud to AQ1H.
The moment I saw in day one AQ&H pick up a Wolf Unchained Silas Hero Augment and play into vertical Vanguard with a Dynamo backline and not into the traditional 99% of the time vertical Anima, I knew this guy was special. I knew this guy was bringing the, I think, quite unique creative TFT angle that we'd see from players like YBY1, we see from players like Gobo, we see from players who like to play very open.
And his story all set has been incredible. He had 3 final day finishes across the 3 Tacticians Cup. All eyes are on AQ1H, and then Golden Spatula comes, and where did he go? 29th place, gets the automatic qualification to the Golden Spatula, but now there's this silent asterisk on this run that you can't really ignore, that smudge on the record. And then everyone's looking at Summertimer, people are looking at YBY1, and he comes out and he makes top 8. And he's doing it again, doing it the way he wants to play the game, and I love that he did not lose confidence despite the weak performance at Golden Spatula.
He's top of our lobby today, top of our groups yesterday, but he's just a coach, by the way. Just the coach for Flash Wolves. They may need to maybe reconsider that.
Coach Diff.
Yeah, I actually do wonder if Flash Wolves are maybe like, hold on, we might need to switch some roles here, or, you know, maybe it's just really good news for the team.
We see a lot of the key players from the Americas not competing in this final day, but definitely supporting and watching and cheering on the Americas players who, let's be honest, all 3 of them need a big comeback in this next game. They need a big comeback potentially also in that game number 5. They will be playing essentially spoiler, trying to have this tournament run for as long as possible to come back into it and maybe have a miraculous chance like Jack over there is hoping for a game 7 or a game 8, which I've never seen before in Tech Round.
I mean, it'd be fun, right? Like, setting history is always a great thing, especially before this new era of TFT that we've heard a lot about throughout the weekend.
TPC's coming, a lot of exciting changes. The players get to kind of put their stamp on the last Tactician's Crown of this like merging of the regions era we have in TFT.
Honestly, I cannot wait for the cups where EMEA goes up against the Americas and APAC goes against TN. That's going to be a weekend. I promise you, you do not want to be missing in the upcoming sets. But of course, before we get there, we have a whole championship to get through today. And just a quick reminder that we do have a show match of the new set at the end of our day as well. Hoopa is actually going to be playing, and I heard some rumors on what the rest of the caster team will be doing.
Don't tell them.
Oh, don't tell them?
No, don't tell the people because they're probably watching. The competition's watching, no?
Oh, yes.
We're certainly
Fox
watching
will grief us.
the Tac Crown broadcast to try and get information on how to grief
Don't,
this
Right.
match.
I'm not saying a
Makes
word.
a lot of sense. Going back to this game 4, though, I want to analyze a little bit Clickhorn's spots. He's a player who played 9 out of 12 games of reroll in day 1 and 2. He's a player who he considers himself a reroll player first and foremost. Went into more of a fast 9 line here. We saw the transition was not the fastest, trying to get into that Boombot board, eventually a Dynamo board. This is the game now where he can play reroll to great effect. It's a it's a play style that really stabilizes you early, allows you to preserve HP, potentially bleed out to a 5th or a 6th, which is all he really needs to make checkmate.
We saw this exact play happen yesterday, at the end of the day. Clickhorn narrowly on the cutoff of the top 8 going into it. He had a bit of a lead on the rest of the players trying to qualify into day 3. And so he said, you know what, I'm going to play it safe. I'm not going to play any sort of Cypher, any sort of high cap. I believe it was Vanguard Marksman that he ended the day on, and he took his points, and he made it here. So I think he knows how to do this, whether it's reroll or one of the 4 costs that he's been able to play to a 6 or higher. I think he has the tools in his belt to make it.
I want to bring back something that we were talking about during the pre-show of day 1, and that is how conditional some of these win conditions are, and a lot is on the players to identify them and then play to those outs. And I am specifically looking out for these in this game, and of course the game after that. Something like the hero augments. You mentioned Wolf Unchained. We also saw Alter Ego come into play for Clickhorn in one of those games earlier on during this tournament, as well as emblems. That is going to be the one thing I'm personally going to be on the watch out for during the next game.
I'm sure Clement would also love to see some of the players tracking their traits coming into this game for trying to find the setups that could maybe not guarantee, but definitely propel some of the boards like Exotech into that win condition territory, having the right emblems fall through. We saw Trade Tracker work was also with the Graves line, for example, across this weekend, even with Exotech from Setsuko in that day 1.
A lot of different ways to play it. I think the thing that stands out to me about this game 4 is that game 3, you had a lot of players who had to decide, do I want to play by leaning into the variance, play for something like high-end shopping, potentially get 8 points. 11 points for Cambly and Robin. That's something you called out before, Jack. This is something where you can choose to play first or eighth, guarantee your spot and check the next turn, and like we said before, denies check. But also 11 points means you get a fourth, you get a fifth. It's way easier to win the next game and then get yourself back into check. I don't know what the correct answer is, because these players have the freedom to either shoot for the stars, go first, deny check, or make it easier to high roll, because you basically guarantee yourself an extra game by playing for check the next game. It's very hard. It's very complicated. I don't know how the players are going to approach the next game.
And this is part of why, especially as a viewer and commentator, these games are, this format is so fun to watch, because there's so many different strategies that come in outside of what does your board look like, what does your positioning look like. It's now, what's this guy playing like? These guys need to play for first, so how do I stop them? Do I need to play for first? Obviously, we can't all go first. And so that, in this game, is going to be the dynamic of a lot of us need first, but we all can't have it.
It's also where players that are from CN, for example, have a big advantage, playing a lot more checkmate than other regions when it comes to the regionals, when it comes to pretty much all their tournaments. They prepare for moments like these. Someone like Weijin as well, with the extra experience he has playing in the final lobby in the TAC round stage.
Can I just say how much I love that we have all of our regional hubs represented across the screens here. Chengdu with our players from CN and APAC. We have Delastair with Weijin, Cambly, and Robin, and Klikornin from Poland. All of our hubs coming together. And what's also coming together is a treasure dragon for all of us.
And I've mentioned it a few times across this broadcast, but I'll mention it again because I think it's very, very important. You can guarantee a pan or a spatula with around 20 gold on average. Maybe not guarantee, but you have a high likelihood of hitting a pan or spatula with 20 gold on average when you roll that amount on the treasure dragon. So if you are trying to go for some kind of a vertical win condition, that could be a way to have a very high chance to hit it. Something like picking Wandering Trainer on 2-1, hitting Anima, hitting Street Demon, as if it was a trainer goal in game, could have you in some way sneak out a top one that could really throw a wrench into everyone else's game plans in this game 4.
Something I want to see this game is maybe something we haven't seen too much on broadcast is Morgana reroll. And Robin Songs has that set up right now, the conditions that would show you, hey, I have a couple of these pairs, now I just need some tiers and some rods, and maybe we can pull this off, because it's something that can even win games.
Yeah, we saw from Cambly day one, win a game even without Blighting Jewel, too.
Oh, look at that orb. They just dropped a Jax and a Morgana.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
good.
I mean, if you're not going to be feeling enticed to play Morgana, then I'm going to be very surprised. Look at these shops, just absolutely blessing Robin there, saying very clear signal for you to maybe go down this route. But we're going to be checking in with Summertimer, a player that I found absolutely fascinating to watch. I don't know how you've been feeling, but to me, this is a player that has tried so many different comps, so much variety, a lot of niche rerolls where you're like Rengar, Jinx, Senna, Vayne reroll. That's not something we see too much of, but Summertimer was successful with them.
And we'll see what his mental looks like. 2 games in, he looked really hot. The moment he took that 8th last game, that kind of stopped all of his momentum. He has to come back. He's in a position still to make check in this game. He has pretty much everything in his hands to do so. We'll see what will be his option. If he wants to go for a combat on 2-1, which is less likely, or try and push for a little bit of extra econ on stage 2.
We have a couple of our players snap picking some augments. Cambly taking Memory Bank, which is a Dynamo line as well, so possibly even contesting Robin on Morgana or just playing around the 3-cost Elise.
Some options still need to be made, as well as we look over Klikornin's shoulder here. Rolls away the Nitro Augment. Does not want it, but has to consider which of these he wants to go for in the end.
Oh, very interesting. Too much value. You play this a lot into LeBlanc reroll.
Just to get max rolls here, no trades activated, but full value from his augment. Maybe full amount of rolls to then grief someone later on in the game if he's trying to play for a few points, but strategical advantage in this game 4.
Always a little scary if you are ending up playing something like the LeBlanc reroll where you're 18 points. The only thing you're trying to avoid is an 8th. So the Klikornin could find himself in a spot that's a little bit dicey, but I mean, there's also the tempo variation of it too. There's an angle for that where if we do end up seeing a small cash out using too much value as some more of like a flex board around strategist LeBlanc, there's a couple different ways you could play it.
Listen, I've been saying I don't want to see Marksman I think if there's a game where you play marksman, it's
It's
if
this
you're
one.
one of the 18-point players right now, AQ1H and Click all they need to do is not go 8th to put themselves on check. Well, one of them is going to make it if the other person does go on 8th anyway. But I kind of want to come back to the memory bank you mentioned, CLE, because we saw a game where a player picked up memory bank as first augment yesterday. Panda is kind of making a little bit of a sad face. Their experience from EMEA picked it up from a spot that wasn't too great. A lot in the Dynamo, if you are going down that route, is going to be depending on being able to win early on.
That being said, he does have a upgraded Morgana, so there is that in favor of Cambuly. Looking at Wasian boards here, similar to last game, he is not picking an augment that gives him immediate power. It's more going to scale perfectly into the late game with Spirit Link. So this is an augment that Wasian is once again thinking, I'm on 12 points, I need a win to try and get into check now. This is the moment that I think he really tests himself as a player. Do I have the skill to get a win here when I want to? Probably does. He has to have the right mental. He has to not feel the pressure coming into this game 4.
And this is one of those spots for Cambuly that is a good memory bank spot. You have 3 Dynamo on your board already. And the way that augment works is the more mana you cast, the earlier you can get that cash out, which is an Aurora as alongside of Zanya's. And so having 3 of them on the board means they get more mana and they cast more because there's more of them to cast.
Checking in with Senbai here, already has a Graves with items that could be working if you wanted to go down that route. Also had the option to Pandora them, if that is what you're looking for, but I think he might just be saying, okay, you know, if I have a good spot for that Graves, if I get a couple more copies of him to maybe play around the Golden Ox, I shall do so.
This is the Graves master himself, the prophet from day 1 and 2 who made this Graves comp work so well. And this is a wide carousel.
Okay, Panda talked about this at the beginning. This is the Treasure Armory encounter. Panda said 20 gold gives you a very high chance, very high likelihood of getting one of those on the Treasure Dragon. And so the question is, which players are going to be playing for those spatulas in the pan?
Wasian and Zenbai both grabbing those. Wasian getting also a Cypher unit alongside that. He is playing around Spirit Link, so wants to lose and spike late and have that win out potential. And obviously playing around Draven and Cypher is the best way to do so far in this tournament.
See, Pandora's here for Zenbai as well, so he has a chance to pivot between Spatula and Pan, depending on what the game gives him. Ideally, I imagine he will be trying to go for some kind of a Golden Ox line with the Graves and potentially 6 Golden Ox later in the game.
We actually saw him put the component on his bench unit, reforge it because he has Pandora's items, and hopefully trying to get that Golden Ox. Did not quite get it that time.
Still has a couple more rounds to get there, very early in the game even still, but checking with Xiaoju.
Xiaoju, 100 streaking, up against Wasian, who did make the full pivot into the Cypher that we were talking about before. Finding the Cypher unit off the carousel, able to get 3 Cypher on. And it's what you were saying before, Sealy. You're playing the Spirit Link. You're able to get more value out of it the lower you go. And so Wasian Iverson, I think, playing very cleanly into the shape of the game that his augment wants him to have.
2 win streakers at the top of our lobby, Xiaoju and Robin. The unstable treasure chest picked up from the support anvil is very, very strong, especially early in the game because you get a big item advantage as well as some stats from that, and having a great start with a bunch of 2-stars.
And this should pretty much 100% be Dynamo Flex. We see the IE for the MF, we see the Void Staff indicating the hybrid comp that he's trying to go for here. Unstable Treasure Chest on the Zac allows you to funnel a ton of extra items once that blob breaks up into your backliners. And you have many of them who you want to itemize with the Elise, the Aurora, and the MF. Of course, we are in stage 2, so a lot of other things have to happen before we get to that spot.
We're playing for Zac, right? Stage 2, I'm playing Zac.
If it's Robin, I wouldn't be too surprised.
He's just going to walk his way there.
That's right.
Slow walk.
Well, he can't go fast.
Easy win there for Robin. Xiaoju as well, taking that win streak. Wasian and Kikornin down at the bottom of our standings, 4 and 5 loss streak, respectively.
I'd love to see what exactly the plan for Klickkornen is, because we were talking a little bit about the too much value and how that often leads down the route of maybe going into the Cypher reroll. Of course, we know Weijin has a similar plan of playing along those Cypher units, and I am seeing a Rage Blade here on Klickkornen's board.
Really strong item for the LeBlanc since the change to the Rage Blade. It's become it's a core item in the LeBlanc build. Weijin Iverson has already played one game of contested Cypher today, and I would hope he's not going to do it again. But I trust Weijin. Whoa! That is a lot of orbs.
And this rejuice might actually change Weijin's game plan altogether. I think with the open pan, the potential for Reforger, and the Cypher online now, they don't want to play contested as you're mentioning, Gangly. He might be playing for a Boombot board, whereas Klickkornen still has a chance to play either into Cypher reroll or save all those rolls for an Exo line with the Rage Blade built. Exo was his comfort comp in the day 1 and 2 outside of playing those reroll lines.
He also played a lot of Cypher, though, so I think Klickkornen not too opposed to maybe also still go there, depending on what Weijin is doing. We're getting a little bit of a glimpse of our 200 HP players, and they're not going to be going up against each other. So it is about streak defending on the top and on the bottom of our lobby right now for all 4 players.
There's a strong board on the other side of Zhao Zhu, though. The front line is not as powerful as his, but you have this ramping Kog'Maw too. But yeah, the front line is going to crumble for AQ1H, and so Zhao Zhu is going to be able to maintain that streak.
And we see it on the other side of Robin's songs as well. The key item combo right now for AD Flex is that Rage Blade and that Kraken Fury, and now we have Prismatics.
Belt overflow for Weijin with a Boombot spot. This is the kind of game you're hoping for if you want to go first. No econ from his augments. There was a big rejuice from the Krug's PvE round itself. We'll see if he thinks that's going to be enough. Or maybe he wants to go for Tiniest Titan into a massive Cypher cash out instead. He's thinking about these 2 options.
He definitely has a lot to consider. Rolls away the belt overflow and says he wants to stay on that line. Tiniest Titan is going to be the ultimate choice, but we're getting more options coming in from our players here, and a lot of more generic board power, but somebody else picked up the belt overflow, and it is going to be Klickkornen.
Another interesting augment picked up for Zhao Zhu is playing around that Bronze for Life. We saw that in game number 1. Right. Fantastic. And he already has the setup for that, playing around Nitro. Currently has it on his board and has great items for Zeri.
Curious to see what this augment pickup from Weijin does to Klickkornen's game plan. Klickkornen, even if he wasn't scouting, he's seeing it now. They are facing up against each other here on the 3-2 round. And now Klickkornen has to think, do I want to contest Cypher, potentially go 8th, but maybe also stop a very strong player like Weijin from having a win-out spot with Cypher of his own? Even if Weijin wins, just delaying the time at which he hits his 3 stars could be enough to stop him from going first.
Right, we are seeing the cash out there. And this is what I was saying before, having the tempo variation of the Cypher allows you to kind of bypass sacrificing all of your HP. You can play it alongside this kind of flexible, too much value board. You get 3 Cypher in, yeah, it's not as many stats as the 5 Cypher would be, but at this point in the game, Klickkornen has the opportunity to play, not necessarily from ahead, but on cadence with the lobby, have a strong board in stage 3, and save a lot of HP.
Robin was not one of the players that picked up Spatula or Pan from the carousel yet. However, I see an emblem here, so he really is playing a little bit of Mordoc's favorite in this game, getting everything to make this comp strong.
And Bastion emblem did get changed to give a lot of AP when you put it onto a unit. And so for somebody like Morgana, obviously you get the resistances, but you also get a bunch of damage. It's kind of a damage item.
All those drops coming through are going to say a lot about who's going to be spiking later on in the game. We did see Weijin Iverson had both the pan and the spatula, and so taking the Tiniest Titan there, maintaining a lot of HP, playing more for an econ-focused mid-game is going to say, hey, I have the tools to spike harder than anybody else in the lobby, but I need the resources to get me there.
And one player we haven't talked about since this augment choice is AQ1H, who has a spatula alongside Invested, which is one of the strongest ones in the game currently because it gives you a lot of gold, but also the rerolls you need to get to level 9, to roll down, possibly hit Urgot, and he has the opportunity for Boombot Spat, which we've seen be very powerful.
Would be a ballsy play from AQ1H to play for a win out at 18 points to play into a boombot line that we've seen fail so much across the first 2 days of this tournament. Despite the strength of the comp itself, it came into the stats with a 5.12 AVP after the first 2 games. So really risky line from AQ1H, but he's taking it.
I love it. I think this is such a strong indicator from AQ1H saying, okay, listen, I might get checked either way as long as I don't bottom 8, but I can deny technically everyone else. There is a world where only one player makes it onto check, and he's putting himself in a position where he is going to be able to possibly do that, depending on whether or not that Urgot does actually come around. We saw in the previous game how contested boombots really are.
Well, it's both of them too. Kleekornen and AQ1H are both on 18 points and are playing risky, high-capped lines. They're really looking to make a statement, but also either of them could go 8th and not make check.
I do think the Corning with the Cypher line is not as risky because you stabilize once you roll down after your cash shot on 3-7, going to stage 4. You are maybe winning or losing some fights because you're low on HP, but you're rarely going 8th with Cypher reroll because you're going to win fights off of the 3 stars you have in stage 4, whereas Boombot is the kind of comp that if you mess up your roll down, if the boards you saw that are not fully locked in yet, you could just be going 8th, dying on 1 life.
I'm getting flashbacks. Game number 1, Robin Songs on a 9-win streak right now. We saw him go all the way up to a 12-win streak in game 1, then convert that into a first with Vanguard Marksman. This time around, playing around the Bastions. Vertical Bastion with the Dynamo backline is something that we see when we're playing around Morgana reroll. But because he got the emblem after already leveling, it's no longer a position in which he can reroll the Morgana. I cannot say I've actually seen a lot of the Bastion Dynamo tempo line. It's something that I'm not sure how comfortable Robin will be on it either.
I'm not sure about that, but what I'm sure about is that pick'ems have been made, and there is always the question of what is going to be the highest HP win. So something to look out for here. If maybe a player doesn't miss the 100.
You turned to look at me, and then he instantly lost.
All right.
Listen, I was just trying to remind
winning
people
a point for
that
Emiya. Thank you, Makes done your service. Going back to your point, though, Gangly, I do think there is a line where you can play around 4 Bastion with a Dynamo front line with Sejuani, Renekton, Poppy for the Kabuko Cyber Boss, as well as having the Bastion emblem on Zac, for example.
Yep.
Or maybe not Zac because you'll have the treasure chest. You want Zac to pop and then have a fully itemized backline.
And we're watching Weijin here fully pivot his board to Vexotech. Able to hit Sejuani 2 here on 3-7 already. A great way to stabilize this front line. Did roll a lot of gold and will be hopefully completing a lot of his items, getting his other important upgrades, including a Vex 2.
A lot of moves are being made across the board. You can see on the right-hand side, players are rolling, digging, trying to find those units like the Cho'Gath there. Checking in with Xiaozhu. You know, we were talking about the Bronze for Life and what that game plan is going to be looking like. Does find the Misfortune 2 here. Frontline lacking, though.
From Weijin, I would say it's a move that I think lacks a little bit of aura. I think he's being punished and bullied out of the Cypher line by Kleekornen and out of the Boombot line by AQ1H. He identifies that he probably can't play for a Boombot win-out with 12 points. He's now not getting full value from Tiniest Titan, having to cash out early and having to essentially play for a lower cap, while also playing a line that we've seen across this weekend. If you're not able to hit everything, Vex is not stable at 1-star in stage 4.
Checking in with Zenbai here. This is our Graves player. Still a couple of copies away from the Graves, but pretty high on the Golden Ox already, and just made 40 on the back of it as well, as we are going to be moving towards our next augment. And this one could be really important for the players that currently find themselves in a tough spot.
Maybe Prismatic could have given Weijin a blue buff, but for now, he only has a Gunblade on the Vex. We saw from Setsuko on day 1. No blue buff on a Vex. He ended up going 8th playing Vexotech. Hopefully not the same spot for Weijin in this game.
Weijin in an okay spot. We're looking at Kleekornen now, who's on this 5-win streak, continuing to roll a little bit more to see if he can hit the rest of his board.
2 copies away from the LeBlanc. A couple more copies away from that Galleon, that Draven, that do enable the rest of the comp. We also saw Rolling for Days being picked up there by Zenbai, so really digging for that Graves now, trying to find a stabilization point. And Summertimer says, stabilization, I'll just take a Viego too.
we are missing quite a few pieces that, do make this composition come alive. In fact, I would even say that, Viego 2, of course, is powerful, but there's so much strength in 7 Exotech, especially when you're playing with the Randuin's Omen. There's so much power in giving the units that have high health additional defenses. And so Viego 2, yes, it's powerful. It's also 15 gold that could have been used to spend finding a Zeri 2, finding your Sejuani, playing around 7 Exotech, especially I believe that is climbed the ladder that he selected as well. So it's a bit against the grain as much as it does kind of feel like a high roll.
He's also greatly so missing that Mordekaiser too. So Mordekaiser 1 on the board just now, sits on a pair, at least gets a mod here. So the legendaries are there, the rest is not, and he will need to find it to make it happen. Checking in with Camberley, one of her players that is not going to be able to make check on this round here.
Did AQ1H just go 9? Is that what that was?
Yeah. Full roll down the invested gold.
Yeah.
He's trying to find his Boombot board. Looking at Weijin now, we're seeing no items onto this Vex, instead playing around 7 Exotech, understanding that he doesn't have the right items for the Vexotech instead.
We see the Bronze for Life board for Xiaoju. We do have a lot of traits online, but not a lot of upgrades, and so not enough damage coming through there. We did hit so many upgrades here for Kleekornen. Having that other 2-star, 3-star across the board for your front line as well. Another 2 cost that really helps enable this too much value.
Yeah, this is exactly what Panda was saying before, right? When you're playing around Cypher, especially I would say when you're playing around the too much value, playing the tempo Cypher line in particular, you win so many fights on stage 3 and stage 4, it makes it very hard to go 8th. Kleekornen looks like he's absolutely going to be clearing that check threshold.
More importantly, no Urgot on this carousel, no Garen either. That could have helped some of these comps that we're looking for the Boombot units. Senbai is also going to be denied on that Viego, as a lot of Viegos are starting to move out of the pool. It is going to be important for him to be able to clutch up that unit as well.
We can see on our scoreboard as well, a little bit of an update about AQ1H and his roll down. He didn't hit much of anything.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of a bunch of copies. He does have a Koboko 2, which is great, but no Urgot means this board can't reach 6 Boombot.
18 points. There's only one position that you have to avoid. Ugh. We've seen this happen again and again. We mentioned
maybe we're back.
Risky play that AQ1H committed to the moment he locked into this Boombot line. It's a line that can very easily go 8th if you miss your roll down. And Weijin and Camberley, if they can preserve HP here, if AQ1H faces someone like Kleekornen, someone like Xiaoju, he could be in trouble.
And it is Urgot versus Urgot on the other side. Robin just enabling that Dynamo Bastion comp that he has built by the additional Urgot there to try and play around that. I do believe just from the eye check, AQ1H's board should be stronger here with the 6 Boombots in play.
Oh, the treasure chest did
Fun on Urgot is big.
The Urgot walks up, enough damage to take out Robin. Robin's board looking a little spicy right now.
Very interesting. I don't know if I've seen that one.
Is he just missing Misfortune, actually? Is that what it was? Because we saw the Urgot with the AD items. He's just playing a Dynamo board and completely whiffed on his roll down, hitting the Misfortune. So he's stuck with a Dynamo board, but an Urgot in the back line.
And it's understandable. Well, we have Camberley playing Dynamo Flex, who has a Misfortune 2. Xiaoju also has a Misfortune 2 playing Nitro Flex. So there are fewer and fewer of these Misfortunes left in the pool, despite it not really being the most contested of the 4 costs.
Garen did give Boombot mod, so much more power on AQ1H's board. Right before the carousel, he was not looking too hot, but now he is looking for a spot to possibly even win out this game if he's able to upgrade a few more units.
Speaking of upgrading units, on the other side is Senbai, has found that Graves has been printing money as well. 1 copy up of the Senna 3 as well as the J4 3. And of course, with the early pickup from the carousel, was able to get into the higher Golden Ox and actually stabilize on the Econ side. Not good enough to take down Summertime unfortunately. It's going to be taking another loss here.
Really close fight. Senbai, yeah, taking a lot of hits, but also you can see that bench extremely close to spiking. Senna 3 just 1 off, Jarvan 3 just 1 off. Now it's Treasure Armory time.
And we're seeing the Weijin, the repivot back into EXO, working so well, 5 win streak, making it much harder for Summertimer, who was the EXO player from the very beginning with the Crown Guarded, going on to that Mordekaiser, is still on Zeri 1, is trying to find any way to stabilize.
Oh, there's a potential. Yeah, okay, I see. Weijin Iverson picks up the lesser champion duplicator. He might have actually already had one on his bench, but he has 6 Varuses right now. So Weijin Iverson not only playing the vertical exo, but now we said needs to find some sort of backdoor way of finding a higher cap. Varus 3 might just be that.
Robin, everyone taking nothing crazy as far as I can tell. We did have an artifact for Summertimer.
Cornin had the option for getting 3 duplicators in total from the Treasure Dragon, opted not to go for it, wants to hit a higher cap. I think he is safe enough with 40 gold to think he's going to hit all of his 3 stars naturally and wants to play for the win out, not because he needs it, but because he wants to deny some of the other players who may be in contention for it, like Weijin.
Yep.
The moment Weijin goes second, he is no longer going to be in check coming into game 5.
Ooh, okay, Zenbai.
Wow.
Had a decision there to either roll down, try to find Senna 3, or level, ops to level, and AQ on H might have turned a corner here.
Garen 2, Urgot 2, that looks pretty good.
The level of defense being played by our 18-point players, Clicornin, I think, can assemble the full Cypher reroll board in AQ1H, risking it all for a Boombop board. Both players potentially going to finish first and second in this lobby, denying everyone else from accumulating points.
Weijin, though, has hit that Varus 3 that you were talking about, Nick. So a massive upgrade there as well. And it is going to come down to who actually is stronger. Those 3-star 3 costs can do so much, but it's not going to be enough against the full assembly of the boom boards. AQ1H still missing 2 of the Cho'Gaths to really make this guy an absolute raid boss. But other than that, this board is looking amazing.
Weijin did find Big Friend on the Treasure Dragon with Exotech. It's very, very good. No second Boombot mod for AQ1H is a big miss, though.
And I think Weijin, with the earlier cash on the pivot to Exo, he kind of gave up on the idea of winning this game in slight manner. He could have pushed Chinese Titan for a massive cash out for a potential win out spot, but maybe opted to play the more safe, accumulate points, and then potentially get some check in that game 5.
Checking in with Xiao Chu, we were talking about how a lot of players in this lobby are looking for the Dynamo units truly, and you're seeing some examples of that right now. Misfortune 2 sitting on the bench there for him, well, on the board actually. And on the opposite side, we're seeing Summertimer, who wasn't able to actually find the upgrade into the Zeri, still able to find the Mordekaiser too, at least. So a lot of the value is still on that Viego that we saw early on, and he is going to be the one that will take out this Misfortune.
Oh, so close.
It's not going to be enough. 1 unit Aurora clutch up.
That fight was insane. The Viego with the Seeker's arm guard was going hog wild in the back line, just jumping time and time again. He even took the MF ult for quite a long time. Such a close fight.
Once again, though, we're seeing Memory Bank not prove to be very strong in this lobby. Camberley down to 11 HP. He did proc it. He did get the Zhonya's Hourglass, but not the success he wanted.
And this is Camberley again and again going into the same game plan where he's playing for high tempo and he's not being able to play for these win-out spots. He's only on 11 points. He needs to shift the game plan.
And it's even more heartbreaking because on 11 points, if you go 8th here, you make your life so much harder in the next round even still. Of course, you are going to be needing to look for those first places with other players in chat to try and avoid them from ending out the tournament. But Camberley really hoping for every single individual placement here, as Summertimer is actually going to be eliminated on the back of the fight of Weijin's assembly of Varus 3.
Camberley wins, so he's guaranteed 7th. Camberley, one of the lower point scorers. Honestly, at that point, you recognize I'm not going to be able to win, not going to be able to get myself too close, but every point matters.
Summertimer, again and again, seems to be on the losing end of the contests. Couldn't find a Zeri 2. Weijin pivots on stage 4 onto the full Exotech line. We see a lot of those Zeris being pulled out of the pool, and Summertimer, another 8th place. He needs to find, he just got 2 8ths in a row after having a great first 2 games, so the mental boom is still there. He needs to climb back up, not just in the points, but I think in his mental state coming into game 5.
And Zenbai is in a similar position too. He's had a 2nd place, but outside of that, 2 bot 3s, and now staring down another one here.
Both of our lowest HP players side by side here. You can see how many upgrades have been found on the side of Zenbai, but everybody else just seems to have spiked harder than. And for Camberley, we were already talking about how the Dynamo spot from a position that isn't a straight win streak just didn't look too good. Maybe positioning can clutch it out here for him. Would have really liked the upgrade on the Aurora too, but it is going to be about matchmaking, and someone will be eliminated here.
Take a look at this Graves, see if he actually makes his way into the back line right now. He's going to be able to break through that front line, and yeah, Cambuli's board seems to just be crumbling. But Tanya's does a lot. It's still a 10-3 in the back line, though, and it's just the Aurora. You can see the frustration in Cambuli's face as he's going to be eliminated there. Zenbai holds on.
This is where Dynamo Flex is not quite cutting it in this day 3. Day 1 and 2, just these 3 Americas players played double the Dynamo Flex games compared to all of the other players in this final lobby. For a day 3, I think Dynamo Flex is not going to be the comp you want to rely on to try and go for the wins.
That's not the only player that's eliminated there, if I saw correctly. Robin also out in 6th. Unfortunately, also one of our lowest point players right now. So we'll need to have another great game to maybe reach that checkpoint and deny other players from ending the tournament in the upcoming round. But more players are still in it. However, with all of these eliminations coming in, an important update to our check, because both AQ, 1H, and Click are going to be on that check line for that very next game. All they need is one win to claim the title for themselves. That is now confirmed, and something we'll, of course, need to look out in the upcoming rounds, as watching over Senbai here.
And this Golden Ox board from Senbai is looking very, very scary. We're aiming at the 52 mark. We have that +1, so now we have 6 Golden Ox in. It's crazy.
Well, what's actually crazy is that I saw him play the 6 Golden Ox earlier in Stage 3, and then what he decided to do was go down to 4. He's been playing 4 Golden Ox instead of 6 since Stage 4, opting to say, listen, I'm going to take the increase of resources from Stage 3 of playing 6 Golden Ox, but he recognizes the damage increase of 4 to 6 is not enough to justify it. Instead, he wants to go vertical into Divinicore and say, this is what's going to give more value to my Graves instead of playing 6 Golden Ox.
We're getting an overview of our top 4 players right now, a glimpse at all of their comms. None of the contest remains. We have the Golden Ox, we have the Boombots on the top right. We're seeing the Exotech in bottom left. Click with that too much value reroll has been starting to fall off a little. All of the other players on win streaks.
And there's 2 blocks of players left alive. Weijin, Zenbai, both on 12 points. They need a win to get into check. AQ1H, Click both on 18 points. They're already in check. So it's a game of denial, a game of defense from Click and AQ1H, essentially almost playing as a team and trying to stop the other 2 players from winning the game to have less players potentially in check coming into Game 5.
Senbai on the left-hand side, fighting for survival. We've seen that the Golden Ox is maybe not strong enough to contend with some of the very upgraded boards just yet, but the Graves does survive here and serves a loss to AQ1H. Hangs in there with 1 HP. On the right-hand side, the story is folding a little bit differently as Click does get knocked out of this game number 4 for today. But like you mentioned, Panda is in check. No worries there.
We said Weijin might have been giving up on being able to go first because of the early cash out, the choice of taking Tiniest Titan. But what it's doing here is that he's actually been able to leverage the Varus 3 that he picked up from the 2 duplicators and be able to potentially go level 10. And he's just done. He's used all of his gold. He's gone 10. And now he's found his way. He's 40 HP above 3rd place, 35 over 2nd, and he might be able to get himself in check.
The problem is Senbai and this Graves is absolutely crazy. We were able to hit the 56 mark on our Golden Ox, but is on the correct side for Weijin, able to dodge the Graves and be on the other side, giving Zeri enough time to ramp up. Hopefully, though, but this Graves has so much damage attached to it. That Radiant Sterex gauge is very powerful.
The Varus.
But the Varus cast will
stun.
be strong enough.
Whoa! One more, one more ult. That's going to do it. Whoa, Zenbai falls there. So much burst damage coming in through the Golden Ox team. Made it look like that Cho'Gath wouldn't have enough time to scale up, but there's so much damage in the backline of Weijin Iverson that even when Graves broke through, Weijin's team could clean it up.
There is a fully capped Boombot board waiting, though, for this potential 1v1 with AQ1H, who didn't have to take this risk. He wanted to play defense. He wanted to try and go for the win to deny anyone else from hitting check alongside himself and Click. We'll see if he can do it here in this next fight.
AQ1H still missing out on that last copy of Cho'Gath. It's sitting on the opposite side of the board, taunting him almost as Weijin tries to claim the win here to put himself on to check. It's all about whether or not that Varus is accessed early on. Is it going to be good enough, or does the CC come in from him before he's going to fall? Urgot does find him, and with that, there is a loss served to Weijin.
And this is one of those situations where we had a top 3 where one beat the other, and the other beat the other, and the other beat the other. But the problem here, Weijin's board has not beaten AQ1H. That was Zenbai's board.
Weijin is not really scaling. He's hit his last sprint, making it to level 10. That's really all he can play for on this board. There's a Garen on AQ1H's side. He's printing out mods, and I think a few more rounds. And there's still a Cho'Gath 2 upgrade to be hit.
Important to note, we do still have Aurora 1 on the side of Weijin Iverson, so we are nearing that cap. We certainly aren't there yet, but you called it out. Urgot 2.
Cho'Gath is found.
Cho'Gath is found.
Spike.
This is very hard because now Weijin wants to be able to ramp, but he's fighting a team that also wants to ramp and, to be honest, has more tools to do it efficiently.
Picked up his best shot at it there from the carousel, that Shojin, to try and get some more healing through that Hex Tech that's on his Vex. But I'm somehow doubting that that is going to be enough. However, AQ1H, all it takes is for him to lose one round for Weijin to get him down and get that self in check. Can the Varus do it? Is it good enough? Does the heal from the Hex Tech help? But the answer is no, as the entire board implodes and Weijin loses one more round, putting him on last life.
There's not even a chance for fight RNG to go in favor of Weijin. There's no backline access whatsoever that can scam a fight, killing off the Urgot early. There's a Sejuani on the wrong side there as well.
Yeah.
It's really only the Varus and his stuns that's the only RNG that can go in Weijin's favor. But all in all, I think AQ1H has yet again played a marvelous game of TFT, risking it where he did not need to, just to try and find a better chance of winning the entire tournament in Game 5.
Some of it might also be the mental aspect of saying, I can do it, and I'm going to show you right now. I don't need to, but I can if I want to. And he does just that as he plays one exceptional game of TFT after another. One more round between Weijin and AQ1H to manifest that.
We see all the damage on the left side for Weijin, hoping to reach that Urgot as quickly as possible, but the front line is so strong for AQ1H.
Stumbling.
That shield from the Kobako is so strong, and once again, AQ1H takes his second straight game in a row.
Sends a message to everyone else in this tournament. I am the final boss. I am the player to beat. Click Cornin as well, obviously going to be in check as well coming into Game 5, but AQ1H, back-to-back wins, sending a real message to everyone else in this lobby.
If you're Weijin Iverson, normally you go second there. You know, you didn't really have the Cypher game you wanted, ended up a little bit lower health, and you probably would be pretty happy with that. But here you're not. That put you at 19 points for Weijin Iverson, just out of reach. The next game, the only thing you really can do is play spoiler. Play for first, deny the tournament from ending, make sure that Cornin and AQ1H do not end it right now.
I mean, the good news is, though, no matter what, he will be in check next game. Even if he goes 8th place, he'll reach that 20-point check mark. But he can't go first and win. That's the sad part.
That's right, but it's been done before. There's always a chance, there's always a shot. And I mean, if you're in this lobby, you're kind of looking at AQ1H and you're saying, what is this guy doing? 2 back-to-back wins. Can that really be 3 back-to-back? That's very, very rare for players to achieve in a stacked lobby as their final lobby at the Tactician's Crown.
And then in the game coming into this Game 5, I think Weijin's going to spend more time on Click Cornin and on AQ1H's boards than on his own. Absolutely. He really has to find any avenue to deny these players a chance to win, holding their units, trying, if they're obviously not going to play reroll, I have to imagine, trying to grief them on the carousels, maybe even purposely being last pick on all carousels to potentially scout and deny key forecasts, key satchels and pans, key components even, from the 2 checkmate players.
We've seen today move from the relatively quiet, calm, mild Game 1 that we saw into the chaos that's erupted the last couple. And it does go to show what this format does, though. And now we're kind of bringing up completely new parts of the game that will unfold here. It's the defense, right? You have to, if you're Weijin Iverson, if there's anyone else perhaps on 19 points, they're going to be looking to see how to deny these players who have the opportunity to end the tournament and make sure they don't get their win condition. And if Weijin's board looks a little silly because he's holding 6 Cho'Gaths and, I don't know, 4 Aphelioses, he's probably playing the game right because he has to do whatever it takes to make this reach a game 6.
Yeah, another one of those players, just like Wei Jin in this lobby, trying to play defense, but also play for themselves, is both of our CN representatives. They're at 18 and 17 points, and so they are in a very good spot to also make that checkmate mark.
It's going to be a bit of a social dilemma as well, with Wei Jin will be spearheading the griefing. It's essentially kind of a 6v2 coming to this game 5, but other players have to do what they have to do as well. Camberley might be playing more selfishly, saying, all right, you guys play defense. I need as many points as possible. I'm playing for a first. I have no target on my back, so Camberley will be playing essentially a much freer game than someone like Hornin or AQ1H.
I think Robin Songs and Summertime are in that camp too, right? Both of which look to be in very strong positions, having a great start. Summertime are going 8-8 in the last 2 games. Robin Song's finding another bot 4. And so, yeah, I think while I think Wei Jin would love for it to be a 6v2, the reality of it is it's probably not going to be so. I think you will need to have some players at the bottom who are playing for themselves, because the only way that they get back into this game is by going first, is by going second, by getting those points and putting themselves into check ASAP.
Guys, I don't want to worry you, but a giant kaiju just spawned in the back here. Not sure what that was.
It was just a bunny. It's just a bunny. It's fine.
A little bit of, I got scared there. Our players are making it very exciting.
Oh, it's back.
But, yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm already scared
Waiting.
by Gangley's volume changes. I don't need to be scared by anything else on the back LED
It's
screen.
called drama, Panda.
Guys, there's
drama when
#1.
you're sitting right next to
Oh,
me.
wow. Chonk is here, too. I wonder what that's all about. Well, I do kind of want to point out that there is a world where if we don't find a winner of the Tactician's crown in the next game, everybody could be on check.
You're right. Yeah, 13 points for Camberley being the lowest means only a second would put him into that check mark. And I think that's kind of why we're seeing why most tournaments end in 5 or 6 games. We haven't been able to see 7 or 8. So the stars would have to align for us to get to 7. But, you know, you guys have been rooting for it. I'm here to support you. But I think
You don't
it's pretty
actually want
unlikely.
that?
I think, you know, personally, I kind of like winning in 4. Not because I don't like watching TFT, but I kind of like just seeing someone, like, go
Ace
for
it.
it. Yeah.
I'm really excited for the Paris Open this December, but also remembering back to the Vegas Open where we had the craziest checkmate finals where the only person that couldn't win
won.
And so we went to another game. It was just absolutely insane, and we're setting ourselves up well for that to be the case here.
Now we are in checkmate, at least for 2 players. We have to start thinking again, what are the win conditions? What are the win conditions that are not really deniable? One of those is Trade Tracker. You can't really essentially stop an Exotech player from hitting Zeri 2 into joining 2. It's very easy for them to have enough econ with Trade Tracker as well to roll down on 4-1, hit their upgrades, get a miraculous cash out of emblems, and win the game off of that. So there are a few key items to watch out for in this next game where players like AQ1H and Hornin can set up for an almost unbeatable board in Stage 4.
I always think back to Set 9. Title. When Title won in that 4th game, he hid what he was playing the entire time. He made it so that he could not be griefed, like you were saying, playing into an open fort style. It's something that requires you to play the game perhaps outside your comfort zone, but when you're playing with a potential 6v2, you have to be willing to take a risk.
I will say, Runeterra Reforged had some very unique mechanics that very much allowed him to do a lot of what we saw back then from Tidal. But yeah, of course, an incredibly memorable finals. Panda, you were there as well, of course.
Mechanics that exist in some ways in Step 14. Hack Carousel, a little Toma Traits action would be fitting for a Game 5. Let's just use that word.
It would be insane to see some of those crazier hacks come through, maybe even some larger duplicators as well. So we see some of our players hanging out at the Americas Hub, Frodan in his co-stream, and it looks like Dahua's on the couch as well.
There.
The casting debut.
That's right, Tri-State represent. Let's go. It is cool to see all the hubs. I can only imagine what it's like there in Dallas, especially when, well, I was going to say especially when your players are doing so well, but we have some players very close to check. Oh, they're saying hi.
You gotta give it back. You gotta
Can they
give it
see
back.
us?
They've been given critical information.
That's awesome.
Yeah, very cool to see from them. Awesome that we're having all these different hubs. I've just been absolutely enjoying it. And of course, we saw the people cheering the players on that still remain as well.
It was amazing seeing, I think it was game 2, we got to see the crowd from Emilio Hornin doing so well. we touched on it a little bit. Amiya obviously has had this drought of set championship wins, and Amiya has actually been, alongside CN, one of the first to really adopt the regional hubs. We've been able to see them play in I think it was Warsaw last set. I know it was Alicante the one before.
They were in Madrid once,
Madrid,
Berlin.
yeah.
We've been moving throughout Amiya, actually, which is pretty cool.
I can only imagine what that moment would feel like for that crowd, right? To see your representative be able to come out, and you know, obviously as the Americans, we do banter a lot, but it does nothing to take away from the fact that Amiya has been longing for a moment like this for so long, and I do think that Klikornen represents more than just Amiya, but the underdog, the person who is oftentimes written off because there are stars who overshadow you, but he's the last one remaining and in a position to bring the title home for Amiya.
And we've had players come very close in the last few sets. Jedusor, Double, Skipeus, What Jungler even, for example, Darkest in the final lobby in set 12. I mean, it's really frustrating to have players who you know can do it, who you know if they had just a great day of TFT, they could definitely come out as a champion, but to end up failing in the end. There's the mounting pressure, obviously, of having so many sets have passed. Obviously taking a lot of the trash talk as well from some of the Americas casters doesn't help across 10 sets, but a lot of hope is now in the hands of Klikornen. This is one of the best positions we've ever been in as a region to come out as champions.
And it's not only that he just represents the underdogs, but a pan-region like Amiya with so many kind of tiny countries that make up its entirety, there is a lot of, I think, what people are seeing in Klikornen that they see in their own region, and that's so beautiful.
It sure is. And Panda or I were watching game 1 and 2, and he said something to me. He said, listen, this is what's going to happen.
No.
Gonna hit check first. And I won't finish the rest of it.
No.
He predicted what's gonna happen. I won't predict the rest of it.
All right.
Secret.
Gangly was my most hated coworker. Now CLE has moved right
We're
up
moving up in
into
the world,
standings.
baby.
Hey, but you had confidence in him to hit check first, which
That's right.
I think is a great sign, and he has done that here. And he's proven so far in this tournament that he can win games.
It is not a one-to-one comparison, but I do think it's still a fitting comparison. When we look back at someone like Dish Soap, two-time set champion, there was a period of time in which Dish Soap was performing, where he was getting so close but narrowly missing, was not able to actually find a first-place finish in a tournament. In set 10, he finally found his first win, and when he did, the floodgates opened. There's something about the drought that occurs either in a player's career, sometimes in a region's career, that it feels like no matter how close you get, you always tend to come up short. But what we've seen across history in a variety of titles, a variety of sports, that sometimes just winning for that first time, and of course we've won in set 3, but the drought is what makes it feel like this, that it's just about getting that win one more time to kind of reset the mental, to prove to yourself that you're capable. I think that's what Amiya needs. And for a moment right now, because we don't have a player in check, I'll root with you until Wei Jin gets into check.
Wow, Gangly, such a kind and generous soul sitting on the couch here with me.
I kind of want to point out something we saw in the feed there, because of course we did see the Amiya hub with Klikornen not in his spot, so we are waiting for players to return in case you're wondering. But also, that is where they all started. They sat next to each other in this little like round table scenario, and to be the last one that remains in this spot must be such an immense pressure really weighing down on your shoulders. It's basically unfathomable for me.
And we're seeing the difference here at the Americas Players Hub, where there is 3 of them, and I'm not rubbing it in. I'm just saying there is camaraderie here, right? There's 3 players able to fight alongside each other, not in a way in-game, but being like, okay, we're in this together. We have people sitting next to us that have the same nervous energy, that have the same stakes on them.
I love for the Americas just the contrast of our 3 representatives, right? You have Robin Songs, the kind of age-old hero of North America, has been around the scene for so long, 2-time regional winner. Wei Jin Iverson, the hot commodity, came up in set 7, broke out in set 8, has made 5 of the last 7 set championships. And then Cambuly, who it was the era of the merging of the regions that really put him into the spotlight. It was his 8 top 16s that he's found since that merge that's really brought him out. And so we have every era of TFT all represented on that stage for the Americas.
Somebody call Klikornin? Oh yeah, there he is, walking back to the
Trying
spot.
to ice
I
him
saw
out.
the timer go down, and I was like, where is he? But yeah, making his way, actually not to his spot.
Oh, just faded.
He's
Right.
a player, man. I can't.
He's
So,
lost.
I
He's
think
lost.
our
He's
feed
lost.
was playing live, and Corners, yeah, I'm gonna do him dirty. I'm just gonna go quick right, quick ankle break.
That's crazy.
Makes us gonna cast her, curse him, and she's like, nope, gonna dodge that one.
Like, sorry to anyone who went 8th. Looks like we got a 40-minute break before the next game. Thanks, Cornin.
Nah, of course not. We are going to be starting momentarily. And of course, just a quick reminder, we do have 2 of our players on check, as you kind of see the standings behind us here in this amazing stage. I do want to make a quick call out, because at the end of the day, once we have found our champion, there's one more thing that we all prepared that we of course would like you to stay around for. We're going to be playing one show match of the new set. You're going to be getting the full laydown. We have Michael Sloan here that is going to be telling us all about what the underlying mechanics of the new set are, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I am incredibly hyped for this set. I might have seen the one or other thing already.
Default answer, you are not allowed to say that, mate. Just in case. I don't want to get into any trouble. Going back to the Game 5, though. I'm really worried about the Americas players, and I mean it, because their game plan was great for day 1 and 2. For Weijin, we have seen a forceful change in his play where he's saying, I'm playing for Tiniest Titan. I'm playing for a Boombot board. I'm playing for wins because I know I need them. We haven't seen the shift yet from Robin and Camille. They are continuing to play the same exact tempo play style of playing Vanguard Marksman, of playing Dynamo Flex, and it is not working out. When you're playing for or a tempo game plan in general, the moment that tempo game plan fails and you don't have a high cap, but you're also losing stage 4, you are going 8th, you are going 7th, like Camberley has showcased in this last game, for example. So I need to see both of them, now that they are in contention of hitting check at 13 points, shift into I'm going to contest Cypher. I'm going to play for a hedge fund. I'm going to play for, a huge econ augment at 2-1 to try and play for Boombot and risk it all. You might fail doing so, but this is the time to wake up and radically shift your game plan.
You talked about the forceful shift coming through from Weijin Iverson. The good news for America's fans is that 13 and 14 points, you have nothing else to play for apart from going first right now. I think that it may not be the choice of Camberley or Robin Songs to make the shift away from tempo to play for the first place. At this point in time, though, there is no reason to play the tempo. I would expect both of those players to recognize the spot they're in checkmate and make a big swing for the fences.
And a lot of that problem has been around trying to get to that spot where you can play for first, especially Robin with that Boombot game, and then just failing, right? It's a first or 8th comp. He went 8th.
There's also a position now going to Game 5 where I do wish something like AMP was a bit stronger, maybe even at the state it was last patch, maybe a little bit weaker, but at least an alternate game plan that players could try and go for outside of Boombot as an AP alternate win-out condition.
Going to be seeing the starting stages, of course, where players will need to try and find some of those units to give them direction, especially in a game like this one. If you can find a niche, if you can find a condition, that's what it's all about.
And here early in the game, we'll be seeing maybe a little bit of an econ start, as we don't have any items dropped right away. For Klikornin here, though, and a lot of our players, the strategy coming through, Klikornin being one of the players on check, will need to play for a first place. Checking out our other player now, who is also in a similar situation, AQ1H at 26 points, currently our ranked #1 in the lobby with our highest amount of points. This is a situation where he can make it work.
Going back to Klikornin's board, we did see almost a Destiny-type situation come out there. The very first orb of the game gave him a Rengar. I'm not saying he should play Rengar Jinx to try and win set 14 Tactician's crown, but this is a comp that he loved playing. His G5 prep group, they were trying to play it in EMEA regionals. They were trying to practice it in the World Scrims as well as one of his pocket picks, one of the comps he would love to play if he's given, like we saw from Dish Open Game 1 of the tournament, perfect conditions to do so.
I really love that execution +1 with the Rengar, and you can play with the Deep Street Demons. Not sure we're going to see that just yet, but it's definitely a possibility as we move across the board and just kind of scout out these early levels. I think what we're looking for is definitely going to be the Cypher units here, if anyone has been able to find them.
Yeah, and our encounter this game is an extra augment on stage 4, so later into the game, not on stage 2, to possibly give that double econ. Here we are, though. Gold augments to start us off.
Summertimer immediately goes for Wandering Trainer as his pick on the left side, understanding he's in a position after 2 8s in a row to take even more gambles, to take even more risks. Surely third time will be the charm for this Japanese player. Rapid Fire Executioner makes me maybe doubt that statement. I'm curious what he'll be able to pull out of the hat with this setup.
And one thing we do see across the lobby as these augment choices come in is there's some that kind of shape what we play. And we saw Klikornin play around too much value, and we see Weijin playing around that now. It's going to be very interesting to see where Summertimer, though, does end up with this board, because there's not really a very clear line or clear way to get to a 10 trait that's prismatic.
A dummy with a gun, that's what he's playing for. I'm sure it's going to be that one.
Do you not like Divinicore here?
With Rapid Fire and Executioner?
I don't know.
With Executioner, it could be.
It is a line Summertimer plays a lot around Divinicore with center reroll. He's played it into vertical Divinicore. Obviously, Renekton is not the rapid fire unit we would have liked to see a few patches ago, especially not without the emblem. I just think it's a hard game. I think it's a Wandering Trainer. It's a gamble. You say, you know, maybe I hit the insane out and I have a very clear direction to play for. Something like a Boombot that we saw earlier in the tournament as well from Wandering Trainer.
Just get another rapid fire emblem.
Is that still going to be strong enough for Renekton after the nerf? I wish we had the Renekton Rapid Fire from 2 patches ago.
It's very fun.
It was very nice to have that Crocodile just shredding through things. But in the meantime, we have 2 players that are trying to take away the win conditions here. There's one in Xiaozhu that's playing full open fort right now, making sure that there are no loose streakers in Klikornin and AQ1H so they can cap out high.
And Weijin here, you could think he's going to do the same thing as Klikornin, play too much value into Cypher. That could be a line. He could just hold these rolls as grief rolls, as rolls to roll down on 4-1 and buy as many maybe Zeris or Cho'Gaths, whatever unit he needs to deny from AQ1H and from Klikornin going to stage 4.
I think it's really important for us to check in on AQ1H's exo items at some point, because he does have a Gwinsu's built out. It looks like he is heading towards that exo direction. And also pick something that is very tempo heavy, but still currently loose streaking.
When was the extra augment? What stage?
Stage 4. Robin Song's one of our players that needs a good placement in order to get into check. Playing around a strong tempo line. AQ1H, though, crown guarded. This is a pretty strong start.
This is a clear indication of trying to play into Mordekaiser. Very strong item and augment combination to play into him as a main tank. And as you mentioned, Clement, the Rage Blade would indicate to me he could potentially be playing into something like a Zeri. We have seen some whispers of a Nitro Zeri build that can win games as well, but I don't think it'll be a setup. You need to have kind of a snowballing Nitro setup to reach that T-Hex and to have that be a win condition.
I am a little bit worried about AQ1H's game plan right here. It is a very strong single into Exotech, and whenever you're on check, you actually want to hide your intentions a little while longer. It makes it so that people cannot deny your 2 stars when they have extra gold.
Vigar able to kill lots and lots of units. The Robin Songs has too much damage on his board. That 2-star Twisted Fate he's playing around is great, but not able to make 10 gold. So pretty poor for the side of Robin, but obviously HP is another resource you want to keep in this game.
Then we are seeing he is continuing to believe in the Prophet Moses Graves, again being the game plan for the CN player. Played it 3 times across yesterday and the day 1. Played it last game, is playing it again here.
Big thing for Xiaozhu, not able to find that Cypher. He's clearly trying to be the defensive guardian of the lobby. You guys can't lose streak on the top. I'm going to be the sole Cypher. Leave it to me.
Yeah, Weijin playing defense against anyone playing around 4 costs. Xiaozhu playing defense on anyone playing reroll. It's going to be an interesting game.
Tumbai, in the meantime, giving his faith towards the Graves line once more. This is the line that he's done the best throughout the entire tournament, playing it last game as well. The one he won the TOC with, and I think this is a line that if you can streak consistently enough through stage 3, get to the 62 stack point, you have a chance to go first.
In previous sets, I think it was a big story that CN were the region that were really developing the meta. Most of the times it was Americas and EMEA playing catch-up with most of the meta comps, especially reroll comps. coming into the attack round. Hasn't been the case the last few sets. Americas has taken a big lead in that sense, but CN, the one big development from that region has been Graves as a whole. The positioning tech, especially with the Moses positioning, having all your units on the left and right side, came mostly from CN and from CN players playing on EMEA, on EU West, and on the NA ladder. And now we're seeing maybe the best Graves player from the initial region to start playing that on this pivotal Game 5, trying to execute yet again.
And Robin Songs did complete his game plan so far. 4-win streak. We haven't seen a super strong board just yet. And whoa! Click corner, the Exo Collar.
This could be what you need to be to access that world champ diff that we've seen from Dish Soap in the past. We're maybe seeing from Click Corner in this Game 5.
An early Sejuani is just wild. I mean, the fact that you are able to also still get back up to 20 gold, you have a very good item for this Sejuani, and the stun is going to buy so much time. I feel like the only thing that's really lacking is just being able to have that 2-star Jin, but the items are Hollow Bow, the Repulsor Lantern, and Hyper Fangs. Do you like those items for an Exotech board? Because I don't.
Hyper Fangs could be interesting with a Garen. You find the Garen mod, the X-Tech mod onto the Garen 2 as a potential way to find a win condition. We also have not yet seen our 3-2 augment. I don't want to, actually I do want to bless Click Corner. It could be Trade Tracker. So we'll see if it's going to be a gold augment in just a few rounds.
That's actually a great point because I want to point out both of our Czech players are going for the Exo line, and the way they can avoid pivoting is that Trade Tracker that is basically unstoppable.
Shop glitch here for Zembai now that we are on this creep round. Nice copy of Ross 2, but you're still looking for those great...
Oh, does he hold it?
No, early defense. A little bit too early.
Yeah.
Looking across our lobby, and if you're watching and you're wondering who's in check and who's not, you look at the right side of your screen, you'll see little crowns next to people's names. And those are the ones we really want to keep our eye on, because if they win, the tournament is over and they will get the crown.
One off Alistar 3 here for Zembai, which could be one of the key ways out, and with the Graves 2 spike especially, to take over this stage 3. You have a key tank that kind of replaces the Jarvan in the late game, and you have a Graves dealing a ton of damage.
The hacked orb also gave us the gold stimmy. So you're going to get more gold the longer you hold on to that consumable item.
And this is really important to point out. What you see AQ1H doing is he's trying to set up his augment potentials for that Exo +1. So pulling additional units outside, just leaving the minimum amount of potential traits on board.
Tailoring for any Exo synergistic augments that could potentially come up on this 3-2 round. These small little things that the top players do to try and min-max, to try and battle the variance, to try and come out as victors in a pivotal game like this.
Most of the time, if you're going into Exo, you want to have 2 out of 3 of green, red, or yellow. Those are the ones that you're looking for. Click Corner, of course, we've seen him actually play Hollow Bow a lot of times, which I thought was very interesting. And here's the moment, the 3-2 augment. Do we get golds? Do we get trade trackers?
I'm a little nervous here because, again, there's not much the lobby can do if it is Trait Tracker, because it's all up to them whether they can proc it or not and have enough gold and health to roll down.
It is.
Trial run being offered is one of these augments.
You have to dig. Gonna go for trial run, gonna settle. Does Click Corner find something like a Trade Tracker on his pick? That's the other player is gonna be in check.
Spirit Link.
He is not going to find it. Still, both players able to find synergistic augments that will help their game plans. Not quite the high rolls they were expecting, though.
A sigh of relief from everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, but a really good win-out augment for Clicornin, though. Spirit Link alongside Exotech Health. It's going to be a very good combo, especially as you get down lower. But Wade and Iverson is also a little bit risking it all, playing around the LeBlanc reroll, and now with Last Stand.
We did just see this not work out for one of our players in the previous games, but you know, if you do activate that Last Stand and you're able to really capitalize on that extra combat power, that is one way that you can also play spoiler in this lobby.
The Last Stand was not really utilized to full effect from Clicornin in the game 2 because he played into a Dynamo line in the end with not that many melee carries, for example. It is so much more powerful with the Cypher stats on something like a Zed, for example. He can just tear through backlines. And the Wajan has decided offense is the best defense. If you win the game, the Czech players do not end this tournament. So no longer really thinking about contesting and griefing, instead thinking, hey, I'm going to go for the craziest win-out game possible.
I do want to point out that he still wants to avoid Xiaoju on the bottom. He still does not have any units on his board the last time we checked, which is kind of crazy. He's going full defense mode, making sure we take it to another game.
Despite that, though, we did see Wei Iverson upgrade that Alawi, and Xiaoju does have a couple of units on his board now. Found the Cypher.
Looks like he didn't go for the EU tech. He had the Rengar and Jinx and was like, nah.
Saved himself from maybe a fiasco, let's say.
Yeah.
We'll see with LDP, though, what the option will be for Xiaoju. I imagine Cypher is one option. You're contesting Wei Jin, though. I'm not sure if these players want to go into that contest. It's potentially in Xiaoju's best interest for Wei Jin to win this game, and he wants to leave that lane clear for Wei Jin to play into Cypher and find a strong win-out spot, with Xiaoju playing second fiddle, trying to find a secondary way to deny the win-out from AQ1H and from Clicornin, our checkmate players.
Robin Song's on the other side, playing from comfort once again, playing from ahead of tempo, playing at 100 HP right now, facing the strong board on the other side, but will be taking the win because of the importance of salvage bin. He's slammed everything he's gotten. He's been able to build good frontline items and good backline items, but there's a double component carousel on the way.
And a Zeri there as well. Double component already really good for the Exotech players if they can get that key unit. There should be some
no
defense.
way no one defends, but Clicornin is going to be on the wrong side. Oh, he's third pick. Never mind. He's fourth pick.
Okay, Summertimer did his job right there. Even though AQ1H is my favorite, you got to defend now.
And Summertimer is playing around Exo, it looks like, right now. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on that. He has Cypher in right now, but a lot of the other Exotech units, so maybe he's on grief duty. His Wandering Trainer does make sense with the Rapid Fire +1 and also the Executioner, so that would be the line that I would want to play into.
For Robin, a very interesting spot here. Hard to predict what he's playing into with the BT Slam on the Mundo, with a temporary carry in the TF for now. This is most obviously not going to be TF reroll. It doesn't fit the game plan that Robin wants to go for in a game like this where he needs to reach check, and it also is not the board to set up for it.
Does seem like trending more towards a physical line. He does have a lot of swords currently on his board and no rods, so that would be my guess, but obviously this is a very flexible type of board situation.
Yeah, I would think you'd end up in some kind of Dynamo line would be my guess. He can make blue buffs if he wants. He also has good Misfortune items, but he's, again, lacking in that front line if he does end up that direction. So on the other side, though, AQ1H, one of our players on check, will be taking another loss. Does have that Jin 2 to stabilize around and do a lot of damage, but not quite win rounds.
This is what solve has been, actually, so he could just break apart all of these items and really pivot into anything at this point in time. So just full flex from Robin, playing kind of taking a page from AQ1H's book, adapting to what the game is giving him, and then having a chance to have a key role down in stage 4.
Wei Jin did find a win there, so the Cypher loss streak is broken, and I would assume that is by Xiaoju.
The Cow 3 has come alive. Alistar, the main tank, going to be buying some time for Graves to do his thing for Zembai here at 83 HP.
Why did you call him a cow?
Alistar?
Yeah.
He moves.
He's a cow. He's
I
got
thought he
horns.
was an ox.
Ox is a cow.
Depends on your if you have glasses or not.
Well, I don't, so I suppose that's why I'm missing out.
And it's important to see what Wei Jin does, because when he was broken in his loss streak last time, he went straight cash out and tried to out-tempo the other player. This time around, he's rolling with the punches. He's going to keep his Cypher in. Of course, still needs to wait for that cash out. But this looks like a very tempo-oriented game plan for him.
And it looks like he did roll. He looks like he rolled. He has 6 copies of the LeBlanc. I think that is a 2-star on his bench as well. So in a good spot to possibly hit right here. He'll probably cash out, get the combat power, and get a little bit of that 100 cash out.
He's rolling in too much value rolls as he gets them essentially on 6, just to try and stabilize, try and preserve HP. He knows most of his win-out potential will be coming not from the resources of Cypher, but more from Last Stand itself, once that ends up proccing later on in stage 4.
I'd love to see what Xiaoju is playing on this stage. He did cash out his Cypher. He has 70 gold, we can see in the bottom of our screen.
Already with the cash out and the roll, these two Cypher players, it's incredibly important for them. We talked about the box out a lot, and look what Zembai is doing. He's helping them box out, holding on to his LeBlancs as well.
Playing some defense. Oh, gonna hold on to 2 LeBlancs. But in this case, he's essentially denying Weijin from fulfilling his game plan, which I don't think is correct. I think if Weijin is on 19 points, he's making check anyway. They really want to stop the two checkmate players in AQ1H and Klikornin from hitting, so I don't think it's correct from Zenbite to hold LeBlancs.
It's also crazy that Xiaoju is now contesting this while Weijin was so far ahead, but has those 6 duplicators to possibly hit before Weijin.
Weijin hits regardless. LeBlanc 3 comes in. The stabilization on level 6, not level 7. So this means he's going to be much further away from Galio 3 and from Draven 3.
It has the Alawi 3. At least that's going to help you with the front line, but I feel like missing out on that gold might come back to bite you later.
Yeah, I think Weijin's in a pretty precarious spot, but again, he's in check regardless. This game being contested and also likely getting boxed out by Xiaoju. He's probably just happy to get any points he wants and play defense afterwards. I do want to point out that we did get extra HP from the PvE round, which technically is a huge boost to Klikornin that does have Spirit Link.
Absolutely is. Oh. Extra value. Prismatics coming through. Black market options available. Chemtech Overdrive would be very strong actually for a Zeri board. There are 2 of those, and those are both going to be on our checkmate players. We'll see if they can maybe make that work.
Weijin taking invested, hoping to get to higher levels now, maybe even use some of those free rerolls.
Klikornin, one of those players in check, has the bulky buddies option. Hopefully, has the right mental state to play around it, has to move the Jack just a little step backwards. There's an Etheria instead. Full value onto the board. We'll see what he can do here. Still only a Zeri 1. He's down to 5 gold, so a bit of a desperate roll down. Understanding there's a target on his back, he needs to try and find the Zeri 2 before the rest of the lobby contests.
Got double binary airdrop coming through from Zenbai and Kambuli, so that's also going to be just a lot of extra power for them.
Everyone's picking up extra combat power at this point, and I believe there is going to be another Agumon choice later into the game. So this is just going to be very high cap across the board. Robinson's finally coming off of his loss streak, and we're going to get a better glimpse of where he's going with his comp. He still wants to aim for that top 3, and I think Marksman Vanguard is the perfect comp to kind of go for that route.
It is uncontested in this lobby, so he'll be heading that way. AQ1H, though, does hit an upgrade as well as Chemtech Overdrive.
And we talked about it. This is one of the augments that I think personally only really fits this comp because the Zeri, no matter where she starts outside of the second hex and behind, she can dash out of range immediately, and the stats are going to be so powerful for this board.
Is this Golem going to like carry?
Might.
We're going to find out real soon, CLE.
3 items, has all of the stats from Chemtech Overdrive. It's at least fun, I can tell you that.
If a Golem wins a 1v1 to win Tac round, this might be the best TFT tournament of all time.
We'll just give the Golem the crown. How's that?
Perfect.
AQ1H might not agree.
I mean, the Golem's still alive, though, and as that Mordekaiser steps up for the backline, this poor Zeri just gets walked on.
And it's really important he can take out Summertimer early because he's holding on to 3 copies of that Zeri, both Klikornin and AQ1H, praying for his downfall at this point.
Way to kick a player when he's down, Clement. Summertimer just lost 2 games in a row going 8th, and you're preying on his downfall again?
I'm saying the players are. They have to have the copies.
I see.
Urgot on Carousel, but I don't know if anybody is at the level where they can really optimize using that.
There is an open Urgon on AQ1H just for the Executioner, but Kambuli, of course. He didn't go for that in the end.
It looks like 5 of our players have not used their gold injection quite yet, meaning that they're still ramping up and hoping that they can get to somewhere else in this game and get more power.
This is really interesting for Klikornin. I was actually surprised he was willing to play into this Exo line, knowing that, one, it was highly likely to be contested. It's very easy to deny 4 costs in this type of a lobby, and also he just doesn't have the best Exo items. Ooh!
Where in the world?
Level 8. We're on level 8. He just hit Urgot 2. This guy's a beast.
Is this not high-end chopping? No?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nope. He's
It's
just
binary
good.
airdrop.
I think everyone's taking a sigh of relief in this lobby at this point.
They're like, Kambuli, yes! Put yourself on check for the first.
And we mentioned it, Cambuly had to change his game plan. He could not play Dynamo Flex another game on this day 3. He's completely pivoted into more of a win-out angle. Binary Airdrop going to have items for all of his key carries. Mogul's Mill on the Cho'Gath here as well. If he wins this fight, he's going to be in a good position to climb back up in the standings.
Oof. Weijin did find that Galio 3 though, which is why he's able to win this fight, and Weijin still has last stand yet to proc. So he's in a spot where he can wait for Xiaoju to die, then end up hitting the upgrade as well. But we have our 4th augment of the game here at the end of stage 4.
It's going to be another gold. Duo Q available here for Xiaoju. Of course, he's playing the Cypher. We're not going to be looking at that one.
Oh, he did pick it.
Okay. I'm sorry. Predictions 0.
He is 1 off of the Galio 3. We'll continue to roll for it.
Uses his gold injection.
Not sure what the game plan was here. Maybe just the extra gold from being able to sell the 5 cost to try and hit the Galio. That's what he was seeing as the biggest option, but a little bit too far off. Doesn't have the Z2 either.
Is it even possible since Weijin Iverson hit it?
Yeah, it's true. It's just really the Draven carrying everything here. I'm just not really in agreement with some of the game plans in this game 5, considering what is at stake and who's on checkmate.
And you see the mirror matchup here. The problem is for Xiaoju, he has 3 of those lesser duplicators left, so all he needs is 1 more. He could hit, but just didn't have enough gold to work with. But again, the Radiant item here on this Draven 3 could be enough if the LeBlanc can't get over there quick enough. Does do a lot of damage there, and the cast does not go that direction, but the BT is going to end up being the difference in this fight.
Even the extra HP from the Radiant Blue buff probably helped the Draven stay alive there.
And
Weijin Iverson's just kind of smiling at that one.
looking at the players that are on check here, Klikornin with a massive combat augment combo right here. I really like this setup. It's Spirit Link that gives you the regen into the Ascension. Of course, he does look like a rather low cap board because he is missing a lot of the correct exo items and his backline as well. But if he ever does hit, those are very good augments for a potential first.
And you mentioned it yesterday, or just now, Clement, that you were surprised Klikornin went for this exo line. In a pivotal game where his entire tournament is at stake. He's a player who in day one did not do so hot. Day two, he mounted an enormous comeback alongside Summertimer to make the final lobby. 3 of his 6 games yesterday were Exotech. This was his saving grace. This was his kind of avenue back into successful lines, into successful points. So maybe this is why he's trying to go down this line again in this game 5.
Sometimes you just have to play your own game. Be familiar, trust in your instincts, lots of combat augments. There's definitely a chance for it to happen. Meanwhile, Summertimer down to 27 HP. Sorry to rag on Summertimer, but he's basically holding this lobby together alongside Cambuly.
Summertimer is playing around invested as well, so could be going for a crazy high cap. But we see Cambuly's board on the other side, now having this Garen, now having this Cho'Gath too as well. So continues to level up despite being level 8, and now could be looking at level 9 and possibly that win-out angle. Robinsong's here, another one of America's representatives that needs a good result in this game, has stabilized, won 4 fights in a row now, and is looking very scary.
Talk about comfort comps. I think there's not a single pairing of comp to player stronger than this one in set 14, Cyber City. Robin has loved playing Vanguard Marksman as his go-to comp the entirety of this set, even now, even in this game 5. With Salvage Bin, he's able to pivot back into it, has great combat augments to support this comp and allow it to reach a bit of a higher cap.
Yeah, was one of the only 2 wins on Marksman Vanguard so far, trusting in it to get him into check. Xiaoju and Summertimer now all on 1 life, I believe. Looking to see how far they can hold on.
Xiaoju not hitting the Galio 3, despite having all of these duplicators, is rough. We see some of the disdain on his face, but on the other side, we see this Graves board. Senbai's played this so many times and is so incredibly comfortable, and we see the positioning and knowledge difference come through. The Graves is going to walk towards the backline and possibly even delete. Oh, goes back towards the Zed, but now on to that Draven in the bottom right, and that's going to be a Draven clutching up there with that axe throw, but the Alistar 3 does enough damage.
The cow that you were talking about.
The ox, according to Nick, who may be more familiar with animal species, I'll be honest.
No Boombot hits for Cambuli here.
But for Urgot, hello?
I think the more important fight was on the left there. Summertimer down to 1 life. Robin almost assisting, almost sending up an alley-oop for AQ1H for Clickhornin as well in terms of these Zeries coming back into the pool. As you were mentioning, Clement, Summertimer, if he's taken down 3 of those Zeries, and the best defender in this lobby would be going down in potentially 7.
It's going to be really cool to see how much gold AQ1H and Clickhorn still have, because they want to roll down and just rush for that area as soon as Summertimer is out. We're taking a look at the interest. Look, AQ1H saving up a lot of gold. He knows what's coming.
Summertimer potentially on his last life, facing off against Zenbai. The Graves coming in, clutching up, taking down the Zeri. The Zeri survives. The last cast does not come through. Summertimer stays alive for at least one more fight, as does Cambuli, down to now 12 HP. 2 players on the chopping block. The 6 others trying to stabilize, trying to win these next few rounds before we move on to the next stage.
There's a Zach on the carousel, which would be a huge upgrade for all of our players. Zach is one of the premier frontliners late on in this set. Summertimer, though, finding important items to round out his backline.
A huge win for Zenbai in the previous site, making sure that our Czech players have to take another round of damage, making sure that they can't get their Zeri online just yet. Summertimer, Cambuli, even though they're low HP, they are the ones that are most likely to keep this steady. And I think one of the things that would be tragic is Zenbai just runs into Cambuli. We have seen this so many times, even in the TOC, where the Boombot player looks great, and all of a sudden, the Grave sneaks around.
Leona 2, potential upgrade. I'm not sure if AQ1H can find a way to fit on this board. He's just holding the forecast to get max chances of finding the Zeri 2. Makes the Mordekaiser. Upgrades, probably switches the tank items, the corrupted chassis over to this Mordekaiser, as long as the Crown Guard that we talked about early in stage 2. Still no Zeri upgrade. That is the bigger problem here on this board.
Yeah. Not doing too great there, but everybody would be very happy if AQ1H fell out now. He's going up against Robin Songs, and he's pretty much hit the biggest cap he can for now.
And the problem is this Sejuani is completely wrong side. The carries are untouched in the top left and firing away. The Sword Overflow brings so much damage and attack speed to this backline, having duo carries that absolutely shred through front lines. Sejcast will catch Aphelios there as the Zeri dashes around, trying its best, but won't quite get it done. Cambuli, though, and Summertimer fall out.
Robin, the hero of the people, knocking AQ1H to potentially 1 life. Summertimer down, 3 Zeris back into the pool. And AQ1H scoops up one of them. And Clickhornin also find his Zeri 2 upgrade. That is the other question. Kabuko 2 also found, all of a sudden, a comeback from AQ1H.
That was huge. Cambuli most likely taken out by Zenbai. He was on the Boombot board, the infinite scaling board that could block out both of the EXO checkmate players right there, and now the door is wide open to the championship.
But we did see Robin Songs win the first game of the day with a Marksman Vanguard board, one that we looked at and said maybe this isn't going to be the strongest iteration possible, but if there is another boogeyman in the lobby, it's got to be Robin Songs who can find a way to cap it out.
The 2 players with the best chance of winning are facing right now, facing each other's Exotech boards, and it looking like one is stronger. The one that just got upgraded, the one that is at lower HP, now looking for the win out.
Clickhornin hasn't rolled his 30 gold, waiting to get a bigger rejuice, get some extra econ threshold on this PvE round, get some extra value from Spirit Link as well, and then swing back up with the strongest board he's able to hit in this Game 5.
Robin Songs, can he make the Marksman work? I feel like he might be the strongest board left here in the lobby. Of course, Weijin being able to pick up a lot of those 3 stars after Xiaozhu did drop out. So those are the 2 ones that might be holding on.
I mean, Weijin Iverson can get some good targeting with the Draven, get the corners. Is going to get a 3rd item here if you're able to get something for the Draven. It makes him even more powerful.
Weijin could even, he's going to go 9 first, but he can roll here to try and get the Zeri 2 upgrade himself, deny Clickhornin from having a chance to win, and then it's essentially just AQ1H against the world. The IE is huge on this Draven 3, and quick reminder for my fellow casters and our viewers at home, Weijin has last stand. This augment has not yet procced. He's sitting on a 4-win streak. When it does proc, he's going to get even stronger. Maybe will become the strongest player in this lobby.
And we talked about Weijin being that player coming into this game that could play 8th, could go 8th and still make it into Czech, but instead he says, I'm going to risk it all. I'm going to play spoiler. I'm going to try to play for first.
It's definitely the correct move here, and we're going to get a glimpse of how this fight is going to work out. Zeri actually being able to drive away from the Draven, but she can't do so against the LeBlanc, which is usually why this matchup is slightly favored.
Oh! Ooh. This Zeri is challenger, staying alive at 1 HP and kiting around. But again, this is not Wei Zhen's final form, but Kleekornen also taking a big loss down at 5 HP.
He has to roll now for the Zeri, and he has found it max Spirit Link value. He's not going to be able to go higher than this at 5 HP in stage 6. Is this going to be enough? We talked about the chance of Hyper Fangs, Garen being a way to cap out your Exo board. Kleekornen has that exact setup, but it's still a Garen 1. If he can find a Garen 2, he could potentially become stronger than AQ1H when it comes to the Exo line.
AQ1H makes a big change to his board, though, putting Aurora in and putting the Koboko 2 on the bench to get pulled in instead. So 1 extra unit on the board. We see a Renekton 2 for Robin Songs, though.
Robin Song saved enough gold to be able to go level 9 himself, and with the Renekton 2, it just gets right into the back line and starts wailing away.
Zeri's down from Kleekornen. That might be it. Zenbai's board is too strong. Kleekornen is going to be out of contention for the win in this game number 5. AQ1H just barely takes the win. His dreams stay alive. He's in the top 4. 3 versus 1 essentially. Everyone else in this tournament, 2 America's players and Zenbai, they have to play defense. They have to play for the heroic extension of this tournament into a game 6.
And it's all about how you position against AQ1H's board. He is locked into those Chemtech overdrive boards right here. It's very easy to predict the general direction that he's going to go into. So I do expect things like the Graves to be on the right side, things like the Draven to be positioned on the opposite side to try and snipe out the Zeri.
Wei Zhen versus Zenbai on the left side, but AQH, the one at 1 life, versus Robin Song's board on the other side. The marksmen are incredibly strong, but is it enough to break through this incredible front line from AQ1H? The Sejuani will get another cast off, which is huge.
Renekton being able to slice right in front of Zeri, but Zeri once again pulling off the challenger moves, dashing away to the left side. The front line is a little bit too thick though, and it looks like...
There we go.
AQ1H is taken down. The Sejuani could not cast again. And what a comeback from Robin, especially. Key wins in stage 4, stage 5, and stage 6 to continue this tournament. No player left alive has his check. We will be going at the very least to game 6. And most of these players here, if Robin especially has to get, I think, a 7th to try and climb back in and get check for himself.
This has only happened once before. Hitting 6 games in the checkmate format, so exciting to be able to see that. And Robin Song's skills still go further with that board. I think Wei Zhen Iverson as well, you can see him starting to hold all of those 4-cost units, recognizes that at the very least for some of our players, especially for Robin Songs, one of his big main win conditions is going to be getting one of those 3-star 4-costs, and had already been sitting on several copies of the Philios as well as the Xayah.
This top 3 in this game will be on check next game. They have made enough points to get to 20, and so each of these players pulling off the result they needed to, even if Robin Songs were to go 3rd here, he would be at 20 points. I don't expect him to go 3rd with this amount of HP, but these fights will be incredibly important for the prize pool regardless, and Robin getting wrapped on by this Graves will be a huge loss. But again, Wei Zhen having last stand and being this strong should be scary for everyone.
Every point still matters outside of just winning the TAC round entirely. Every point still does give you a 2nd place or 3rd place, gets you more cash. So they will be trying their best, even though the Czech players have been eliminated so far.
Firm handshakes in this top 3, but you have to imagine the mental state of Summertimer in particular. He played the strongest defense. He played into the Exo line. He had 3 Zeris in stage 4 trying to stop both AQ1H and Kleekornen from developing their game plans. He ended up going out in 7th. He's the one who's not in check going into game 6. Potentially, he will have to be the hero to continue this tournament going to maybe a game 7.
It's going to be hard. There's going to be 5 players in check total for the next game. So at that point, the best defense is just going to be offense. You need to go for 1st place if you want to see a game 7, game 8.
We will be hitting last stand, though, for Wei Zhen. It's looking very good for Zenbai, who has this Alistar 3 that's doing incredible amount of damage, having some very clutch stuns in these fights. Robin losing once again. I would kind of expect that to be the case here, not being able to outcap some of these boards that we look at and be like, yeah, this is something that can ramp up so high in these late games.
And Zenbai's already hit 52 for the Golden Ox stacks as well, so you're just getting even more power.
Finds the Viego upgrade. We saw from Weijin on his bench, he is playing defense against Robin, trying to stop him from getting the win here. As you mentioned, Clement, every point still matters outside of who's winning the entire tournament for prize pool, which could be pretty massive when you finish second or third or fourth. So there's trying to deny the 3-star win condition for Robin. Vanguard marks him in a comp that usually is happy enough to make it to top 3. You need to have something real special to win a game with it, and a 3-star forecast is one of those ways to do so.
Zenbai is also going to be holding the Zeds from Weijin Iverson.
Everyone's contesting each other. Checkmate, baby.
That's just 4D chess.
Only one thing left to play for right here, and we're going to take a look at the finalized board. We are going to get a pretty big Viego, which is kind of rare in this composition, honestly. We typically just see trying to roll for a 3-star Aphelios as your outside win condition here, but he's going to settle on this one for now.
What about a 3-star Leona?
Yeah, it has 6 of them now, has a good amount of gold left. We do see one on Weijin's board on the bench there, able to hold it. We're going to see how strong this last stand is now. This Zed is onto one of the carries. Didn't quite drop it down, but the Draven cleans it up.
That was such a beautiful Draven shot, going over at least 7 units and directly into the backline for Robin Songs. Weijin should be favored in this one, and he does take it comfortably.
Robin has done his job. He has reached check. He has gotten some key wins in this game. Has to feel happy, understanding now that he's starting to deflate. The Leona win condition is pretty much impossible with the defense being played by Weijin here, or much, much harder, of course. And we're seeing here Weijin guaranteeing, understanding the only way to lose this game now with his current strength, at least against Robin, is letting him hit the Leona 3.
Oh, there should be some positioning shenanigans here. Zenbai's only chance to beat Weijin will be to sneak into that Draven line. Maybe get out that LeBlanc before she starts to scale.
We will be wrong side for this fight versus the Vanguards. We have an Urgot 2 now with great items as well for Robin Songs. Having that sword overflow has allowed him to have 3 backline carries itemized, but the amount of HP, the amount of healing, the amount of damage from Golden Ox is too much. Robin Songs, a great 3rd place, putting himself in check, but not the fight he's looking for, not the ending he necessarily wanted in this game.
An interesting condition that is really elevating this, where we haven't talked about yet for Zenbai, is a Noble Sacrifice. With the Alistar 3, he's positioning in a way where it's being taken down first, granting a lot of those extra stats to the rest of his board and making it that much tankier, allowing the Graves to infiltrate the backline, survive initial bursts of damage from things like the Zeris, things like the Dravens and the Blancs, and potentially win out this fight.
Zenbai just hit level 10.
Wow, so did Weijin. They're both level 10. They have so many units on their board.
Checking out the positioning right here. He's going to move away from his front line. You really want to have the Graves moving in the opposite direction along your front line from your carries. So he is going to get that one.
Seeing it again there, Alistar taken down first. The stats come through. The Viego's tanky enough to cast another time. Is it going to be enough? The Graves is trying to move in, but he's been taken down. It's just now down to the Ross and the Senna, but the Senna does it all by herself. Zenbai, the Golden Ox King, gets another win here, back-to-back Graves games and back-to-back top 4 for the CN player.
We talked about this in the pre-show, but somehow Zenbai has an AVP on Golden Ox that is -3, higher than the rest of the entire field. And that was such a great demonstration of that. I think just getting a great roll onto the item drops there, the IE going into the Senna, was a huge thing for him.
And he's one of those players that had that great comeback. He started off with 2 games, and at the end of those 2 games, he was only at 5 points. And now he's in check. He's had 3 top 4s in a row. He is crushing it.
Part of that equation was maybe just playing for comfort, playing for the comp that he had the most success with in day 1 and 2. That is the Graves comp we saw there. Back-to-back results for him. I wonder if this lobby will allow him to play a 3rd game of Graves in a row now that he is in check. I imagine not, considering that Golden Ox, when you're able to snowball the comp, when you're able to get all that stacking damage, can definitely become a win-out comp in this meta.
Yeah, that's the thing I want to hit on. There is a very few specific comps that can actually win out in the meta that we're looking at right now. And the reason Graves is so strong is because you always have a chance to just slip by the front line. I'm very curious to see what the other players are going to go to. We talked about it, Trade Tracker, Boombots. Those are the lines that are more resistance to just being denied on the 4 costs.
But we haven't seen Trade Tracker yet.
It's coming. It's coming.
I know it's coming, but but when?
It wasn't coming, but Necro, now that you mentioned it,
Now we're gonna get Garen. Actually, is what's gonna happen.
Oh no! Okay, cut off the mic, Necro, please. No Garen in Game 6.
Please
no. Garen.
Lord have mercy.
One thing we do see on our screen is the top 5 in this lobby are also the 5 that have qualified for that checkmate. If any of them win this next game, this game number 6, they will be the Tacticians crowned champion. And we saw some excellent boards here, people playing around their win conditions.
And a great Brave game from Camberley shifted off of his Dynamo Flex game plan into a riskier line. Didn't quite work out, but I think he's forced to do so again to deny the checkmate, obviously, in this next game number 6. One of the, I think, more tragic lines, we mentioned Summertimer, but also Xiaoju. Similar trend to yesterday, where he started off the day in a very hot position and then fell off a little bit, wasn't quite able to maintain that same steam coming into the game 4 and 5 in day 2.
I'm really excited for the next game. We actually have representatives from every single region in Czech. It's anyone's game. Any region could take home the crown and savor on it.
But I'll say it, there's 2 America's representatives, and so our chances are a little bit better. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, CLE, for that jinx. And that means that a player from a different region will be winning the TAC crown.
Look, some camaraderie over here, okay? You got to make sure that you're helping out your fellow players. But speaking of which, we are going to be taking a short break. We want to make sure that all of our players are ready, they are confident, and they are excited to be able to take on the next game of the day. It's very possible that we end in this next one. 6 games could be it. So we'll see you just after this.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
In Cyber City, we are truly making history here as we continue through our final day of the Tactician's Crown. 5 games down, and we are still pushing through our checkmate format, where we now have 5 players in that checkmark bench point. So who will take it? They need a first place from here on out after they've hit that 20-point mark.
That's the big question. This has only happened once before, 2 sets ago, when Tidal was able to take it again in Magic, and Mayhem went to 6 games as well. Every other time it ended in 4 or in 5. And the big thing coming into this game 6, the grief target has now been spread out. It's not just 2 players who the rest of the lobby is trying to stop, it is now 5, which means that it's going to be a little bit easier to develop your game plan to find your key win conditions.
And we were talking about game plans that can not be denied through the shop. A lot of it comes from emblem play, like we saw from Tidal in his 4-game win right now. If you get the verticals, it's just so powerful, and that does mean a lot of trait tracker potential for these players.
Yeah, and this is going to be the most intense game of the whole tournament, right? 5 of these players want to win, but the bottom 3 players are also playing for the win, because if they don't win, somebody else does, and the tournament is over. So they're fighting for their tournament lives alongside the 5 other players at the top who are playing to win the Tactician's Crown.
I think statistically, though, just taking a look at our players that are in the bottom of the standings, unfortunately, they have a lot of bottom 4s strung back to back to back. And so I think it might be a little unlikely. Hopefully, they're able to have taken this break, looked at a different game plan, and refreshed themselves so they can go in and try to go for the gold.
Talking about stats, talking about trends, in this check right now, 5 players. Only one of them has yet to win a game in this day 3. Has yet to win a game this entire tournament, and that is Wei Iverson. He's gone in 2 seconds. He hasn't won a game yet, though. Has he been saving it for this exact moment? Can he be such a Giga Chad to win the 1 game he needs to become a TAC Crown champion?
I think so, though. Gangly was talking about this at the top of our day when talking about Iverson. His Tactician's Crown performance puts him in the highest ranked 4th place rate amongst our final 8 field. But when you take a look at his career averages, he has the highest 1st place rate in North America. And this is across a ginormous sample size, at least triple digits of games in competitive.
It would be an insane statement to say, though, that I won the Tactician's Crown and I won 1 game the whole weekend. It's the only one I needed to win.
It's the important one.
He does have the most experience in that checkmate format, so I believe that flex. That would be quite a good one.
But the last time he has played in the checkmate formats, he has failed to get over that final hurdle, which was getting that 1st place when it counted. So this would have to be where he can really step it up a notch. He's had a lot more time, given that he's now on a summer break from school and has been able to go full into TFT. And hopefully he's got the rest of America cheering him on, even though he has 2 of his competitors right beside him there is in the hub.
Can believe not just the Americas, but maybe the entirety of the world cheering him on. He's one of the players that can play spoiler in this game 6. He can force a game 7, maybe CLE even a game 8 if you're in control. I know where we're going.
I just like TFT, and especially at this high level, if we get more of it, I'm happy.
I'm really curious how Robin decides to play the game, because for the past 2 games, he's been going maximum tempo early game, slamming all of his items, playing for Marksman Vanguard. This is not really the game to kind of do with that game plan. You have to go first either to deny or secure it for yourself. I wonder if he can show us a new page.
I wonder if that changes it at all, if he is able to get some type of prismatic in...
Econ opener.
Yeah, I was like income augment, and I was like, oh, I'm an economy opener. But yeah, I think that really would change the game for him a little bit. Still allow him to play that tempo game plan, but then you have so much gold being injected into the game that would allow you to be able to cap out at that level 9.
This is one of those unique things that we see in the checkmate format only also is Robin's at 20 points. AQ1H is at 31. And so he can still win the whole tournament just from being at 20 points. That's the unique thing about the checkmate format. Regardless of what has happened, now you just need to win a game.
Oh no, it's the Destroyer of Worlds.
That can't be right. Are we going? I think maybe you just got jump scared.
I saw Annie and I immediately knew that the tournament was going to end, because you can actually filter out gold augments early on 2-1. You can roll all of them away, make sure they don't appear on 3-2, and ensure that trait augment happens. Usually in an Annie encounter, there are 2 or 3 trait trackers minimum.
We have seen a lot, so let's find out.
No, we
Our
haven't loaded
players
in
are
yet.
getting loaded into the game, but I don't think we have our encounter. So
Such a scare.
Clement, don't worry.
Clement, stay with us. We're in game 6. We might go to game 7.
We might be in it for the long haul, that's for sure. And make sure you stay tuned after our Tactician's Crown is concluded, because we will be giving you a preview of what set 15 will look like gameplay-wise. We've got a show match with the set lead, Michael Sloan. So let's see what happens in the 6th game, and can we extend it?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it is Annie.
It actually was the live feed.
All right,
Oh my.
Clement. Are you okay?
Well,
He's speechless.
it does add a lot of randomness, I would say, because, you know, anyone can get it and it's almost impossible to deny.
Not just that, but forward thinking is another incredibly impactful option that could see players play for a Boombot Urgot board despite not hitting a Prismatic Econ opener on 2-1.
Are we going to have a gold start? Was that 6 gold and a 3 cost? Oh, we will have a gold start here in this game too, so it'll be even crazier.
Alistar in the shop. You can make 10 here and win the PvE round if you're Click Hornin, thinking and just opting to play for more of a lower tempo stage 2 and a higher cap overall in stage 4 and 5.
Lots of interesting decisions to be made here in the early game. Do you hold these units, especially if you have Cypher units or you have something like this Elise? You can get early Nitro stacks as well. What is the decision? Do you make the gold? Even more gold coming through now as well.
One comp I know that hasn't been able to win games has been that TF reroll, but we saw Robinson's being able to tempo with it, great with the Gwinsu's Rage Blade early on, fits his game plan still, so he's going to hold on to the pair.
And sometimes playing opposite of what the lobby is going to play is a great strategy. If you can play Win Streak, which is not what other people are going to play, sometimes you can just tempo your way, get enough gold, save enough life, and make it all the way to level 9 and cap out your board.
This is one of those game plans we said that could fit into the trade tracker board earlier on the Telestrator there. And Click-Hornin's going to go for it. Like Zumbai, he loves to play this composition. We don't typically think of 2-cost rerolls at win-out comps, but because of Brave's assassin potential, it could always happen.
We heard a ping. I think we probably know from who it was after seeing the Graves come onto the board here for Click Hornin.
Robinson's was the only one not to make 10 gold. He is very much playing for that win streak, I would imagine, holding as many units as possible so he can upgrade them. But these choices are incredibly important. Kambuli
Team
taking
building?
the double team building. Calculated loss for Click Hornin is definitely one you can win streak around.
Shopping spree here for Summertimer. Robinson's has taken Slammin', and as we see some of the rest of these come through, Patient Study for Xiaodu, Prize Fighter, and then Weishan Iverson and Zenpai still have yet to pick,
Warpath
Oh my
Brave.
That
goodness.
is insane. The audacity from Weijin
Oh
to
my
commit to
goodness.
this line on game 6 of a day 3 at Tac Crown.
I will say he did scout the lobby a little. He saw 3 lose streak players, knew that he was going to be able to get a lot of damage in early on, but still, whenever I pick this opponent, it never ends up well.
But he was able to high roll the one unit that is able to do a lot of damage all by himself. It's a Graves 2 on stage 2. Hodge slammed. It's a ballsy move from Weijin. It's a bold move, but it might just pay off.
And of course, if you do get 80 player damage, you get a couple of anvils in, and also you get a couple of 5 costs to go along with your composition.
He got a pair of Alistar too.
The cow is back.
I'm looking that up later. I need the lore of Alistar.
I see it. I think you were right.
Zenbai, though, with clear mind, but also having a bunch of upgrades and a really good board, this is a crazy spot to be in because you can push levels for free. You can also maybe even win streak, now losing that first round, able to make 20 gold possibly as well. Summertimer, though, is risking it all for Cypher.
He's going to need to high roll a little bit in terms of being able to get that Galio or that Draven. That's going to be a little tough.
This lobby is very interesting. We have players that are just trying to tempo, and then 2 players that are going full throttle in Prize Fighter, Clicorin, and Wajan Iverson on that warpath. Unfortunately, only one of them can succeed. It would be miraculous if they could both squeak by stage 2.
Oh!
Not well.
Raven. That's pretty good.
And Robin's also looking fairly strong as well. Has the Vi upgrade, has the early Elise, has enough to make 20 here as well. With a slamming going to play for kind of a level 8 roll down again. It's what Robin is used to, really.
Not changing the game plan too much, likes playing from ahead. The problem is there are other very strong players in this lobby that would want to contest that as well. Patient Study, though, is one of these augments that we see help boards cap out, able to use those losses and turn them into XP for your board.
And Clicorin and Wajan Iverson are facing each other.
The key fight in stage 2. Whoever wins this fight is going to propel themselves up. Going to really synergize with their augments. Wajan does have a Graves too. Should be winning. A cast from Mundo here could buy some more time, but I don't think the Kog'Maw has enough firepower to take down this Graves. Wajan in control of this lobby in stage 2.
Forcing his way into the Graves line right there. That's going to be a huge injection of cash when he does cash out. I'm really interested in seeing how many players are holding on to the EXO units here, because Trade Tracker, as we said, goes best with the Dynamo EXO type of line. You can cash out early. I expect a lot of them just to hold those simple units.
I mean, Dembai already has the Jin and the Jax on his board. With that Clear Mind, unfortunately, you aren't able to hold any more, but at least you have 2 of those pieces. If you level up, maybe you get lucky and you find a Mordekaiser or something.
Clicorin was also holding on to the Netheries, also really aware that that is the most likely win condition.
Cambu Lee going to be on his route to becoming a hero in this game number 6. He has a chance to play for Cypher reroll. He has the Galleon, the LeBlanc for now. Needs to find a Vi, needs to find a Draven. He is definitely, I think, angling and posturing for the Cypher reroll line in this game 6.
I believe Zenbai was also looking towards that, so definitely needing to contest there. And taking those duplicators is a great way to do so. You can secure taking out units from the pool so they cannot hit.
Summertimer.
Summertimer, thank you.
Cambu just making sure he gets the full loss streak. In the meantime, AQ1H, our point leader so far in the lobby. He's just playing for standard tempo, but nudging a little bit more towards the Dynamo with the Morgana in the back there.
The crazy part about Wajan's spot is not only is he going to get resources from Warpath, but on his way there, he's going to get resources from Golden Ox. And so he has the opportunity to be incredibly powerful late in this game.
I mean, look at the board he's put together already. 3 Slayer, you have the Mundo 2, which is going to be so nice for your front line. You have to find the rest of the Graves, though.
If he's able to high roll 4 Golden Ox in stage 3 once he rolls on 6, could be absolutely insane. Gonna have the Bruiser online with this Alistar, potentially Alistar 2. He could natural in the shop as well. I mean, this is a really scary game plan. Wajan's on a warpath, really, in this stage 3.
Huh.
No pun intended.
And
See what you did there.
This is the matchup that both of our players wanted. The 5 loss for Cambu Lee and also max damage from Wajan onto basically open fort. He just needs to find some of these other Cypher units. He's just missing that Vi to activate Cypher and then hoping to get that Draven as soon as possible.
The North American sandwich is complete right here, and I think the cool thing is to see if Wajan Iverson is going to hold on to some of those potential Trade Tracker units. We actually saw another board, I believe, from one of our CM players, getting the Rengars, getting the Zyras in as well, just to prep for that possibility.
It looks like Clicorin is doing exactly what you're calling out. Working around that Mordekaiser is one of those key units in Trade Tracker, and so getting these items as well, it looks great.
Should hold on to the Gragas as well to hold on to the potential here.
Hacked orbs.
Corner does look more like the Dynamo.
Health injection going to be great for our Cypher players to have a bigger rejuice and a higher chance to stay alive, maybe on 2 lives coming to stage 4 after the cash out. It is a little bit tragic that it's both Cambu Lee and Summertimer, 2 players who are not already in check playing Cypher and kind of bringing down the potential of the extension to a game 7.
Wajan Iverson's gonna not like that too. More damage for him to deal for Warpath.
Are you nervous? You're nervous about this augment. This 3-2
I am
augment.
very nervous.
If you want to hold my hand, I'll allow it.
It is
next round.
very sweaty right now. I don't want to see
All right,
any trade track.
never mind.
Oh man. Zenbai also playing around what looks like to be a trait tracker setup.
Oh my goodness.
I'm so nervous, man. It's 3-1. The next augment choice will be an incredibly important one. Camberley does have Cypher online.
I'm not even paying attention to the fight. I'm just thinking about like who benefits the most from this.
Anyone who gets it benefits immensely. Robin Song's also still above 100 HP as we see the rejuice of HP come through. AQ1H did streak the last 4 fights of this stage, but here's the moment we've all been waiting for.
Here we go. Who
Trade
is going to
tracker.
hit? Oh, that does take one option away.
Having the choice of a prismatic or double gold.
Piercing Lotus is pretty big for just any kind of comp really that wants to get the both Shred and Sunder, especially for those hybrid carry comps. But the roll comes through.
Bronze for life?
Double combat for Zenbai seems pretty nice.
Oh.
And there it is. Is that magic roll or trade tracker?
That's trade tracker.
It's trade tracker for
Question mark.
AQ1H with the gold generating augment.
Okay, we have one trade tracker player, but this is not the items that you would necessarily want when you're playing Exotech.
Nor the comp.
You can play for Vexotech though. You can find ways to itemize a Renekton with a Sterak, for example. You have obviously the blue buff already for the Vex. AQ1H is a player who I believe didn't play Vexotech at all in day 1 and 2, but as a player like him, Clement, who you've mentioned, is so flexible, can adapt so well to any situation. I'm sure he has this comp in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, he's just going to go for tempo and level 8 into the trade tracker. His teammate is Ironbach, who is known as the trade tracker man. That is his best augment by a long shot, so he definitely knows what to do with it.
And the other thing is AQ1H is set up well for Exotech. He has 2 item augments already.
And look what he's doing. He knows his win condition. Someone else cannot take the crown from him. He's already trying to deny Wajan Iverson there with the units on the left side of his bench, taking away the Graves.
The early defense looking at AQ1H's board. Let's check out other boards to see what some of those augment picks are, if we have any other trait tracker players in the lobby, because that is the key thread for us to talk about. There are no other trait tracker players, so AQ1H currently in the scariest position. That being said, we saw yesterday in day 2 a lot of EMEA players who low-rolled their trait tracker cash out, got Anima Squad emblems, got some of the weirder emblems that you can't make work with the key line like Exotech and Golden Ox, and potentially AQ1H can fall flat once that cash out does come through.
Wajan is 2 off Graves 3 on 3-3, already in a strong spot. Did lose a round, so that is crucial. Facing against AQ1H's board, who will be heading towards Trade Tracker. So 2 off the Graves, already quite strong, and will get significantly stronger.
And I think it's good news for Wajan Iverson that he's able to beat AQ1H now. It just takes away some of that HP resource for later on in the game.
I believe this will be Coronation. Max Cap is really good in this comp as well, but in this type of a lobby, this type of scenario, want to go for the even higher cap than Max Cap.
Camberley also got a large duplicator from the creep round alongside Preparation and Crown Guard. So very, very good augments from Camberley, who's one of our players not on check. And so he's looking for a win-out spot from Cypher.
Whoa, Summertimer took Last Stand and Noble Sacrifice with the Cypher board.
AQ1H playing Dynamo gets a 4-cost Misfortune? That is wrong.
We also have a duplicator on Robin's board. He also seems to be going into Dynamo Flex as well, a golden duplicator rather. So he potentially can also move into the Dynamo line, make life a little bit harder for AQ1H. The key thing coming up in 2 rounds will be the cash outs and the potential game plans for Summertimer and Camberley. Both trying to become the heroes, both trying to stop this game from going into check. Mates from one of the players, or the 5 other players in this lobby, really. And we talked about it. Sometimes offense is the best defense. If Camberley wins, then we go to a game 7.
Well, I have a question for you all. I saw Xiaoju actually took a marksman emblem. How do you like that for his chances to actually upset the lobby here?
It really depends on what type of board he's building toward, but it's good on something like MF or Zeri. I think those are the 2 pairs you see it on. Of course, if you get the Urgot, it's also kind of nice.
It is a way to elevate Vanguard Marksman into a slightly higher win-out comp, especially if you find that as a way to stabilize harder and go for level 9 quicker, go for a Garen 2, get some extra mods that can really make that a win condition.
Wei Jin dealing so much damage to the Cypher players specifically, knowing his win-out option is to absolutely stomp the lobby, but Robin Song's once again in comfort, playing around that win streak, playing around Dynamo this time though, but does have that larger duplicator to help him stabilize and maybe even continue this win streak on stage 4.
Wow, he's actually going to push to level 8 now, seeing how the rest of the lobby is going.
6 games in, Robin has not changed his game plan. He wants to stick to what he knows. He wants to stick to playing high tempo, win streaking, bullying everyone else in the early stages of the game, not giving up on stage 2 and 3 like many other players, and playing for HP preservation and looking for more unique win cons in stage 4 and 5.
I respect this style of gameplay. What you're doing is that I am taking away my own cap by going below the 50 interest mark, but I'm also rushing you. So you're going to make more mistakes, you're going to have less HP, and I'm just kind of surprised he's going for this, given that it's an extra HP lobby and everyone needs a first place. That's very unique in terms of game style.
Summertimer does not take the cash out here because of last stand. He knows he can go farther. We also had the plus 10 HP in this game, so he could reach a crazy high cap.
Camboli did though, like very, very early.
Camboli also went for Prep as his final augment, or one of his third augment. Going to be very interesting how that's going to set up for his Cypher reroll board.
Yeah, I think we are going to have to check on to AQ1H's econ sooner or later. He should be looking to get his trade tracker cash out.
Oh, he's pumping levels.
So it's probably going to be on 4-2 if he's pumping now.
Okay, we have the amount of traits needed, 8 on the board, meaning he will activate this next turn and then the rule down will commence. The problem is, depending on where he wants to end up, is his comp contested?
I have to imagine, as this fight concludes, we will see every other player in this lobby on AQ1H's board trying to find out what his chances are of winning, how high roll his emblems are, and if they fit with the current game plan. He seems to be still very open to everything with his item plans right now.
I think Vexo Tech is the most likely destination given the cards that he's holding and the blue buff that he has. And a couple things to note is that he doesn't have any Reforgers. So if it's a bad pop, then there still might be a chance for the rest of the lobby.
Summertimer continuing that loss streak down at 7 losses. This Kog'Maw will be able to clutch at the fight barely as the Elise ability is on the way. Here we go.
Let's check out the emblems first before picking the augment to find out if he can find some extra synergy. Looks like he goes for cloning facility, most likely playing into the Dynamo line. It seems like having the chance to get extra value from having 2 Auroras on your board in stage 5, being able to pull in 2 legendaries like 2 Kabuko 2s, could be game-winning in a game where, well, you're trying to win.
Dynamo is contested though, because you have Robin Songs that is playing, already got the Elise and that early Misfortune, but some of these emblems look very good for this comp.
3 out of 5 useful emblems already. We're not going to see the rest of the 2 update just yet, but Marksman onto the Dynamo Misfortune is a great find right there. Also goes into the Sejuani pair potentially.
Had a Golden Ox emblem as well. Maybe playing around a 4 Vanguard frontline, getting value from having just the Braum for the Syndicate with the MF and maybe the Jarvan as well.
One thing we just saw on the left side too is that Camboli got long distance pals alongside that Cypher reroll, which we know to be incredibly strong because of all of the AD and AP that comes with Cypher.
Alongside Prep as well, so even more stats are being shared by Galio and LeBlanc. Some of the scariest units in the current meta.
Are we going to see a Game 7?
It's possible. That Misfortune is so contested. It's a 4-way contest on the Misfortune, done by playing it in the Dynamo, Robin playing it as well. So it's going to be hard for him to find.
AQ1H did actually hit the Misfortune 2 though.
What?
Oh,
Also,
that's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Looking at Summertimer's pivot, he's moving into Urgot Boombot territory. 1 life, level 9, 40 gold to roll with, 30 gold to roll with. Is this going to be enough? He has last stand actually, so 2 lives. He has maybe 1 turn to get his bearings, but the next turn he has to execute in a pivotal game, number 6.
Wei Jin's cash out was a bunch of gold as well as some 5 cost, a 2-star 4 cost. So lots of gold he can use. He put the Urgot straight onto his board. So he's holding copies of those from Summertimer as well. It's going to be an interesting end of the game. Wei Shen's cash out was not something super combat heavy, but now he can reach higher stacks with Golden Ox as well.
Zenbai with 41 HP, there was a look of defeat across his face as he looks at the opponent board. He's holding onto his Leonas. He's being forced into the Anima vertical line. It doesn't look like he's going to be the player to contest here. Oh, with that Garen pair. Open Garen for Summertimer.
Garen's huge. There's also Sejuani on the board here. None of the EXO players have first pick, it looks like. Actually, Klikornin does. Klikornin could go. Camberley's not defending. He's not interested in picking up this 4-cost tank. Klikornin gonna wait, gonna think, is this my best option? It is.
Just a reminder for those watching, Xiaoju, Camberley, and Summertimer are the players that are not on check. So if any of them are able to win this game, we will be going to a game number 7. Game 6 is the farthest that the Tacticians Crown Finals has gone, and maybe we'll be going to a game number 7, which would be the farthest.
One of the key things is, what is going to be the first Garen mod? Is it going to be a Boombot mod? That could be extremely impactful for a board like this, where you already have a Garen 2 in your front line, although not without any items just yet. A Viego 2 is also found, missing one of the key upgrades though, the Cho'Gath 2 and the Urgot 2.
This is looking like an extremely powerful board. Even with Trade Tracker, I think Summertimer has a decent chance to come back and take out the lobby. He's going to be running into Xiaoju right now. Another one of the players that we mentioned early, trying to find those MFs, and I'm surprised everyone is hitting.
There's a Reforge from the blue buff for Summertimer. He reforges it into a Rage Blade, slams it onto the Garen. Maybe not the hit he was hoping for.
Oh, Garen falls down. And Summertimer, the Urgot looking to clutch up here, but does. The Vex stays alive in the corner because the Misfortune does not hit both the units. That was a little close.
This is a little close. Too close for comfort, honestly, if you're Summertimer. Oh, but there's a
Boombot
Boombot
was
mod.
found. Huge pickup for the Japanese player. A Zac as well.
A pair of Urgots. Need to keep rolling down as you also get a couple of Bloblets with Zac.
Urgot 2 for Summertimer. That's a massive upgrade, and he still hasn't proc Last Stand.
Zenbai is sending it for Urgot as well, selling a lot of his board, but not finding a single one yet. We see on the right side of our screen. Oh no.
He's down so many copies. This is looking like kind of a write-off for Zenbai here.
It was a little bit of a desperation play. He is down at 12 HP and knows that he needs to win the game in order to move forward for himself. If not, we'll be going to a game 7, but it did not look like he found the mark he was looking for. On the left side of the screen, we're seeing Wei Shen versus Summertimer. This is a huge fight.
Cashed out on Warpath, but gets absolutely decimated by Summertimer without even the last stand. Summertimer looks like he wants to take this to overtime.
This is the magic of this format. 8th, 8th, 7th for Summertimer. Could not make anything work in these last 3 games. Now moving into game 6, he's assembled a board that looks incredibly strong without even proccing Last Stand. The moment that comes through, is he going to be the strongest player in this lobby?
The one thing I do want to call out, though, Camberley, who we knew was playing Cypher reroll, we knew who had really good combat augments for this composition, has hit all 3 of the main units. They're all 3-star. So yes, Summertimer is very strong. Yes, Wei Shen has had a cash out as well. Yes, AQ1H is streaking, but the final boss may be somebody not on check.
And a big thing is to watch AQ1H's roll down. He has been saving up for level 9, has the cloning facility. So the key part here is going to be that Aurora. If you are the other players in the lobby, you should be trying to deny this as hard as possible so he doesn't get the double pull with the Dynamo.
Do you see a bit of a roll down now? Still sitting at 80 HP. Not really forced the Donkey roll down to 0, but definitely needs to strengthen his board to match the current strength of the rest of the competitors moving into the stage 5. No Aurora found just yet, unfortunately.
I heard a ping. I wonder where that ping went.
Surprised there's not more in stage 5 of a game 6 like this.
Here we're seeing that very strong Cypher board on the other side. We are itemizing with 3 items, the LeBlanc, 2 items, the Draven, and that very strong frontliner in the Galio. This should be a board that's able to win, but that Galio fell down very, very quickly versus Trait Tracker board. Is AQ1H going to be able to do it with the thing of Clement's nightmares?
The armor shred from that Misfortune, every single tick, stripping away 3 armor on that Galio, and he just melts in a single salvo. Is there anyone left that can stop AQ1H?
Uh-oh. We're on 3-star watch.
Everyone start whispering. 6 Zayas. Xiaoju, one of the players not yet in check, has the potential to save the lobby as well if he finds a 3-star Zaya. Everyone else seems to be distracted with their own problems. Maybe he can sneak one in.
I'm not hearing nearly enough pings, as you just said. This
Maybe
is
that
crazy.
was that was like a ping. Okay, maybe check this out.
And maybe players in their mind said, hey, Zenbai's playing for Anima. He'll obviously stop the 3-star from happening, but Zenbai was taken down.
Robin has 5 copies of Brand and the 2-star Samira for Street Demon.
And the duplicator.
On bench. Uh-oh, we're on 3-star watch for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be defense from the top of the lobby here. Let's see if Weijin can get over his front line.
The cast comes through from Brand, but a little bit too late. Robin takes a big hit. Summertimer down as well. He was one of the strongest players, but he has last stand, so he should still be alive. Just the overlay there almost caught me, but able to save it. And now we're going to see the real potential of this board. Clickcornin also free-falling. 2 loss streak down to 1 life. He's not able to find the Zeri 2, the same exact situation he was in game number 5.
Another Boombot mod for Summertimer, especially on the Zac that will split, is going to do so much more damage in this fight. And now, last stand, he has no more room to work with. This is it. This is where his board will be. Has a couple upgrades he can find, though.
Last stand is huge. It just means the Omni Vamp is not going to allow Urgot to fall down to backline threat. The Urgots, the Dravens, and the Graves are going to take a lot longer to take him out.
It's going to be Summertimer going up against Xiaoju, still sitting on those 6 copies of the Zaya, but as you were calling out, that Zac is just doing enormous amounts of damage on the right-hand side. Clickcornin is holding on for dear life against this Street Demon board, and the Samira is able to do it. Clickcornin barely hanging on to keep himself in this game, but the win in the Tactician's crown is starting to slip through his fingers.
Clickcornin had just enough HP, killed just enough units to stay alive. No Zeri on the carousel here. The fight for the Vow, the fight for the earlier cast on a unit like Sejuani could be so big for Clickcornin. He loses it.
Summertimer already out. Xiaoju at 10 HP, and Kambui playing Cypher reroll. Those are our 3 players we need to look out for.
Summertimer managed to stay alive with the last stand just a little bit. The overlay is kind of tricking us a little. The key things I would want to look for is AQ1H actually wasn't defended by Robin Songs. He was able to find his Aurora, and that will allow him to get those double legendary pulls. That is the way that you will cap out with the Dynamo.
Vex 2 being ignored by Summertimer. He knows that he needs the gold for more crucial upgrades. The Zac 2 has not yet been hit. The Kabuko 2 has not yet been hit. The item swaps come through. The Vow now onto the Zac for Summertimer, capping out his board just that little bit higher.
Clickcornin finally upgrading that Zeri, though. That was the final upgrade he was looking for on this board. So can he do enough to be strong enough to win this round? We'll be facing Xiaoju on the other side, who we've seen with his very strong misfortune.
I would say some of the weaker players in the lobby, potentially the chance that Clickcornin has to stay alive for a little bit longer. We'll see what this little buddies can do for this Exo board, for the Zeri. Dodges the MF ult. He's taken down to half health. He's still alive, but now it's down to Various. Does he get the last cast off to kill Misfortune? He does. Clickcornin stays alive and can fight for Emiya's hopes in this game number 6.
Summertimer's stomping, though.
Yeah, he does look like the strongest player in the lobby at the moment. AQ1H finally loses. He was streaking, I believe, a 7 streak already. Let's take account on those units right there.
Oh,
that's
for 1 off?
7 Ecos. He's starting to sell his board. Is there a defense being played outside?
The pings are coming in frantically now, understanding just how close Robin is to potentially sealing the deal in this game number 6, and Robin walking his way into a TAC crown victory.
I did see a Nico being held on at least 1 bench, so we'll see if that was actually held onto for the remaining parts of this game. But on the left-hand side, Summertimer is hoping to be strong enough to deal with this board from AQ1H. Clickcornin is still on that last life, going up against this board from Kambuli, who has all of these upgraded Cypher units, and the Sejuani does get a pretty critical stun onto the Draven, but as the Renekton attacks the backline, Clickcornin is eliminated, and Summertimer does deal a blow to AQ1H, starting to look pretty good that we are going to go to a game 7.
This is really critical here. There could just be a duplicator as well dropped in the PvE rounds. It's not out the realm of possibility. Everyone has to play defense against Robin Songs.
We did see one on Summertimer's bench, so he, knowing that he's the win-out player, hoping that he can put together the 1 HP comeback, but the Nico 3 would definitely be something that would complicate his plans.
Only one copy left in the rest of the pool. I think you should be rolling as soon as possible. Interest does not matter here, unless there is a second Nico already on the board somewhere. We're not sure about that, but if he's rolling, it means that there isn't.
So I want to make the Zyra looking for just that last copy of this pivotal 4 cost to potentially win this game out. Hasn't found in the few rolls he has. Thinking about downgrading the Samira and adding in
sending it.
a Zyra instead.
He only has 14 HP.
He's sending it.
Does he find it?
Sold his brand 2, didn't quite get it done.
Stage 6, he will take at the minimum 13 damage. Doesn't look like he's gonna have the rounds to play it out anymore.
Summertimer on the left side facing the other strongest board in the lobby, Cambouli. So this will be a very good picture of where a game will end up.
Big Sejuani stun onto the back, but this is going to be a huge Hextech Gunblade recovery. Unfortunately, just not enough, as Summertimer is still the biggest boss in the lobby. Robin Songs does get knocked out on the other side, but a great effort from him to try to find that Nico 3.
Summertimer, what's a last stand in this game 6 to potentially save this lobby, send it to a game 7. We have now Cambouli and Summertimer, the 2 heroes rising from the bottom of the standings, trying to climb back up and deny the victory to AQ1H and Weijin, the 2 players remaining in check.
There's a lot of pings going down in this lobby. I wonder what they are looking at right now, trying to prevent each other. Summertimer, I think this is max board. I'm pretty sure he has all his mods at the moment.
Summertimer versus Weijin, a really good check now on who might be the strongest player in this lobby, who has a chance to win it all. But Urgot very safe in that bottom right corner, slowly chewing through all of Weijin's board. Now moving up, getting himself a little bit into danger, but Graves is still very far away. The shotgun pump is not coming anywhere close to Summertimer's main carry. The Zack's buying so much time. A huge win for AQ1H as well on that right side.
7 units for AQ1H. That's a massive difference between him, and we do need to get a Zack check sooner or later because he's been stacking that so long.
And we're seeing why the pings were coming through. Weijin is sitting on 8 copies of Aphelios. And it all starts making sense now. The frantic pinging, even after Robin had been taken down with the Nico 3 game plan. Weijin hasn't won a tournament, or hasn't won a game all tournament long. Maybe this is his avenue to do so here.
If this is the one, that would be so epic. At least he has a lot of HP to work with, but he is going up against Cambouli. Unfortunately, America's is going to have to duel out against each other as Summertimer goes up against AQ1H again.
Cambouli is getting absolutely destroyed by Weijin's board. The LeBlanc is down, the Draven is down, and Cambouli is down. He will be in check next game if we do get there, and Summertimer's the only hope left.
Can he hold the fort down? Can he take us 1 game extra? Is there an Aphelios?
No, there's not.
Right, Divini Core is open traits here.
It's now down to Summertimer and to AQ1H to play defense to try and stop the Aphelios 3 from coming online. Without that Aphelios 3 coming on, Summertimer does seem to be the strongest player. He's beaten out both Weijin and AQ1H in quick succession.
Cambouli was holding on to 2 copies of Aphelios to try to deny Weijin Iverson, but now that he's out, you can see the frantic roll down from everybody hoping to deny this.
His board might be strong enough regardless, though. We saw how strong it was versus Cambouli's board, and not having it now, none being held on opposing boards.
I heard another ping.
Weijin's biggest advantage is just how much HP he has still. 47 HP. That's at least 3 combat rounds. So before he has to sell parts of his board to hit that Aphelios 3.
Summertimer did hit his Act 2 that could be pivotal to continue strengthening his board. We'll see if Weijin can beat out AQ1H here.
Well, good path for the Graves going into the back line now onto the Urgot already.
Graves, this wrap is massive. Now onto the Misfortune in the backline, but the Aurora steps in just to block. Not quite enough though. Weijin is showing his prowess in this lobby. He may have outskilled everyone and still has an option to get stronger.
10 more gold to roll for Weijin. We're seeing on the bottom side there, not able to find the Aphelios. Make sure to buy those Zac blobs. Don't roll past an Aphelios hiding behind it. Down to 0 gold now, hasn't found it yet. Summer Timer wins again.
Summer Timer does have 50 bloblets for this Zac, so that is a lot to have at this point in the game.
Can you potentially lose with Aphelios 3 considering the board that Summer Timer has been able to reach? 50 blobs on Zac, last stand, Urgot 2, the full cap, strongest board in the meta right now, the Boombots.
Let's find out. We're going to see Weijin Iverson up against Summer Timer. If Weijin Iverson is strong enough, then Summer Timer will get knocked out and we will be guaranteed a Tactician's Crown champion at the end of this game. The left side of the board is going to start to collapse onto Weijin Iverson's vanguards. And with this Aphelios left, he's got the back. Is a bit of healing, but this Zac is going to get the stuns.
It's not going to be enough. The 50 blobs do so much damage. The amount of AP that's given is enough to do damage, and also the QSS running out means the Graves will be stunned, not able to heal.
The key thing to talk about here is that Weijin, because he's donkey rolling for Aphelios 3, he's not reaching a higher cap on the Golden Ox tree. On the flip side, Garen is continuing to print Boombot mods potentially for the board for Summer Timer. He's scaling more than Weijin is.
AQ1H actually did find a copy of Aphelios is going to hold it.
AQ1H is on his last life though, and he's the weaker player in this lobby, so this is only for 1 round, but it's an ephemeral hold only.
And what if there's a duplicator that gets dropped from this Azir?
I can tell you're America's caster, Necra.
I'm just here for the good TFT, okay?
See how much gold these players get. Gold is the most important thing for Weijin Iverson right now. He
30
has
gold
to
to
go
work
for
with.
the final one.
The roll down is commencing. No other ones found for any of our
He's
players.
downgrading. They move the Vex in over the Urgot to get 1 extra roll there potentially to hit the Golden Ox tree upgrade. No other holds coming through for any of the other players, just that sole Aphelios sitting on the board, on the bench rather, for AQ1H.
But depending on how the matchmaking goes, what you said might come to fruition. AQ1H gets knocked out, and then Summer Timer might be able to extend the tournament further.
This looks like it might be the end of the road for AQ1H. Can his misfortune actually target the Urgot? Can it go onto the left side right there? It's not going to be able to go through the front. The Zac bloblets are just too huge, and the front line collapses.
That Zac has a barcode of a health bar, and because of that, able to win this round and knock out AQ1H. Summer Timer is the only hope left to send us to a game number 7.
It's a 9 win streak hope, though. If Aphelios 3 is not hit, I think this should definitely be enough. There's 1 more back into the pool. Weijin reducing the amount of forecast, buying them all out, selling now his board potentially to try and find the Aphelios 3. Aphelios has been found from Summer Timer, and the biggest thing is, even if Graves can move into the backline, kill off the Urgot, have fight RNG favor Weijin, the Zac can clean up these fights as well with the damage coming out from the Boombot mod.
There is still 1 more left. And so for Weijin, who will lose this fight, the Aphelios 3 is what he's searching for to try and outcap this. Summer Timer is incredibly strong.
The infinite scaling of Boombot taking into effect right here. A massive Zac into the front line, and he's placing it in front of the Urgot to make sure that the Graves can't sneak in the back. For Weijin Iverson, he's trying to do the bridge play, going through on the other side.
He is actually able to get the Raptor and takes out all of the backline units. Graves, so close to being able to take out the final units on Summer Timer's board, but there's still enough HP for 1 more roll. Weijin Iverson gets another mod as well from the Garen.
Desperation roll down from Summer Timer. The mod delays Weijin's roll down, not mattering in the end, but could have been impactful. Weijin now considering, can he downgrade his board? Is he strong enough to win? Regardless, I think the answer is no. Again, I mentioned it. Even if Graves sneaks and kills off the Urgot, if the Zac split happens late enough where it's Zac splitting into a Graves 1v1, the Zac can still win it with the stuns.
This will be our last fight of this game. Weijin Iverson having this Golden Ox board, risking it all with the Warpath, able to cash it out, but Summer Timer on the last stand will be the final boss. This Zac has so many blobs and is taking down everything in its path, but the Graves is wrapped in the backline. If it goes onto the Urgot, this could be enough to win this fight.
Oh, but it is not able to actually chew through this Zac yet, and as the Graves goes down, Summer Timer is going to keep the Tactician's crown alive. We are going to a historic game number 7.
against two players that were looking so incredibly strong. A cashed out Warpath, a trade tracker, Summertimer holds down the fort. That was great positioning from Wajan Iverson. He was actually able to curl the Urgot and just get him to walk forward, bait him step by step. But in the end, the Zac was there, the virus is intact, and we go on.
What a game with so many moving parts. The last stand works out in the end for Summertimer. He reaches critical mass, maybe one of the strongest boards we've seen all tournament long, with the amount of Zac blobs he had, essentially able to solo that entire Golden Ox board at the end there from Wajan. And Wajan, a valiant effort. He is trying hard for that first win, but it's eluding him.
And the scary part about this game was that Golden Gala from the Annie encounter. And we only saw one trade tracker, so we were okay. AQ1H gave it everything he had to try and win this game. Wasn't able to quite do it.
Third place, though, still pretty good, but with the way that the cards fell in this game, I believe everybody is going to have hit that check benchmark. Everybody is at least 20 points. The game is going to end next game, or the tournament's going to end next game. I'm so excited, I'm shaking.
Even Chaoju was just barely able to get enough points, now sitting at 20. So what a Game 7. You mentioned it, Necra. Historic moment in TAC round history. Historic moment for TFT to see a checkmate format go to Game 7. Has happened very, very few times. This is maximum amount of excitement that we're going to see this here in this Day 3.
Winner take all. That's what it's all about. The whole tournament has come down to one game. If you can win, you will be the Tacticians crown champion for set 14. It is unbelievable.
You know, looking across the board at which player does have the most first places, I still believe it's probably AQ1H with 6 wins so far. Can he pull it off again? And of course, Wajan kind of being in the other corner. There's just so much stress in this lobby. I want to see like the heart rate trackers that we see in the TOC to see how these players are taking it.
I want mine.
You don't want mine right now. It's way too high.
I'm like, oh no, I can feel it.
And just to highlight again, the mental state Summertimer had to be in to execute in this game. He had a great start to the day, then he went 8th, 7th in games where he was contested, and he was the losing player on the short end of the stick every single time. Still finds the resilience to focus, to stay focused into this exact moment to deny the rest of the players to play one of the scariest games, which is playing that high-risk boombot roll down, and still find success.
And we saw the difference in strategies in this last game, right? We saw people playing from behind, Kambuli playing Cypher. We saw Summertimer willing to risk the last stand. But then we saw people like Wajan Iverson playing from ahead, knowing his win condition is to, I'm going to stomp this lobby, I'm going to use Graves and Golden Ox, scale that way, and also do a lot of damage and hopefully out-tempo the lobby. He almost did it.
And we still have a very high chance of just getting a 3-star 4-cost win. There was 3 players in this lobby trying to go for that route. Sometimes when other players drop out, stop holding onto your lobbies, you have enough gold up, saved up, that can still become that win condition. So how is this gonna end, guys? Do you guys have a preference?
I mean, I have a preference for sure. I'm very openly biased towards the Americas here, and now everyone has a chance here. Every single player in this lobby, if they win, they win.
We should talk about the implications of some of these wins here. I think for EMEA, it's probably the most obvious one. The drought ends today, perhaps 11 sets going forward into this one. And we're going to be taking a look at the score here.
AQ1H has such a points lead, though. It's very hard to imagine that if AQ1H does not win this next lobby, that he doesn't finish in at least second place. And as you were mentioning before, Clement, there is a lot of prize pool on the line for our players that have made it into this lobby. At least 10 grand for going 8th.
I did ask him about this earlier at the start of the day, and he said, tiebreakers don't matter. I'm going first place, and it's 150K for me. So he's very confident. I think he's very calm. A big thing about his play is just he picked up so many more reroll lines and made his early game better coming into this tournament.
I have to also highlight the current form for Weijin. Second coming into this. So close to getting that first ever win in this tournament. Game 7, maybe that is when it is time to do so. Weijin has to lock in. I'm also curious to see what Klick does. I mentioned it during this last game. Back-to-back games playing the Exotech line. In this case, as you mentioned, Clement, he was potentially gambling a little bit towards the idea of hitting Trait Tracker, of hitting Forward Thinking, of hitting one of those arguments that can enable the Exotech line to really pop off. Both of the games that we've seen him in stage 4 and 5, missing the Zeri 2 upgrade, free-falling in HP because of it.
Man, I am just so stressed right now. This is the most important game of TFT of each one of these players' lives. None of them have a Tac Crown to their name, and so many of them have so much pride and so much time and so much effort into this set, and it's going to come down to one game. You know what I want to see? Our encounter. It could get if it's Garen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's going to be crazy.
I'm also going to go ahead and take that horse out of the race. We do not need to see a Garen for the final game of the day. I'm happy for something that is low stakes, lower variance. I think Vi is great, or maybe even the Alistar. That's not bad. Oh, Alistar is a Minotaur, by the way. I actually believe that this is the lore. Alistar is a Minotaur.
So we were both wrong.
Let's
go, Necra!
Woohoo!
Maybe one encounter that we haven't seen since day 1 that is high variance, but I think also very exciting in terms of how players adapt to it is Zed, Artifact Anvil. Would be very curious to see what reroll lines that opens up, what kind of combinations we could see at 2-1, maybe with Living Forge as well, with multiple artifacts. Would be really interesting to see how players are able to navigate that if it comes up.
One I really like to play myself is going to be the Hack Shop, where you can get 2 stars directly off of it. It's always an interesting question if you want to go for the early reroll temple lines, or are you just going to level and hit those 5 costs in your shop, get them 2 stars immediately. That's one of my favorites.
It's surprising how little Scuttlepuddle and Crabbrave we've seen on broadcast in this tournament.
Do you wait. Because I know this is highly unlikely to happen. What if Crabbrave?
Oh no, Necra.
The crab on stage 5 ended the game.
Necra just brings the chaos to the podcast. She has no chill whatsoever. Game 7 of Attack Round. She wants the crab to eliminate players when they're fighting for $100,000.
That's why I said it's very unlikely to happen, so I can put that onto the universe. That's how that works.
Do we go to game 8 if that happens? If it's the Crabbrave that wins?
I don't think so. Because
if the crab eliminates everybody.
Because you still go out in the order of which
Yeah,
would be eliminated.
But the crab would be the real winner of the crown for sure.
So true.
That'd be a great Easter egg if you just put a crown on Crabbrave whenever it showed up next set. That'd be hilarious.
Giant crab comes in as a kaiju in our background. There you go.
Now you're talking. That's good stuff.
That's a great idea.
The craziest part about this game now is even for our players that weren't in a spot to win in the last few games, or even as low as 20 points if you're Xiaoju, can now just win the Tactician's crown despite being 17 points behind the current leader.
Yeah, just all the work you put into, and this is why I think sprinting ahead early in the start of the day sometimes doesn't really work out for you mentally. You have to get that exhaustion out of your system. You have to zone in and focus. Everything comes down to this. You got your one shot to put your name into the history books.
Seeing the venue over in CN, we're seeing the Tac Crown, we're seeing so much to play for in this pivotal game. As you mentioned, CLE, maybe the most important player, or the most important game in these players' careers, at least up until now. Some of these players might be, 4-time Tac Crown champions by the time they're done with their careers. Who knows? But for now, this is the most important moment in their careers. I can't imagine the mental pressure of, think about the amount of games they've played on this set, trying to master it, trying to figure out all the different combinations of augments and items and boards to play to find success in a game as difficult as TFT. And it all comes down to these 45 minutes coming up once that Game 7 starts.
And what it means to everyone. Like, Flash Wolves has been chasing a title in the Riot ecosystem for over a decade. I convinced them to come into TFT. They brought up the coach here, and now he's standing here. This would be a huge move for the organization, for the entire region that has been supporting Riot Games and all of their endeavors in esports. Zumbai as well, the only TOC winner here. He has footsteps to follow. Summertimer trying to live up to title. The Senpai here get another Tac Crown back for Japan. There are so many storylines, so many narratives waiting to be written.
man, it's going to be high stakes. And listen, top 4 is usually what we're aiming for in TFT. That is considered a win. You're getting positive LP on ladder. But in this situation, if you're not first, you're last. And so for all of our players here, they are playing for legacy.
And looking at Mia, you mentioned it with our win all the way back in Galaxies, all the way back in set 3. And you mentioned, obviously, someone like Double 61, who was the player to really, I think, inspire a lot of players, mostly in France. But looking at the Turkish TFT scene, someone like Ging, who in EMEA was a stalwart of success in the earlier sets of TFT, he really paved the road to inspire a lot of Turkish pros that came after him, like Chinar, like Dargis in set 12, to really try to make a living playing TFT, to fulfill their dreams, to reach this stage, to be in a spot like the One Click Hornet is in now, with a chance to win it again for himself individually and his own pride, but also for his country, also for his region.
Ahead of this game number 7, we have 8 players loading into the Convergence for one final time in Cyber City. And at the end of it, we will crown the 10th individual player to win a Tactician's crown. Our encounter will be Nico, and we're about to find out whether or not these are just dancing crabs or angry crabs.
I have too much power.
What did you do, Panda?
Are they going to dance?
Apparently.
They're dancing.
They are dancing.
This, in fact, is Crab Rave. This could be the craziest game. The crab could win the crown, as we were mentioning earlier. It is going to be a very intense, high econ, high resourced game. It will be all down to this.
It's going to be so exciting to see how this finishes, but the fact that you have a ton of econ getting injected into the game, these crabs also have a very high likelihood of being able to drop some big items that can also swing the inventory of a lot of these players. It's going to be very exciting as we head into the later parts of this game.
Great to see here. Robin having possibilities here of not playing the Vanguard Marksman, having just like a Draven possibility. He hasn't played much Cypher. When he plays it, gets good position, got a first, got a second yesterday. So for sure, good possibilities here.
How long has Robin Songs been trying to shake off the title of being a low cap player? You can't be the greatest of all time if you can't keep going first. Robin Songs now with a potential Cypher opener means that he might have an opportunity not only to win the crown, but to prove all of his doubters wrong.
But knowing that Cypher is such a first or 8th place style of comp, and how many players would love to be able to place first, is that actually something you're willing to risk or 4-way contest even?
I think that's a great question, because we've been seeing, especially Summertimer, who had that great game last game, play Cypher contested again and again and again, and it didn't work out in this previous game. Everybody wants to play Cypher. Well, let's just say that was highly conditional what was going on.
I mean, if you put your head down far enough and put the blinders on, then does it really matter as long as you hit? But with a gold augment as our first choice in this game, we've been keeping our eyes out for things like Trait Tracker, and only one player in that last lobby was able to get that EQ1H, taking it to a 3rd place.
Zhao Zhu instantly picks up the heroic grab bag, and I need to know what he's playing on his board, because if he has something like the Cyphers in already, this will tell the rest of the lobby where he's going.
I'm sure if you're picking that, you kind of have to, but I immediately saw the Hunter Killer missile being picked up by Campbelly, and I think that deserves a call out, because that's very early, signaling the rest of the lobby, I want to build a board that can contend in the late game, that is able to do what I'm here to do.
For sure. Summertimer getting also the rapid fire emblem is not usual at all, so there's something going on there. And Shenbai going for the Golden Ox, and this is actually once again
the pocket
a perfect spot for him to go first.
That's right. How many times have we seen Zembai playing the Golden Ox, right? Taking the emblem right now. He's in his comfort zone saying, listen, you have your ways to go first, I have mine.
But how many times have we also seen freestyling be taken? Robin Songs did play Street Demon in that last game, but freestyling is not one of those augments that I typically look at as a win-out angle.
Well, a lot of players will take freestyling and play more for the econ that comes from when you get all the hexes highlighted. Yeah. We saw this especially Tacticians Cup 3 in the Golden Spatula when the amp composition was really popular. They would take freestyling, you get the ability to position your amp units however you like and get the influx of gold. I have a theory though that taking something like freestyling might be signaling that he's trying to play more towards a 3-star 4 cost or something like that instead, because we haven't seen Amp succeed in the way that we had in the past.
He could also go for a fast 9 mark advancement, but ensure they got in early, and that he has done a first play. He did it in the second game, in the first game of today, and that's a good possibility. Obviously not exactly what you want to go for a win, but makes sense.
Honestly, you need to be brave to go for a 3-star 4 cost after what we just saw for Weijin, the heartbreak, the tension, and of course opening yourself up for the grief of other people. You're an easy target if that's your game plan.
He took tower defense and got a Bastion emblem. Has the Morgana on the board, and we did see Morgana Bastion actually do well in this tournament so far, but maybe not the role I would have wanted from
Weijin. Yeah, that is a little tough. He was holding, he was holding Veigar's on the bench, and here he actually did get a Veigar 2 off his shop. I am wondering, now that I think about it, is there some way to play more into the vertical Bastion Dynamo stuff that David had talked about earlier on the cast? Or we've seen players play into Cyberboss. Maybe the problem with Veigar is you need to have enough gold to both hit Veigar and find the Kabuko, and the Archangel Slam in of itself is not particularly cohesive with Veigar because you're generally playing Techie, where you get the base AP already, so it doesn't do anything to multiply the strength of the composition.
Who already has now the Cypher in is Xiaoju, so he will be the one with the priority, and we talk about it. We know Cypher contested is not a good comp for top 1, but Xiaoju already having it in a place is telling the rest of the lobby, hey, this is my line, I'm trying to go first, but if someone else does, no one will go first.
And everybody's in check, right? So there's actually no reason for you, there's no incentive for you to grief Zhao Zhu right now, because all it does is say somebody else gets to win the tournament. So we might actually get to see this Cypher line completely uncontested.
Carousel rolls around. No crazy high target units in here. I think if you're a Cambly, you're probably not too mad about finding a Fiddlesticks early on. We're of course always on the lookout whether or not the Cypher players get Cypher online, but like we mentioned, Xiaoju already has that. He's not actually looking for anything else, and from our lower third, it doesn't look like anybody else is willing enough to contest him on this here. Instead, we're seeing something that's very similar to yesterday's end of the day, yesterday's last game. A lot of very directional augments being taken first in this golden augment selection.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Zhao Zhu, 20 points, bottom of the standings, has a very, very good chance of winning the Tactician's crown.
Challengers in chat and everyone who has been following the tournament already know that, but you call it out, Gangly. What Robinson is doing right now is he's painting the full board. And once all the board is painted, we'll have so much influx of gold and resources that he's able to pivot out of it and then make a great comparator. Normally you go for Boombot, but we know his playstyle. It could be simply marksman into the Garen. Right now, click corner. Also trying to do a Vexo line. We'll try to check the items. He has the Corrupted Cache, so defense is good. So either Pulse or Flux could keep him, obviously, the EXO angle that he already is committed by the Aument.
We saw him last game leaning into Exotech, hoping for the 3-2 trade tracker. The trade tracker coming through, and he missed last time. Running it back with Exo, though, knowing that win condition's still on the table.
I think you have to look at that spot sometimes and go, I got a little unlucky.
Listen, it doesn't matter because he gets another shot like does everybody else. What a crazy historical game even that we find ourselves in. Game number 7 at a Tactician's crown. Everybody in check.
Klikornin's third exo item is going to be the Pulse Stabilizer. You already said 5 Exotech activate for the Hollow Bow, but that Pulse Stabilizer can still be on its way.
Also opens up for the Hollow Bow Pulse Stabilizer combination on Jhin, which is extremely powerful. So even when you do have just the Zarya 1, you have so much power coming in through the Jhin 2.
On the other side, Weishan with the Archangels. There's on the Veigar, just having a comp just to not lose HP right now. He's committing to the AP line, so probably Dynamo going for an Elise, trying to get an Elise reroll probably, and then trying to go to level 9. That will be the possibility for him to cap out. Very difficult to implement and to execute. Here's the Golden Ox player, Shenbai, So looking good, obviously with the Senna, and once again, the win conditions here, the Graves, access to the backline, and also that Senna that is able to delete the front line very quickly, especially when 3-star, and then the Graves had that angle to actually perform and even win against Boombots or any fully cap-out comp.
I don't know how you guys are feeling, but I've seen this story before. Zenbai has been playing so much Golden Ox, so much Graves, finding a way into those emblems every now and then. And in a game where you're already getting so much extra resources like Crab Wraith, I ask myself if you actually are benefiting as much from the extra gold as you would be in a normal game of TFT.
Did you see how much gold, though?
That was a lot.
With Golden Ox in particular, it benefits from the increase in gold because it's the only trait in the game that can directly convert gold into combat power, right?
True.
The only other thing in the game would be Zac. So everyone else is trying to go to level 9, trying to find their Zac converted that way. But what Zenbai's been able to do here is that he's been able to lock in a line where he will always be able to utilize the additional resources from Nico because the additional resources are always going to be gold.
That's true, but at the same time, that also means everybody else has more resources to build higher cap boards.
Yep.
And then the Graves is maybe not able to clutch it up. We've seen some of the boards that can just shred a Graves board to pieces, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going to end up happening here with how many players are already angling on the Exotech, on the Boombot lines.
Yeah, it will depend a lot on that pressure and keeping the threshold high. He's already at 12. So just keeping rolling and getting that threshold to get a little, at least 30 to get good combat power should be enough for him to ramp out and then trying to get to that 60, 50, that is good enough. Stabilization here, Silver
Augment.
Take a breath. Just try to calm down.
Although if you're Klikornin right now, you know, obviously you having the Silver Augment instead is a bit of a worrying sign. Exotech, however, especially when played from ahead, is something that can be quite powerful. So Klikornin obviously certainly not out of the game, but without the gold augment, he does kind of lose that win condition he was aiming toward initially.
You saw two people pick late game specialists. Summertimer and AQ1H are definitely going to play the long game here. A Metabolic heal for Robin Songs, so he's going to be getting a little bit of his HP back. Does help him kind of stabilize as Xiao Chu does pick a Thieves Gloves from that item.
And for Summertimer, this late game specialist is pretty cool because he has the +1 of rapid fire. So he's going for a Renekton that in this patch is not riding. It's not like the idol, but he likes it. And he selected, he had other possibilities and he knows he's going for a top 1. This is the end of the tournament and it could be a chance for him to outperform with a not a new comp, but a comp we haven't seen perform.
An old comp, yeah, an old
vintage.
It's a vintage comp.
Listen, this was not my intended segue, but if we're talking about old school, I meant to talk about what Robin is doing because we called it out earlier, freestyling being picked up. And this is a lobby that is going to be ending this tournament. Him now also picking up Titanic Titan just to set himself up to maybe be able to use more HP as a resource to then get something crazy like the WinCon on that 3-star forecast that I am very sure will need to be the hinge for him if he wants to be the one that ends the tournament on top.
AQ1H taking the double Econ augment in the Econ portal, right? So this is kind of calling back to what we were saying before, where if Golden Ox is the trait that can convert gold into combat power, AQH1H is certainly telling us that he wants to play into Zac. It's the other unit that can convert that. He wants to be able to go level 9 and then ensure that he can find a Zac 2, and have enough blobs to do what we saw Summertimer do in the last game with Zac 2.
And looking good, playing EXO just because he has good units here, playing some Dynamo also in the middle term, and we know that that's the pivot that you were mentioning that he's going to do, but for now, maintaining, preserving HP as much as possible, giving presence here to the table, going up against Klikornin, who is the one who is actually playing this Exotech, taking a loss, but he's still very healthy at speed. Klikornin, 100 HP still, pressuring the lobby, Summertimer also in the top.
Looking at the forecasts.
There's a Zed.
There is a Zed. Xiaozhu is able to pick up the Zed and the tier, important to note because that is going to be a blue buff if you want it for either your Zed or your LeBlanc.
Robin Song's just
he's slow walking. That's his thing. Leave him alone.
A slow Robin walk over the finish line.
See the rest, Shenbai still with the comp, Graves 2 online. Wei Shan still holding on into the Veigar as a holder. Still hasn't find maybe that Elise or that angle he wants to outperform with the Archangels. And for now, is Silas the one who's getting the rapid fire emblem for summertime, just getting a little time and getting some healing also in the backline with the Kog'Maw.
Look at the streaks here too, right? 7 streak over for the side of Summertimer, 8 streak for Clicornin. Neither of these players have faced each other in quite a while. And if they can maintain their streaks into stage 4, they'll really start to pull ahead of the pack. Question is, are they going to fight each other now? It looks like they're fighting.
Well, only one can actually hold on to that streak, so we'll need to see who it actually is. Of course, Summertimer did lose earlier on, so is on the low in terms of total HP, and it looks like that might just also be what is going to be happening between the two here. Both of them pretty decent on gold. I think if you're a Summertimer, you don't actually mind losing this one with 50 already in the bank.
I mean, you're double econ, right? You're late game specialist and you're playing Slammin. On the other side, Clicornin has invested way more into the board itself.
Yeah, now we're seeing Wei Shan. He has a Veigar 3 that also a vintage comp, if you will, if you find the Shyvana 3, but there's also another option. He can just go vertical Cyber Boss, trying to find the Kobuko, trying to find obviously a 6, and what do you think?
Well,
the 6 is not contested, so we're talking about 4 cost, 3-star as a possibility. A 6 could be the angle here. Obviously, it's a big Hail Mary, but I think that's what Wei Shan is thinking right now.
I mean, Ziggs has so much just explosive power. It feels a little random sometimes, or he throws the bomb, but you know what? Whenever it hits and you get it lined up correctly, it does do a lot, especially if you hit that front line. He's also still pretty rich. The fact that he was able to hit the Veigar and he still has 50 gold in the bank, he's going to be able to level up, and this is what Crab Rave is all about.
That's the main problem with this composition, is that normally, in order to find the Veigar, you sacrifice the econ required for you to find the Kabuko. Crab Rave is one of those few conditions in which you'll be able to find it. The question, though, is does a Veigar reroll composition hold up against some of the cap boards that we'll be seeing, even when you get 4 Cyber Boss on?
I'm a believer.
You are? I'm actually not sure what to believe, because it is so unique, like you're mentioning, that he has it already in play now, so that'll allow him to cap the board out in ways that most people will have never seen before. Matter of fact, together with that Crab Rave, you're just able to go all the way.
Kobuko 3.
Okay, if that happens, I also believe Necra.
Yeah.
Actually, we need to be careful with what she's saying. She mentioned Crab Rave and it happened, so I don't know.
No, that was Panda, actually.
No more manifesting.
Don't worry. Well, Panda said crabs, and then I said Crab Rave, and so actually I guess we're both at fault for that one.
Well, at least we removed one part of the equation for now.
We got to take a look at Xiaozhu. He did take the 390 cash. It was the
off of the Draven.
It was Artifact, and I think it was Artifact and Components, if I remember correctly. So he has a lot of gold to be able to roll. Plus, keep in mind, he has 4 duplicators.
Yeah, 1 off Draven, natural Draven here.
You should be able to hit just about everything soon.
Trying to get closer to the Galio.
Missing a lot of the
Galio.
Galio.
He's pretty deep, actually. 10 gold remain. Not many copies of the Galio, not enough to just slam the duplicators. So he says, okay, I'm going to sit one more round, see what the augment brings. Maybe that is salvation, maybe that is turning point, and I don't need to sack all of the duplicators right now.
Yep.
Well, it would be nice, especially since you're 1 copy off of the LeBlanc, I think. Just get one of those naturally, and then you're good.
I'm not sure if that's enough for him to win this round, so he's just like, okay, I'll just lose for econ.
Oh.
And maybe it happens in the shop, but yeah, talking about what Veigar 3 can do, apparently not beat Renekton 1.
Well, I mean, Renekton on 8, hello?
Clicornin, the only player continuing the streak, 11 win streak for Clicornin. We were saying before, he was angling toward the Exotech, wanted to be able to find the trait tracker on 3-2, and that missed. But you know what? Even if you miss the trait tracker, there are so many other conditions you can still play. The question here is how much do you want to roll down? You still have a lot of things to be able to hit if you want to transition your board fully. We're missing Sejuani, we have 1 Zeri, and we're seeing Robin Songs do what we had mentioned before. Using the freestyling to get the additional HP, has everything online now, and he went 9. Wants to stabilize his board. It actually looks like he might be playing toward the vertical Street Demon instead.
He stayed. That's good. Staying, obviously having another chance. and playing
Here's
what
Mira.
I like to call the Necracom. Necra has been being the proposer here of Street Demon throughout the tournament. Few players are played, but when we saw it, it's actually in a great spot, side of 3, for example, and it's working.
I do think that it is underrated, but I also think the one thing about the freestyling that's going to be nice is you're actually not locked down to the initial pattern that the Street Demon is going to give you. Opens you up to way more positioning advantages, and we're not going to see that now, but we'll revisit that at some point.
Candidly taking malicious monetization, going 9. He's only has 8 units fielded on the board, doesn't have enough to even fill out the board, and hardly kills anything on the side of Wei Iverson.
Tough spot here for sure for Gambuli. Level 9, no gold. Didn't find Uro, finds a sack. Sack 2 already, of course.
Yeah, but no,
Listen,
bag.
Zach too, if you can feed him up with blobs, that might just be buying you enough time for your backline to do something here as long as the other players haven't hit yet. However, speaking of, we're taking a look at the AQ1H here. And,
late game specialist making it work. Good items also on the Urgot. And this is just too strong. Having the Cho'Gath 2 also huge right here. Close also to the Kobuko. Having the Garen also as a possibility. Garen pair. And he will start building up into the mods. So great position once again. The leader in points, and he could take the tournament with this comp.
Starting to look a little awkward for the rest of the lobby, though. We already have at least 3 Kobo out of the pool.
Draven! Sniping the backline there.
He's challenger for sure.
Oh my goodness. I mean, with the gold execute too.
There's
that's
so
wild.
much power coming in from the other side of the board there. Zhao Zhu hitting both the LeBlanc, and take a look at what's on that Draven. Getting the gold collector. He reforged his artifact to be able to get the execute, like you mentioned. But the thing that's important about it, it's not just the execute, right? Normally when you have something like the gold collector, the problem is that you don't have enough chip damage coming through from the other parts of your board. Because you have the LeBlanc as well, the execute is able to get full value.
Robin wanted that item so bad.
Well, the good thing is he hasn't picked up anything accidentally instead. The bad thing is
he can't get anything
He's part of the carousel now. No, but you're right. Draven is such a good unit to have that gold collector on. And I think we're also getting closer to that Galio, which is going to be buying the LeBlanc and the Draven sometime. We saw a glimpse of a Draven mod there. I don't know if any of you saw it quickly enough.
No. Okay.
No.
What we're seeing right now is Shenbai that finds a Garen that we normally don't see in this comp. Level 7, Ras 3, Graves 3, Descena hasn't found, and is very close to the Jarvan, that is very important, but this Garen is pretty huge. He can give you additional mods, and if you manage to get the Golden Ox 3, very big, you can have an additional carry. Golden Ox Garen could be a great possibility.
What about Golden Ox 6?
Yeah.
The problem with 6 is you're not actually getting that much stronger, you're just getting more resources. You get the item drops, but with so many people spiking really hard, you really want the damage, which you would get more out of just playing 4 Golden Ox plus the Divinicore instead.
And he knows that, right? He's shown that in previous games as well, where he just slots in the 6 Golden Ox earlier on to try and get the resources back. I could see it here if he had a chance to do it just so, as he's trying to catch back up to the lobby in terms of econ and leveling. And then, you know, we'll see what happens after that. But let's take a look over at Robin and his Street Demon board. Samira 2 has been found, and like was correctly called out, we're on the lookout for the win condition, the 3-star forecast. There's already 6 Nikos and 5-6 on this board to try and keep options open, and you can see the rest of the lobby just hopping by saying like, oh, that's what you're up to? Don't worry, we know.
Having obviously that chance is amazing. Not enough gold, so he will try to maybe save a little and then do a deep roll down, making sure he has a good chance of getting the 3-star. Right now, Xiaoyu on the top against Gambuli, who is in a dire position here. Only Urgot 1, not enough front line, finds the Cho'Gath 2, but it just looks like it's not enough.
We have gotten word from our lovely admins that the Garen mod we saw in AQ1H is actually Broombot, but here comes our first elimination of the last game of the TAC round here. And unfortunately, it is going to be Cambly, a representative, I think, that has stepped up to the mark more than once throughout this weekend.
And I think I'm so glad that you called that out, because Cambly, after falling short in so many top 16s of the Americas regionals and tournaments, finally finds himself in the Tactician's crown. And what a statement in your first one to still be able to make it to that top 8. That is an accomplishment despite maybe not having the performance he would have wanted on today specifically.
For sure, from now on, and even before, for me, one of the best from the Americas Cambuli. Also prep amazing with his group. This is we can think about it as the second round of America's representative of NA, and now making a name for himself. Summertime, Garen rapid fire. So it's not Renekton. It was contested, so we will see a very quick Garen right now.
Yeah, ended up actually in the Boombot line, which was also very contested. So still on the Urgot 1. Has the Zac 2 though, but we saw from Cambuli's board, just having a Zac 2 in of itself is not enough to win you a lot of the fights at this point in the game. It's going to be up against the Graves board from Zenbai.
Great news for Summertimer though. Cambuli is out. That was somebody that was contesting him. That was somebody that was holding the units. He's on the lookout for. They're back in the pool. He has another shot to assemble this board to the glory that we saw in the previous game. And we saw he knows what he has to do specifically. And he's willing to show it off one more time as he does go up against Zenbai and takes down the Ox board. And, well, actually, it's not a very fast session. Loses instead.
Yeah, so much damage from the Senna in the end, ramping up the Rage Blade, and now additional mod here, obviously going for the Boombot.
Robin down to just 20 HP now. 6 Ziggs, 6 Nikos.
It's going to be hard to hit the Ziggs, though, because Wasion Iverson is playing the Ziggs on his board with that Techie emblem, and you just saw on Summertimer's board, he was holding 1 copy of Nico. Who knows how many others are out of the pool?
Yeah, also HP is not in his favor right now, no gold, so he needs to win. He needs to preserve HP right now, and then maybe with an influx, Wasion is higher in HP than him, so there's no chance for the 6 to be sold, at least in the next few rounds.
I almost wonder at what point you give up the Ziggs and go digging for the Nico. The issue with that is I don't think the Nico actually will win you the entire game. You need a DPS unit to actually help you out here and contest with something like the Urgot 2, like the Boombot Garen 2, which are just such major, massive units to try and take down.
Yeah, maybe finding something to scale, an Archangel, something like that then makes sense for the front line to be 3-star. But that would be a possibility. Decides to sell the Nico here and go for the 6. So huge roll right now.
Desperation station. We're rolling. We're trying to find that Ziggs no matter what. But so much already off the board. Finds Brands, but not what he needs. No Nico 2 in play anymore. No Brand 2 in play anymore. And with that, I think Robin doesn't actually have a chance to win this round.
Yeah, against the Ghost board here of Xiaozhu, but even with that, I just don't think he has enough to break through.
Access to the backline here. Goes down against the 6. So maybe a chance here, but no, the board is just too strong. We're losing 2 of the American player here. Cambuli 8th, Robinson 7th, both of them. Great performance on this series, on this set. And Robinson, once again, the old guy, the grandpa that we all love. Did amazing, performing great until now. Also getting a win in the first game of today. Didn't manage to close it out, but once again, congratulations.
Yeah, just seeing him at a final lobby of a Tactician's crown feels like another way we get a chance to celebrate Robin Songs, one of the OGs of America's TFT, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see him again soon. But he still is going to end the day with quite a few points there.
Yeah, that's of course an important point. Whoever finishes the game, everybody else is placed by their points after that. So getting more points definitely will be a nice little help in overcoming the frustration that I'm sure he's feeling right now, but we're all very proud.
Another Americas player, though, that's on the chopping block. Hopefully it isn't going to be 8th, 7th, and 6th in this final game, but it's Wasion Iverson. This Vagar 3 just kind of not living up to the rest of the scaling in the lobbies. Still can't find that Koboko nor the Ziggs upgrade at 0 gold. Has that pair in his shop and not looking good for him.
Yeah, it looks like a tragedy for Wasion Iverson, unfortunately. We are going to see Xiaozhu, though. We said uncontested Cypher. High chance of being able to win the game. Up against the other person who's streaking, though, AQ1H, with that Boombot board that we've been talking about all game. And at this point in time, he's just been investing his gold back into his board, making it stronger. Question is, does Galio actually hold up? It's going to be kind of close. Everything falls at the same time. The elimination actually comes in for AQ1H. Xiaozhu goes down to 9 HP as Wei Jin Iverson, the third and final America's representative, falls.
And the problem with Xiaozhu is that his board is very, very strong with the Cypher, but you don't have many chances of improving. And then you have modificators, the mod from Clickcorn. You have also HQ1H ramping up that sack. So this loss from Xiaozhu could be the end. There's really not good way for him to improve. And so probably Cypher will not be enough to take the win.
I just want to point out that with these 3 eliminations, that was it for the Americas to take their shot at reclaiming another Tactician's Crown title. I know you guys were saying you only win every odd one, so maybe next time around. I find myself surrounded by Americas. That would be a little bit nice.
Clickcorn on his last legs as well, up against Xiaozhu. 2 players under 15 HP. Only one of them is going to remain at the end of this fight, though. Someone will kiss their dreams of becoming the winner of the Tactician's Crown goodbye, and it's going to be Amiya's last hope as Clickcorn will fall here.
Clickcorn, what a major surprise for everybody this weekend, though. Had such a fantastic day number 2, and you could see all of EMEA behind him, cheering him on, hoping that he would be able to bring it home for EMEA.
I think he did a lot for EMEA, just showing up, stepping up to the plate and saying, I will bear the pressure of being the sole defender of EMEA's hope and honor, and I think he got really far today.
Absolutely.
Great performance, and also taking great chances, taking risks, getting a lot of first and second places throughout the tournament. Great performance from Clickcorn. I know he's happy, and our best to him, and we hope to continue to see him a lot more from him right now into the future. AQ1H, the one who has the best chance right now of winning it all, high HP, ramping up with the Garen mods, has the Sack 2, has the Urgot 2. This is just a perfect spot to be in. 26 gold, just rolling for additional blobs, making sure he has as much possibility, break out the rest, and avoid any shenanigans from anyone else.
I'm just very glad no one died to the crab. Okay.
The win for everybody there.
Crisis averted.
A breath of relief goes through the caster sofa. But yeah, we have our top 4, and that also tells us that our next representative is bringing their crown back to APAC or CN with those 4 players locked in, and all of them want to, of course, be the one to bring it home to their region after a little while of absence.
And it would be amazing for, if you take a look at a Summertimer's performance, being able to follow in someone like Title's footsteps would feel amazing. But for Xiaozhu, is that enough to eliminate him?
It is
He's
just
down.
enough, and you can see the frustration. Such a close fight, but unfortunately the Cypher cash out not going to be enough as AQ1H maintains the streak. 8 straight wins, has been converting all of this extra gold, and is still sitting at 35 gold to be able to put into that Zac.
Xiaozhu is one of the few JOC players that have made it into the final lobby. Generally a group of players that people, sometimes smile about a little bit, but he definitely showed that they have what it takes. And now it's on Senbai to maybe try and claim the title for CN.
Yeah, was by far the best performing JOC player, but Senpai is also going to be on his final life at only 7 HP. He is going to be playing a Ghost, but is he going to be strong enough to actually beat them? AQ1H is by far the strongest player in this lobby, as Summertimer is hoping to at least make this a close loss, if not even a win. The Zac actually gets enough in the backline, but does Senpai survive on the other side?
It looks like he does. Zenbai stays alive. Summertimer breaking the streak of AQ1H. Everyone is staying alive. And still so much gold on the side of AQ1H. I think he just went 10. That's a level 10 board for AQ1H.
13 gold still to spend, so he has additional possibilities here. Having a chance, Shenbai, just trying to access the backline. He needs to destroy the weekend of any of these 2 Urgots, access the backline, and then obviously have a good possibility with both the Renekton and the Graves to totally delete the primary carries.
It's all about trying to get that Graves
He's on the
next
strong
to
side.
the
This is bad.
Urgot. Positioning is looking good here. Brennington is going to come in for support. First slice from that Graves. Takes down 3 of the
Frontline is
units in
melting.
the enemy front line, but he's on the opposite side of that Urgot for now. The ult cannot be hitting him immediately, but this is looking very good for that Graves to be able to clutch it out. The fence is still standing. Zenbai hanging in by a threat.
Both Zenbai and Summertime winning against HQ1H, and this is amazing. He's not the favorite anymore. Summertime, the one with the win streak, and the one with the most possibility of winning it all.
It's getting down to the wire, though. You take a look at how close those HP totals are and how spiked these boards are getting. So powerful. When you take a look at that Golden Ox, great call out, Gangly, at the beginning, how much gold generation from this game has been able to give power over to that board. We're seeing 60 on that Golden Ox tree as everybody is making the last adjustments they can to their board to grab their strength.
I want to see how AQ1H is able to play this out. He's able to finally get a 3rd item on the Kabuka now, or 2.5. It's going to give him a little bit more front line. Question is, can you survive through all the burst that's coming on from the other side? We're seeing this front line crumble. Despite how strong it looks, there's so much power on the Golden Ox side. There's so much power from the Boombox. It's going to be Zenbai up against Summertime.
Garen is on the right, so full damage concentrated here. Very important. The Zac accesses the backline, making good CC, crowd control. Obviously immune the Graves right now.
He doesn't hit the Senna. The Senna's staying alive. All the damage dealers are alive. The front line is melted to the side of Zenbai. And the TOC champion is going to fall in 3rd place here.
We will have an APAC champion.
AQ1H and Summertime, the 2 representatives from APAC, are going to be bringing it home.
How exciting. I mean, after Tidal being able to get those 2 Tacticians crown wins, it would be amazing to see APAC live up to those expectations. AQ1H and Summertime are both incredibly deserving, especially with AQ1H coming into this last day with such a high number of first places, and throughout the day has been very confident in being able to go for these strong level 9, level 10 boards to win out.
First player to make check just fist pumps the air as the camera pans to him and says, I know I've got it. We heard from Clement earlier on as they were talking about tiebreakers that he said he doesn't care about tiebreakers. He's just going to win the whole thing. But is that going to be holding true? For now, it definitely looks very close between these 2 players.
The Urgot is stunned. All the damage dealers are dead. Summertimer's going to take a huge hit, go down to 2 HP. We're going into stage 7.
Stage 7, a couple more mods from the Garens to give over the last little bit of strength. And this crab is also going to give some additional items. Is anybody going to benefit more from this to make those fights even closer or even less far apart?
They have so many upgraded 5 costs on their board that with their removers, you can absolutely find a way to get the most amount of value. Whether you're putting it on your Kabuka or you're getting 2 items on your Viego, it's going to be up to these 2 players to figure out how to optimize your board, because these fights are so close. You're playing on a razor's edge.
What a more fitting way for this tournament to end than an Urgot by Urgot side-by-side lobby in a crap rave portal.
Oh, so many bloblets now going over to AQ1H's Zac. It's not getting any better so far here for Summertimer as he now starts to do his roll down, but you're running out of time.
Look at the Viego summon, too. You have a Cho'Gath on the side of AQ1H.
Oh, my
on Summertimer, though, it's just the Fiddle, too. So you're getting way more value out of AQ1H's board than you are from Summertimer.
And Summertimer is very low, so this could be the final fight here. If AQ1H loses, we'll have at least another one.
Gotta watch the front line. Who are all the key
turn it around? Can he do just that? Only 2 HP remain, and it is almost a mirror matchup, but more units on the side of AQ1H are living. He's going to be making it through. That Viego does go down.
And we have another round. Summertimer taking the win. Wait. There it is.
Wow.
Yeah. I saw the Zac split and I went, wait a minute. Is there a way? These Zacs are going to keep getting more and more powerful as well as we just continue to full roll that gold. AQ1H has kind of hit that cap though, being level 10. Summertimer thinks maybe I just don't need it and will not have the gold to go 10 himself. So one more fight is going to decide our champion here at the Cyber City Tacticians crown.
APAC dominance here, AQ1H versus Summertime. Both of them huge stories, and both of them were not the favorites until now, and one of them will take the crown. This is the last fight.
Take a look at the positioning. Those Urgots.
To the positioning. Can they get into that back line first? On the opposite side, of course, for AQ1H, that Vex is still alive, supported by that 6, but everything crumbles along the sides of Summertimer. Zexplit does come in. Can the Urgot hold stead? And it does look like this fight is incredibly
He's doing it! He's doing it!
Oh my goodness!
Summertimer takes the Tactician's crown over AQ1H!
Garen, rapid fire, making it work. Boombot, the Urgot at the end. Summertimer, so much aura. APAC gets the crown.
It's summertime for Summertimer. He says, I am not living in title shadow. I'm the hero of APAC. And he takes the win in a close fight, taking home the Tactician's crown back to APAC.
Wow. Summertimer, your Cyber City Tacticians crown champion.
How epic that stage looks. Look at the tears in the family and friends' eyes, cheering on Summertimer to take the title back to APAC. And what a fashion. Such a close fight. And let's see him wear the crown.
Look at that. Oh my goodness. Just the amount, what you must be feeling in this moment.
So big, so huge.
And Summertimer coming into this tournament as the favorite from APAC. People said, if you know, you know. Best player from APAC all set long, and he closed it out when it matters most. You have to feel good for Summertimer. You have to feel good for APAC. The most deserving, the champion of APAC, the most consistent of all APAC players in this set. It's just an incredible run, and for it to come down to such a close fight at the end, the Crab Rave, the use of gold to be able to play on the narrowest of margins and close it out, it's poetry in motion.
Amazing. I don't really have any other words for this, because I feel like Summertimer, while we did end up hyping him up so much, I think really started to go on a downward trend at the end of that day number 2. Looked like it might have been close whether or not he would actually make it into this final lobby.
Listen, I just think in that very last game, we all noticed that he kind of kicked into gear. He felt that second wind. He felt that elimination was so close that it was slipping out of his hands, and he claimed it back in a fashion that I will say looks very similar to what we saw from a good friend of his, which is Title, of course. And I want to mention Summertimer, a player that actually didn't play competitive up until this point because he didn't want to. He declined several regional invites and just that, no, I enjoy playing TFT on ladder. I'm not quite sure if I really want to compete. He steps into the ring and comes out with a crown.
I hope that story is inspirational for people, because imagine it could be you at home playing TFT casually or playing ranked. Maybe we'll see you at the Paris Open. Maybe we'll see you at the next Tactician's crown. I can't wait to see what the future of TFT holds.
It all comes back at the end of the day to me is this is a player who went 8-8, who had 2 really bad placements back-to-back, playing contested Cypher. And we said at the top of the show, the key to success here is to not lose confidence in yourself. The second you doubt your game plan is the moment you've lost the tournament. And Summertimer is someone who said, listen, it didn't work out, but the game plan wasn't wrong, the result was wrong. Because if I keep trying, I will get there. And to see it all culminate in a moment so close, it's incredible for him.
Also, exactly as you said, many 8th places, but the mental was there. We saw him obviously focused, and that's obviously we have like 2 archetypes. Normally, the emotional player, he's the cold-minded. That's right. The killer.
The killer.
If you want, as you like to call him. And we saw that energy, we saw that aura, and he making it happen. So glad for him, as you said. Once again, accompanied now with Title as one of the best representatives of APAC. So happy for him. We have a great champion.
I think you could call him the Slayer.
The Slayer?
That's good. Yeah. I'm down for that.
Yeah.
I'll call him the Garen Rapid Fire from now on.
I mean, that was something that we were kind of not expecting. And I think heading into this tournament, we had a couple of key things we were looking out for. Who were really going to be playing some of those more default lines, really going for those 4-cost champions, and then who can actually hit the Exodia level compositions that are going to include all of those 2-star 5 costs, all the powered up Zax with all the blobs.
But the beautiful part is that many people did it in different ways all day long, right? I think of AQ1H, who played that incredible tempo game that we saw earlier, right? Who was able to take that first place off of the Zed with the adaptive helmet, just playing tempo, slamming what he gets. And we saw it again with Summertimer. These players are playing lines that are not as developed, playing strange ways because they have tech, they have lines that they've practiced that are not known to the field. I mean, it's just incredible to see at this level of play.
We're seeing once again, and Weishan, second place here, making an amazing run also. AQ1H, even though he's the highest standing, we know that Summertime with that first place is the champion, and that's the magic, right, of this checkmate format that obviously bringing it when it matters the most.
That's right.
And that's life. Sometimes you just need to be very, very focused, and when the important thing matters, that's when you have to perform.
I gotta give some props to Weijin Iverson, who had a fantastic run and was nearly there, and is unfortunately going to be ending in third again, which is what we saw back in set 9. For 99.99% of the people out there, that would feel incredible. But for Weijin Iverson, for AQ1H, these players that were so close but narrowly missed out, it's not enough.
No, and I know that's so heartbreaking, but because we've been able to see them replicate success that they've had in the past, I have no doubts that we'll be able to see them try to replicate that again in the future.
The tournament overall, I think, has brought a lot of surprises, newcomers, the unsuspecting players coming out of the woodwork, as well as veterans, right? And even in that top 8, we're seeing AQ1H, who I think many people saw his Golden Spatula run going 29th and saying, okay, I don't know if this person is really a threat. Summertimer, someone who you don't really have enough data on them, just a handful of competitions outside this set. And then you have the players like Weijin Iverson, who have been around for so long. This tournament has showed that it's not about how long you've played the game. It's not about how many tournaments you've won in the past. It's about how good you are in this very moment. And it's cool to see the wide breadth of talent that we get to see from all over the world.
It is. And let's not forget, this is a historical Tactician's crown. This is the first time in the history of the Tactician's crown where we had a checkmate that we went into 7 games,
right.
A game where everybody was on check, truly chaos, but in such an amazing, fun way.
Did you know that I almost put 7 games for my pick'ems?
Ooh,
You should have, but at least you remembered
count.
to do them.
Yeah, I did. Thank you for that. No, but I think I was thinking about 7 games because, while statistically I looked at the data and went, 5 seems normal. This Cyber City set has had so many surprises, and it's the variety that you get within the game that I feel like consistently made each game feel new and exciting. But it also meant that you also had a lot of variables that you couldn't play around. So I thought maybe there would be some moments where our players would get surprises that would throw them for a loop and would really need them to stay on their toes.
Yeah.
So very possible to see 7 games.
We talk a lot about this Boombot comp in the end as a possibility, and normally it's because of augments. They both got late game specialists to get to that amount, and then we had the Nico that obviously was also a protagonist in this round, making so much gold to everyone, and these were the 2 players who ramped it out in the end. Obviously getting that Garen, and thinking about the rapid fire emblem. When I saw it first, I was thinking this is very difficult to achieve.
Yeah.
He already had the plan. He was not planning to play the Renekton. He was planning to go fast 9, get the Garen, and then get the additional mods and power to achieve this historical feat that is going first in this Tactician crown.
Almost, it feels a little bit as if he was trying to hide tech in the first couple of games. I know it sounds so crazy to say that, but when you compare the last 2 games
Save it
from
to the 7th games of day 3.
Yeah, it kind of does. If you look at the last 2 games and you compare it to what he's been doing throughout the tournament, throughout this day, especially in the first couple of games, it is such a different play style. It seems so much more analytical, deliberate, planned and calculated in those last 2 games that it's truly truly astonishing.
Pupe called it a vintage comp, and to be clear, when it was in the meta, Garen was played, but it was considered the lower variation of it, right? You would play the vertical bastions. This version with the Boombot is something that has come out of the woodwork with the introduction of this Fast 9 playstyle of the last 2 patches. I do want to say, if you are Zeta, you have to be feeling good right now, having 2 set champions under your team. It is a good day for Zeta.
3 championships among them.
True, yeah, absolutely.
Listen, I mean, this is purely egotistical, but what if after Paris Open, how about a Tokyo Open, maybe?
Oh,
they've earned it. That's for sure.
That's amazing.
Yes.
I love that. And I want to mention also Shanbei and also Xiaoyu. They played amazing, and they also played win-out possibilities.
Yes.
Cypher reroll and the Graves that accessed the backline and won against both AQ1H and Summertime in a moment, but then it was just too much raw power, and they couldn't perform the end. There was a possibility for the CN server to recuperate this garden of dynasty that they have in one moment, but now APAC is the winner, and Zeta, Summertimer, are champion.
And we have our winner on the line with us, so please join me in welcoming and congratulating Summertimer. Summertimer, hope you can hear us okay. How are you? How are you feeling after your win?
Feeling great.
So excited to see you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about your prep heading into the event.
でも楽しかったです。会場の雰囲気とかも今までにない感じだったので楽しくプレーできました。
I'm just feeling just fun, a lot of fun.
Hopefully your games were fun today. And I know that you play a lot of League. Has there been any crossover for you between League and the skills you learned from there to TFT?
チャンピオンごとの役割だったり、なんとなくのスキルがTFT とロール大体一緒なので、ここで役立ちました。
The skills and the lore is similar to the TFT, so it's kind of useful for me.
Now you've won. What inspired you to get into TFT full time? What inspired you to get into TFT full time?
に誘われたのがきっかけでした。
It started when a friend invited me.
Well, you have a great team behind you. Summertimer, we really want to let you go celebrate. But before we do you have any words for your community and the people supporting you?
It just says thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your championship. A man of few words, and understandably is probably very tired after a long day.
I respect it. You know, he spends more time learning, less time yapping.
Listen, I think it might have not have caught up to him just yet. It is, of course, a big shock moment, and you kind of have to process it. He was just on stage there in Chengdu, and he wants, of course, also to celebrate with his friends, and I understand that.
I think he was just aura farming there. He was just doing there.
Yeah.
Arigato.
Right, just another day in the life.
I know.
I could do this in my sleep.
I was thinking the same thing. He's just so calm. It's like he knew this could happen, and it was like he was expecting that it could happen. I love that. It's the confidence.
Well, we talk about how important it is to be able to play under pressure. If nothing else, it seems like Summertimer has the personality and has what it takes to be able to stay cool in those moments. And, we're saying this like half jokingly right now, but there is something to be said about someone who's able to just hold it together, because I can imagine myself well, I can't actually imagine myself in that position, but I imagine if I were in that position, it would be extremely stressful. It'd be horrifying to be playing on stage. And if you just had that interview with him and didn't understand the context, I don't think you would ever guess in any world that he had just done what he had done.
Well, while we get to the end of set 14, Cyber City, we did see Summertimer take it all over. But who's going to win in the KO Coliseum? Check out this video, and when we come back, we'll be showing you the show match to show you a little bit more about the set 15 gameplay and sit down for a discussion with the set lead, Michael Sloan. I have watched this video so many times because each time I watch it, I get even more hyped for the new set coming out, KO Coliseum. And we are so stoked to be here alongside the set lead for KO Coliseum, Michael Sloan. Sloan, welcome to Alicante. How are you feeling after that showdown?
So it's actually going to be a little difficult to get back into the set 15 groove after spending so much time watching so many exciting games. I was at the edge of the seat of my last one. And as I was thinking about it, I was like, oh man, I have to remember everything that's in this set now. I don't know if I can do it after all of those very hyped games.
It was a very exciting finish, but let's go ahead and start out with the biggest excitement on our mind for this set, and that's the anime theming. So can you tell us a little bit more about the inspiration from this set?
Yeah. So we knew we wanted to do a theme that we hadn't really done before. We do a lot of themes that are science fiction or fantasy, and we want to kind of explore that a little bit. We knew we wanted to do an anime theme, so we were casting around to be like, what is the best style of anime to deliver in a TFT set, since it's such a broad genre? And the classic anime tournament arc seemed like an obvious candidate. We are a fighting game, and tournament just fits so well into that. And it's also something that can encompass so many different elements of anime. So our hope is that everyone playing this, no matter what type of anime you are interested in, can find something in it that captures a little bit of the magic of what you like. We went really big, we went really exciting. There's a lot of flashy elements, trying to capture that spirit of, you know, the 3-episode long power-up arc, or just the main character who has just some incredible power they break out at the last minute to save the day.
Oh, there's so many Easter eggs in there.
There is. And honestly, as a huge anime fan, I know, shocker to everybody watching, but as a huge anime fan, I had so much fun trying this set out. I was able to play 1 or 2 games, and just the visuals in it alone are killer. They were so fun. I particularly loved the music. I mentioned this to you, of course, before, but looking at kind of the art style, can you maybe talk a little bit about what the inspiration was in visuals?
Yeah, so this was another thing at the start. We were tossing around what could we do to make the set look exciting, what could we do to try to capture this in a new way. And I don't remember who, but someone pitched the idea of like, oh, what if we just made every character look like they belonged in an anime? And I remember the general consensus at the meeting was like, man, that would be amazing, but I mean, we can't, right? And then the art department went, actually, no, and we're going to.
I love
and
that.
I think there's a number of things in this game that went above and beyond what our expectations were going in. And I'm just really proud of how much the team was able to deliver on the visual and artistic side of this, from the UI to the new anime shader to just the sharp visual effects everywhere. Art team, you guys are amazing.
We can feel that this was a work of passion. There's so many small details to kind of ease you into the anime world. All the unit designs, the artwork is tremendous. Can you kind of share what aspect of this new set you were most passionate about designing?
Man, that is a hard question to even begin with. I think the part that was the most fascinating to me as someone who likes exploring things in TFT is the set mechanic. I think trying to find ways to say you can make your units more powerful, you can do so in interesting ways, there's a lot of variety to explore, you can play the same carry in a number of different comps, in a number of different ways within those comps, and trying to capture the anime vibe and the anime flavor inside that set mechanic was probably the thing that was most fun to chase down, but also just getting to try to put all of these high moments into TFT at once in a way where they don't overshadow each other was also like a really fun challenge, because sometimes we have 1 or 2 units where you're like, I'm not as excited to see this unit do its thing. And we tried to make that as infrequent as possible, to make almost every unit have some really exciting, visual, impactful moment. And just getting to really care about all those units at whatever cost they were was another fun moment and a great thing to put energy into.
Oh, all of those units have such unique qualities to them, and I cannot wait to play with every single one. But I know, Sloan, you're not the only person on your team. You have a big team that's also helping you build out this set. So give us a little insight behind the curtain. Was there anybody on your team that was like really, really passionate about something in particular about this set?
So I'm going to call out the entire art team again, because art, audio, visual effects, animation, everyone went over the top with this. But also, like, I have to, my fellow designers put a lot of effort into the traits they worked on, into the power-ups they worked on. I think since on screen we have Lulu, Monster Trainer. Monster Trainer was a passion project for one of my designers who spent days polishing all the visual effects and timing of this so that when you put in Lulu and choose your monster, you get this fun, juicy animation. And when you select Lulu, like, jumps back happily and the monster grows. And just getting to invest that much time into the little tiny pieces that ultimately don't matter in the big scheme of the gameplay, but make the experience just feel that much better.
The fact that you can get a shiny monster out of the Lulu is perfect. Like, that was a very big detail for me when I found that out.
Listen, but I think the more important question is, how did you get Ramos into the game?
Yeah, hello? How did you pay off Mort Dog for this?
I said I would tell this joke on stage, so I'm going to tell it on stage. It's not true. But the joke was, I was going to say that when I presented Monster Trainer to Mort for approval, I told him there would only be 2 monsters.
You just forgot to tell him there was going to be a Rammus.
He did allow Rammus. I think he was a little upset about it, but ultimately we got Rammus in. That's the important thing.
Incredible.
I love that. But I also love the set mechanic. You already brought it up. I think in the dev drop, it only says at the start of the game or something. It's a bit vague. Can we maybe go into detail of, like, when it happens and how it really works?
Yeah. So at 1-3 and 3-6, you will get the Power Snacks, which arrives on your board in the form of a magical fruit. By feeding it to a champion, you will open an armory of power-ups. Every champion has a pool of power-ups they can get that are tailored to be good on that champion, sometimes in certain situations, sometimes all the time. Select one of them and that champion will be powered up. So you can only power up a champion once, so you have 2 champions you can power up starting at 3-6. And if at any time you've decided this champion and its power-up just aren't quite fitting my team, you can either sell the champion and get back the power snacks, or you can use the power remover on the champion to get back the power snacks and keep the champion. You are limited in power removers. You get one every PvE stage, but you can kind of save them up if you want to. If you want to fish for something at the end, you can use them early if you want to get one of the permanent stacking power-ups early on to play like a reroll carry line. There's a lot of flexibility in how and when you want to empower your champions and what you want to do when you're done with that power-up and want to move on to something better.
As someone who loves to optimize things, is there a chance that I can just constantly reroll and fish for the exact power-up I want, or is it I'm going to have to play around with it every time?
So the answer to that is yes, but you do have some opportunity to fish. We didn't want this to be you're stuck with whatever 3 options you get. So when you use a power-up on a champion, you will see 3 options that are different from the 3 you saw previously. After that, you can start seeing repeats. So you have some control, but not enough control to always get the one you want.
Well, you talked about duplicates, I think. So how often does this actually come up, and how many times can you get a duplicate power-up to get the extra power on your board?
So you get a power remover every PvE round. And so you can kind of control how much you want to be able to get it. And some power-ups do have a 2-piece. So you can put a power-up on a champion, and then if it has a 2-piece, you can try to fish for one of those same power-ups on the other champion. They'll both have the same power, and it'll get slightly stronger. So it's a good way to get a little more power, but at the expense of not having the flexibility of saying, oh, I have a great tank power-up on my tank and a great carry power-up on my carry.
Okay, so a little bit of balancing you have to do there, try to figure out what the pros and cons of that.
Can we get some of the flavors of these power-ups? What's your favorite one?
So I think one of my favorite ones is Fan Service. We mentioned it in the dev drop, but it allows you to play Xayah and Rakan as a reroll comp when they don't normally share any traits in common. I'm also a big fan of Shadow Clone, which gives you a duplicate of the unit that it's on. And then there's some simpler stuff. We have one that I love the aesthetics of called Fairy Tale. And it's whenever the unit casts, they generate 2 fairies behind them that fire projectiles that deal damage. It's a really simple, just plus damage power-up. But the visuals of having a spam caster surrounded by a ring of fairies that can start spreading across the entire board is really delightful to see. So some of them, the effects may not, be the most impressive, unique things ever, but they have very fun visuals sometimes.
Speaking of fun visuals, and of course in an anime set, everybody kind of wants to know what the big vertical traits are. What are the things I'm going after to try and hit, comparable to my Street Demon or Anima this set?
Yeah, so we have 4 very approachable verticals. We have Mighty Mech, which is our big summon trait. We have Soul Fighter. You can't have an anime set without Soul Fighter. This is a rule.
Of course.
So Soul Fighter is the power-up over time and then start dealing true damage. You have Battle Academia, where each unit gets their own unique upgrade, but you don't need to worry about it too much if you want to play it vertical. Just play all the Battle Academias, pick your carries, and it'll be good. And the last one is Star Guardian, which has a very high skill cap. There's a lot of skill expression you can do because each Star Guardian brings a unique bonus to the team. But also, if you just want to play it as a vertical, you can just play it as a vertical. All the bonuses will get better, and you'll be pretty happy with your comp.
Okay, verticals are great, but when you hit the prismatic, that's what everybody tries to chase. So can you tell us a little bit about how that's going to work this set?
Yes, we are trying a new approach to prismatics in KO Coliseum. They are no longer simply achieved by getting emblems and hitting level 10. Instead, you can achieve them without emblems, but you have to accomplish an objective beforehand. So any game could theoretically have a prismatic, but instead of knowing at the start, like, oh, I'm going to get it, I just need to hit level 10, you will have to work for it. An example is Soul Fighter. You need to field Soul Fighter 8, and then you unlock the quest that says, deal a certain amount of player damage. It's a very high amount, so you'll only be able to do it in games where you have a strong board, a lot of other players are very healthy, and you're able to win streak. Star Guardian asks you to spend a lot of mana. Battle Academia asks you to put items on a lot of Battle Academia units. And then we have a couple others that are achieved in slightly different ways. If you want to get the prismatic for the crew, you have to 3-star everything, which includes the 5-cost Twisted Fate. If you do that, the reward is worth it, but it's not going to be something you can just be like, yep, this is the game, I'm going to do it at 2-1. One of my personal favorites is Mighty Mech. If you are playing Mighty Mech at 2-1, you can see the augment, I'll be the legs, which makes the Mighty Mech stronger. If you have that at 3-2, you might see, I'll be the arms, which makes the Mighty Mech stronger still. And if you have both of those at 4-2, you can see, and I'll be the head. And if you have all three of these, you hit a certain level and you field all the Mighty Mech units, you will unlock the Prismatic Mighty Mech effect. So it really is a collect them all to power up.
I love that.
What if you don't have an F key, but you're really fond of the D key? Are there compositions
Oh, you're
and
talking
traits
about
for
me.
us?
That's very nice. Thank you.
So there's a lot to satisfy players who want to play reroll. First off, there are enough power-ups that enable reroll compositions, either by granting infinite scaling or some other thing like fan service, that you can reroll a lot of comps that might not normally appear to be rerollable. But we also have the crew, which is a very novel sort of reroll trait. As a player who plays a ton of reroll, even if I go 8th, I personally love it. What it is it doesn't have normal breakpoints. When you play the crew, you get some bonus stats for the number of crew units you have, but the way you unlock additional breakpoints is by 3-starring crew units. When you have 1 3-starred, you gain benefits for rerolling. You gain 1 experience per reroll. And also, your odds of seeing low-cost crew units don't drop with level. Since that's a little bit difficult to explain, it means that if your odds of a 1-star unit at a level are 55%, and then you level and they would drop to 40%, instead for crew units, they stay at 55%. So the trait will is a kind of an engine. It helps you level up while also helping you hit your units. And then, once you've 3-starred 3 of them, the ship arrives. The KO Coliseum rulebook doesn't have any rules against bringing a spaceship onto the arena. We probably should have thought that through better. But the ship fires missiles whenever your units deal damage. It's a very cool visual, and it just, you get a barrage of missiles that can tear through the enemies.
Sounds broken. I like it.
If we're talking about other traits, there always has to be a for fun trait, the lose streak, the cash out trait. That's what we're all chasing for all the time. I'm addicted to it. What's in store for set 15 on this front?
So we're trying something a little bit different. It has some elements of things you've seen before, but we hope that the combination is going to lead to a novel experience with Crystal Gambit. And Crystal Gambit is a standard 3-5-7. It doesn't do the 3-4-5-6-7 we've seen in a lot of recent cash-out traits. And the design intent behind this is, at the 3-piece, you get an effect that is effectively Heartsteel from previous sets. You want to lose combats, you want to get as many takedowns as possible while losing combats, and then when you cash out, you can choose to cash out or double down to put yourself in a high-risk mode where winning cashes you out immediately, but losing gets you even more value. Then, if you upgrade to the 5-piece, you activate an effect that says, here's a number of kills to get. When you get this number of kills, you gain loot, and we choose a new number of kills. So if you play the 5-piece, it's really going to reward players who are great at staying right on that edge and losing combats by just 1 or 2 units. And then if you hit the 7-piece, yeah, you'll start getting a bunch of loot again. At that point, you've got an emblem and a 5 cost. You deserve it.
Listen, when I played the game, I had the feeling that there were a lot of options for me to just splash something in if I was trying to build a comp. Of course, that's really helpful. I feel like when the set just releases, you just have the chance to put a pair here and maybe a singular upgrade unit there. What's kind of the approach that you've taken in KO Coliseum with units like Lulu, for example, or Mentors?
So yeah, we have a lot of units that are pretty flexible. Lulu, as you mentioned, Mentors, who you can play 1 of in basically any comp to give your team a bonus, or 4 of if you want to give the power only to the old Mentors and see what the teachers actually are able to teach. But also, a lot of our classes start at 2-piece. Previously, we have a lot of 2s and 3s. KO Coliseum, we have many more 2s than 3s. Part of the reason for this is when you have 4 major verticals in a set, which as we talked about, we do, you want to make sure that not every game is major vertical, major vertical, major vertical. So we made sure you can really dig into that class side power, so there's reasons to not just play 8 Battle Academia every day, because it might be really easy to put in like the 2 Sniper, the 2 Bastion, or even the 4 Sniper, or the 3 Bastion, or whatever you want to do to actually flesh out your comp.
Well, I like all of the splashable traits because I think it provides you a ton of flexibility, but I also really like the 5 costs. And we got a chance to see some cool legendary units, but can you give us a little bit more detail on some of the ones that didn't get as much love? We've got Zyra as well as Twisted Fate we get to play with next.
Yes, absolutely. So I love both of these units. Twisted Fate is a fairly simple hybrid attack/spellcaster. His auto attacks bounce from target to target, and his spell nukes the closest 4 targets. and deals extra damage based on how many times his bouncing attack has hit them. So he can carry AD items well, he can carry AP items well, he can carry attack speed items well, you can throw Morello's or Red Buff on him and have a great time. He also has the Rogue Captain trait, and this does two things. It serves as a capstone to the crew by increasing the damage that your crew rockets do simply by having Twisted Fate. So even if you're not going to 3-star him, you want him in a crew comp. And then every round, Twisted Fate will draw a bounty card. And the trait Rogue Captain will update with the thing the bounty card gave you that round. This can be a wide variety of things, from gold to loot to buffing Twisted Fate permanently to buffing your team permanently. And all of these are effectively, once you get them, you have them. Twisted Fate gains 15 permanent AP. Your team gains permanent health. So Twisted Fate early is really going to be a great source of extra power, extra utility, and if you have the right items, even more utility. And Zyra is probably our most threat-like 5-cost, in that you can put her in any comp and she doesn't really need her traits. She is a Crystal Gambit Rose Mother. Crystal Gambit obviously is our econ high-risk trait, so not a lot of power there. And Rose Mother gives Zyra a placeable plant. If you place it in the front line, it'll act as a sort of tank. If you place it in the back line, it'll act as a damage carry. And then when she casts, she summons a bunch of plants that will deal damage to enemies and also grants everyone on her team a decaying attack speed buff that can get really big. Ooh. So if you want to cover the board in plants and have Zyra sit back while her plants and her other minions kill the enemy for you, great unit to put in. Oh, and here we have 3-cost Zyra.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lot of plants. Yeah, the enemy is going to be in a lot of trouble if they walk anywhere near that garden.
Wow,
That's
those are a lot of
definitely a
3-star
Rose
plants.
Mother.
Yeah. I love that. I mean, something else that we heard a lot about, though, and I think it also relates to maybe what you were saying for the Twisted Fate. We got a revamped role system for our champions. And so it looks a little complicated. There was a lot to kind of digest there, but is it really as complicated as all of that information?
So I think the big picture approach to roles revamped is characters will do the thing you expect them to do, and frankly, if you play TFT today, you can play TFT with roles revamped with very little change. Put the items on the units, put the right items on the units, the things that role wants, that unit will succeed in its role. So the main goal with roles revamped was to set us up for a better future of TFT in terms of design space, in terms of accessibility, in terms of getting rid of like the 50-50 at the start of a fight, as whether your frontline carry gets killed immediately or the tank tanks. But in general, it should just work like good old TFT. Characters will be better at doing the thing you want them to do, and if you're someone who really likes getting all the extra details out of something and really optimizing it, there are a few extra tricks you can get. Fighters might not need Omnivamp as much now that it's an inherent part of their role that they get some, etc. But in general, this is honestly a pretty low impact change to the way most people play TFT, and if you do the things you know how to do, you will succeed in roles revamped.
There was one thing that drew a lot of questions from the community, and that is the specialist role, which seems kind of a nebulous. Can you kind of explain and give us an example of what that specialist might be?
Yes. So the main goal of roles was to define what characters are supposed to do and how characters gain mana. But we ship a lot of characters that don't use mana. Jhin, we've done this with Aurelia in the past, we've done this with Kayle. There's at least one or two every set. And we wanted a nice way to be like, this character is going to do something different. You should read this character's spell or this character's ability.
Your comments like reading?
To see what they're going to do. I'm sorry, I know. So a specialist tells you I should look closer at this character's traits or this character's spell to see how they function. And almost all of them will tell you specifically how they function. So in this set, we have Kayle, we have Jhin, and when you look at both of them, it'll be like Jhin doesn't use mana. Jhin has an empowered 4th shot. Kayle doesn't use mana. Kayle auto-attacks a lot and powers up as you level up.
Okay, very exciting things to try to discover on the fly, and it also seems like it opens up a lot of new possibilities for the team. And so in terms of these roles, what are you kind of hoping for high-level TFT players to get out of it?
So I think high-level TFT players will gain the same benefits that all TFT players do, which is your characters will do the thing you want them to do more often. It gets rid of some of the worst problems that we've had design-wise of I think we all have lived in fear of drain tanks in previous sets, where a fighter will cast their spell every 2 seconds and heal up with every spell cast. Because fighters no longer gain mana from taking damage, we can control the cadence at how quickly those happen.
Why are you saying that so sad? You have no reason to say that with a sad voice.
We all loved Kog'Maw Frontline, but
we don't.
That was a it lived in its moment, and it doesn't need to continue forever.
Okay,
so
maybe a little
I do miss you,
divisive.
Kog'Maw Frontline. But in general, like every player should want to have their units do the thing they do best reliably, and this is a way to make sure that that can happen. It also gives us some cool opportunities. Giant Slayer in the past has been a tricky item. You have to look around and be like, how many units on the enemy team are over 1,750 health? And then if that number changes for balance at any reason, it's now, oh, it's actually not over anymore. Now, Giant Slayer will just deal bonus damage to tanks. At all points in the game, if you need to get through a tank, build a Giant Slayer. So we're excited that this gives us more opportunities to dig into some mechanics, and I'm interested to see how we can use this in the future.
From playing, we already, and from the dev shop as well, we already saw a lot of what units are doing now that you have the new roles, and I'm a huge fan of it, especially with like how tanks are working now and the fact that you maybe have a little bit of an easier time if you like playing melee characters as carries, but one ranged character stuck out to me specifically, and that is Seraphine. Can you maybe explain how she works in the new set? Because she's kind of crazy.
Seraphine has one of the more interesting approaches to itemization we have done. Seraphine, as the leader of the Star Guardians, has the power of friendship.
Of course.
And what this means is while her spell is very simple, it's lob a big explosion, deal damage in an area, it doesn't scale with AP in the way you would normally expect a spellcaster to scale. It also doesn't scale with AD in the other way you might expect an AD caster to scale. Instead, it scales with every bonus stat on every unit on your team.
Right.
This is increased for items that are on Seraphine, but it doesn't matter what the stat is. There's, I think, some slight differences to make sure if you're playing Heavyweight, which is our Bruiser equivalent, you don't get 14,000 bonus damage. But if you reach a spot where you're at the end of the game and you're like, man, I really want to put in a Seraphine, but all I've got is a Jeweled Gauntlet and 2 Warmogs, give Seraphine 2 Warmogs. It'll work out.
Okay, I'm going to try that now that you've said that. That's going to be in my builder immediately. But especially for those players that like to play around the hero augments, can we talk a little bit about what, if any, will exist in set 15?
So we do have a bunch of hero augments. We've got some for 1 cost, we've got 1 or 2 for 2 costs, and we've got a couple for 3 costs. So there's a wide range. My personal favorite is probably Zack's augment, Perfect Form. Instead of being a tank, at the start of combat, Zack inflates into a ball and goes bouncing around the battlefield, and every time he lands, he deals damage and picks a new target. So you will see this Zack floating slowly through the air, homing in on your unit, and you have a nice amount of time to anticipate exactly what's going to happen when Zack lands on them and nukes them, and then goes sailing off again into the sunset. It's one of the most visually fun hero augments I think we've done in a while, so if you see Perfect Form, give it a try. It's a delight.
Since we also have power-ups now as a set mechanic, how is that going to interact with hero augments? That sounds like some crazy combinations and very, very high levels of power.
Yes. Because hero augments usually change the role of a character. This confetti is sticking everywhere. You don't want the same power-ups. If you have a tank augment on Zack and you pick a hero augment for Zack, and Zack is now a specialist, you're kind of frustrated.
Yeah.
So, hero augments have their own specific pools of power-ups. And you are able to say, okay, the Zack augment is, the Zack power-up is gone. I will now power up hero augment Zack, and I will choose a new power-up that is better suited to his new role.
Well, thank you so much, Sloan, for joining us and providing all of that information about the set. Now let's go ahead and put that knowledge to the test, because we are very excited to show off a show match. We've seen some of our top content creators across the globe and also the aesthetics of the set. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
I guess I should do the bit then. Welcome to the first ever KO Coliseum show match.
That was great. And we're actually going to be going into augments straight away. I just quickly want to shout out that Hupe is playing over there from our stage, but we are getting a first chance to see some of those trait augments.
I love this one. Gold
I'm gonna play
Destiny gets a
Battle
random
Academia.
augment right here. Can you explain how crazy this one can get?
Yeah, so there's a Gold Destiny and a Silver Destiny, and each one is gain a random augment of this tier and bonus gold. It's great if you want the gold and are willing to accept the risk. I have seen people with good boards go, I can't lose, pick Silver Destiny and hit Dumbify, having their entire board vanish. So there is always a little bit of risk associated with it. Also, it looked like we had an early Lulu on one of those boards. If you get early Monster Trainer, because this scales with XP on takedown and at the end of each combat, early monsters can get really, really strong.
Listen, what you're seeing in the picture-in-picture on the bottom left, that's just classic Twitch chat, okay? That's all of us. None of these guys have ever played a game of KO Coliseum before, yet they feel like they should be backseating here.
Oh, but we have a strategy planned out already. I have Kupe-san to go for the Battle Academia with Bastion 1-cost reroll. No way you can go wrong with that.
I don't think he's going to do it, though, because he was telling me he was really excited to play Luchador, which I understand.
Luchador!
He does have the Nefaris on the board, and we knew that Gangly couldn't stop talking about Nefaris in this set. What is the new Nefari doing in set 15?
So the new Nefari is a frontline fighter who will spin at the target, dealing damage and shielding very briefly, but does have a unique power-up that gives her 2 additional dogs that will hunt down enemies nearby. There are a couple champion unique power-ups in the system. Not every champion has one, but many do.
Well, let's see.
Here we see our power-up armory. We've got Critical Threat, which lets your abilities critically strike and grants ramping critical threat, and Cyclone Rush, one of my personal favorites that I think is going to not be everyone's personal favorite, that at the start of combat, as we can see the tornado in the background.
It's Zephyr!
If you remember Zephyr.
Oh, I remember Zephyr.
That doesn't sound so fun. I don't understand.
But it does mean that there's some utility in some power-ups. There are some that can provide burn and wound or shred or supportive effects. So while many of them are selfish to the unit in question, there are a bunch where if you need a specific tech and you're able to fish through the power-ups, you can find the tech that your board is lacking. And there are many times when one of these is worth playing. If your opponent has a big carry, take Cyclone Rush.
Why is that character has a special border right there? That was kind of interesting.
That means that character is powered up.
Oh.
And you can see them in the shop and on the board. You can also see in the trait tracker on the left-hand side, we see Killer Instinct here with a purple glow around it. That lets you know that Lucian, the character with the purple glow around him, has the Killer Instinct power-up. So it should make scouting pretty easy. You can scout a board. You can immediately look at the trait tracker to go, this person has Killer Instinct. And when you get the second power-up, it has a different color. So you can easily tell at a glance which character has which.
I love that thought going into the visuals. It's going to make it so much easier.
Listen, we're seeing Crystal Gambit already being played by Tex actually on the opposite side. So we're going to get a look at how the new chase trade on the cash out is going to be looking like. What's kind of the break points with Crystal Gambits that you think would be fun to reach in our show match?
So I am very bad at cash out traits. So my personal testing of Crystal Gambit has been I go 8th quickly and don't cash out.
Okay,
so
I can
I'm not
relate.
the best person to answer that question. I do know there's a lot of exciting stuff in that loot system. I just don't know exactly when it starts because I can't hit it.
Okay. I probably can't either then.
You might have the advantage of not play testing alongside many of the great players on the TFT team. When we do these internally, it's not always the most balanced if I'm in the same lobby as some of our top players. So I don't play Crystal Gambit there for that reason.
But you have some very powerful playtesters that you work with now to balance out these sets too.
We're hearing some yelling back there. I'm not really sure what exactly is going on, but seems like they're figuring out the set all right. We already saw a Worth a Week player, if I saw correctly, but how would you kind of give players direction if they're encountering their first game of KO Coliseum? Do you think they should be just trying to find a vertical that they like and then play along that, or just keep clicking on the same unit and try to assemble something around that?
So I think with 4 major verticals, it is a very approachable set, and there's a lot of flex pieces around it as we talked about. So if you have a particular class you like or a particular vertical you like, I think just hard focusing on that for a couple of games as you learn power-ups, make sure you remember to use them, take a look at what the system has, is probably a good idea. But I think a lot of players are just going to be able to dive in and start exploring the things they're interested in pretty quickly.
This is so cool because we currently have 4 traits active, all at the 2 breakpoint right here. Was this very intentional to kind of introduce this flexibility?
We did want to make sure this set was flexible and approachable, and I like the fact that you can build boards that have multiple connections and multiple interesting interactions pretty early on, because we're level 5 right now, and we can do a lot of interesting things. Like, we could swap any of these out and play Protector. We could swap 2 of them out and play Crystal Gambit. There's even a Crystal Gambit Protector, so you've got a lot of options here.
Ooh, shout out to Adel Jaywalking participating in our show match, one of our OG Tacticians Crown champions.
So here we have a combination I think is perfect. Pure Heart Kobuko, very near and dear to my heart. Pure Heart is one of the supportive ones we were talking about, where it basically functions like Redemption used to. This character will heal everyone nearby every couple of seconds. On the previous board, we saw Solar Breath, which is another one of the utility ones. It causes the character to burn and wound nearby enemies, spreading across the board, but it also causes them to deal additional damage to burned enemies.
So we are seeing here Kobuko, which, just to be clear, is a unit you made, very near and dear to you. Also, I love Kobuko, but he's a mentor, and we briefly mentioned that mentors basically give a buff to your team, but you can field all 4, and then they just buff themselves, which is a bit in the opposite direction as Guild was, or Divinicorp, for example. What would happen to Kobuko if he had 4 mentor?
If Kobuko has 4 mentor, he goes from gaining a shield, punching a single enemy, and stunning them, to gaining a shield, slamming down in an AoE around him, stunning every nearby enemy, and then shooting a line missile through the furthest target that damages and briefly stuns everyone that it hits, and all of that damage would scale on his health.
That's so cool.
It is such a classic anime trope that you have the mentor who's able to teach everyone, but is also secretly incredibly good at whatever it is they do. So we wanted to make sure that the mentors had a chance to really go, all right, the time for teaching is over. I'm going to show you why you listen to me.
What would the highest cost mentor be if you want to get that 4 mentor, maybe play a more selfish route?
That would be Rise at the 4 cost. Old Mentor has a 2-3-3-4 structure, so it does have a nice reroll at 7 if you really want to focus on it. And otherwise, all the old mentors have some nice flexible abilities. You can see here Yasuo, one of our old, other mentors.
Wow, we already have a 4 cost from Boxbox's board, and he instantly buys it, puts it on his board. This is probably one of the most hyped units coming into it. I think it's the Samira from Soul Fighter.
Yes, 4 cost Samira is a very flashy 4 cost. Every time she casts, she has a very low mana cost. She will shoot a bullet towards a target and gain a point of style. And when you have enough style, you will dive into the enemy team, and you will do Samira's classic ultimate. I don't think we could have done an anime set without Soul Fighter Samira ult. And she will gain Omnivamp to make sure she's able to get back to the backlines again once her spell is over. And if we watch, we got C, D, B on Samira.
I love her so much.
And there we go.
That is so cool. I love the Soul Fighters. Gwen, of course, being the biggest, flashiest one. I think we saw a clip of it earlier on. She just like puts lines across the battlefield, and then after a while, she just explodes everything.
We tried to get Gwen as close to the classic trope of razor wire as we could. Anime characters fighting with wire that electrifies or magically gleams is very classic, and Gwen seemed perfect for it with the threads that are left behind on the boards. I can speak today. It's been a long day of games.
It has been, yeah, and an exciting day too.
Here we see one of our new augments. Now it's gone. It was Crimea River, where you gain a Tear of the Goddess, and every unit gains mana regeneration. So you can now see a unit's mana regeneration on their mana bar if they have it. If they don't, it'll display nothing. But as soon as you have it, you will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however much mana generation you have.
Just wanting to make sure, but those on the left side of the bar, right below the remover, is that specifically for the power-up remover we were talking about? Oh, okay.
Yes, that is the power-up remover. They stack up to, I think, 10, but you don't even get that many. So effectively, they stack forever. And you can use them whenever you want, or you can save them and try to hit something specific in the late game.
We're seeing
we have another new one, Last Second Stave. When an ally falls to low health, they receive an immediate heal. There's a lot of new augments. We have, I think, more trait augments than we have ever done previously. Almost every origin has 2, and some have more than that.
That is so cool.
Here we have Karma, that disc that's flying around. Karma shoots a powerful disc out that always deals a certain amount of damage. So unlike a normal AoE, which might deal a slightly different amount of damage based on how many enemies it hits, If that disc says it deals 1,000 damage, it will always deal 1,000 damage, and it will last for as long as it needs to deal 1,000 damage.
Oh, I see. So even
and
if it just
apparently it will
hits
also
one
last until
unit,
the end of combat.
it will distribute, to quote you, the 1,000 damage just to that single unit.
Yep, and if it's hitting an AoE, it
That
will
is
distribute
so-
it to multiple units.
That is so fun.
Class President, Battle Academia champions grant adjacent allies bonuses, and Battle Academia gain more. So this is another one of our trait augments that asks you to play Battle Academia a slightly different positioning than usual.
They look very happy over there.
Well, they have the class president right in front of them. I mean, it's got to make the school kids feel great.
I'm kind of upset at them because I was really looking forward to see the luchadores. I think that is probably one of, well, there's a lot of favorite traits in the set, I will admit.
There are a
but
lot.
The luchadores, they're so cool. Just like Bully Bear and Brown, you get these massive, beefy boys basically just slamming stuff around.
My hope is that when we get to the end of the game, there's at least one board that can't resist seeing what Braum does, and we do see Braum and Volibear.
Please. The Boros are so cute.
Here we have Nefiri being a monster. Nefiri early is very strong if you get a good Nefiri with good items. Thorn-plated armor Nefiri with healing is going to be really hard to get through.
What would you say is the sort of win-out conditions for our resident players, Hupe-sung here, as he's going for the forward-thinking and looks like the Katarina right now?
For Battle Academia, your winouts are almost certainly Yuumi carry. There's a Yuumi right there.
With a
Yuumi
cheer.
carry. Yuumi carry.
Can he get
Yuumi,
it?
They hear us? Yuumi?
Okay, they may have heard us. Yuumi throws a bunch of magical pages out that deal damage, and every time she casts, she adds additional pages, and her Battle Academia bonus causes some of those pages to deal true damage, and deals more and more true damage the more Battle Academia you field. And with a very solid frontline in Battle Academia, with Jace as a fighter, and Garen and Leona as Bastion frontlines, you can really stall out long enough to let Yuumi do a lot of damage.
I feel like we kind of need to check in with Box. He's still on 100 HP at the top there. I think he might have done some extra practicing.
Oh,
yeah, can we take a look at that board in first and see what we're being playing?
There's also like 3 anvils there. Where did that come
We'll
from?
figure it out eventually. That was a Crystal Gambit cash out.
Oh, I see.
So it triggers when you win, right? Like you don't have a choice of it after you win.
In the double down mode, yes.
Oh, okay.
And here we have Heavyweight. We don't have Bruiser or Brawler this set. Instead, we have Heavyweight. Heavyweight gives bonus health, and then your Heavyweight units gain AD based on their bonus health. So you do have some solid carries here with Darius and Jace at 3 cost. So you can play Heavyweight as a vertical with real carries if you want to.
This set is so cool. I'm sorry, I'm just fangirling
Set is
out.
very cool. Thank you for mentioning it. Set is a 4-cost tank who has damage at the end of his spell, and that damage scales on how much he's healed this combat. So you can build him like a normal tank, or you can do, say, Warmog, Spirit Visage, and Bloodthirster. Try to sustain the fight as long as possible, and watch Set punch enemies into oblivion if the fight goes on long enough.
Also, working out with Set makes you bigger.
I have been
That is
told many
true.
times that working out with Set makes you bigger.
Ring the bell here as the augment.
Yes, one of our Heavyweight specific ones. But here we've got a couple power-ups. We've got Classy, which makes the last listed trait more effective. We've got Unstoppable, which gives you health and immunity to crowd control.
wow.
And you charge to new targets, stunning them. And then Inner Fire, which is a tank version of applying Sunfire. It burns and wounds nearby enemies, and you take less damage from burning enemies. So this is one of those, I want a little bit of tankiness, but I haven't managed to get a burn or wound item. I'm going to opt into that at the expense of additional tankiness.
Once a champion has a power, they can't get another one, right?
Correct. You would have to remove it before applying a new one. When you get 2 power-ups, you can only have 2 unique powered-up champions.
Will the actual stats be shown on one of the tooltips there? Because I was looking at it, I was like, oh, how much do I get the damage reduction?
Yes, so we're trying a new thing with some of our UI. When you go to use the power-up section, there is a simple view and a button for a detailed view.
Nice.
If you click that detailed view button, you will get the full details of the power-up with all the numbers, and your choice will persist from game to game. So if you're someone who's like, I don't want the simple view, always give me the numbers, you can do that. And if you're like me and you're like, I want to pick the one that's fun, I don't care if it's 35 or 40, you can stick with the simple view. And if you memorize all the detailed view, you can switch back to the simple view and just have an easier time reading each one.
That is the best UI change ever. I actually like reading again. Thank you so much.
Man, Box is smurfing. We also just saw another glimpse of that Lulu. So she has Smolder, Kog'Maw, and Rammus, correct?
And each one brings a form of utility. If you have Kog'Maw, you get Shred and Sunder. If you have Smolder, you get Burn and Wound. And if you have Rammus, you get a frontliner, which is already a lot of utility, and a stun.
Oh, cool.
And each one, when they level up a certain number, they get additional enhancements to their spells.
What if I change my mind? So I played Kog'Maw for a while, but then I would really like Smolder. Am
First
I
off,
in trouble?
You've betrayed your friend, and they will never forget it. But also, if you decide you want to betray your friend, you can do that freely. You can just bench Lulu, put Lulu back in, choose a new monster, and that new monster will be the level of your old monster, so you won't lose any of the experience you've accrued along the way.
That's so cool.
Is that the Mighty Mech that we've been hearing so much about?
Yes, that is the Mighty Mech at Mighty Mech 3.
Mighty Mech.
Dealing a lot of, well, not a lot of damage, with a lot of powerful punches, though. At 3, it's kind of just a frontline unit, but if you hit 5, it will gain its sword and start becoming a pretty potent carry. And if you hit 7, or the Mighty Mech Prismatic, it's quite a threat.
But he looks so cool.
He does. I love the reaction from ALJ walking there, just kind of pogging out a little bit. But we're going to get another set of augments, so let's see if maybe we can get Prismatic.
A hero arrives?
Yes, here we have a hero arrives. After 6 seconds, the leftmost champion on your bench enters combat with bonus health and stuns nearby enemies. We have Mess Hall, where all your attacks are turned into hurling delicious projectiles that deal damage.
Oh my god, it's like Food Fight Tactics.
It is
I've
Food
never
Fight
heard
Tactics.
of this. What's Food Fight Tactics?
Food Fight Tactics? Uh-oh.
Mess Hall is such a mind bender. You change all your physical damage to magic damage?
Yes.
We have never seen that sort of effect before.
It's very fun.
What's the ideal scenario for something like that? Is there a comp in mind already?
I think if you have things with good AD that attack a lot, and you just want something that looks very fun, Mess Hall is the choice. We have a bunch of
Everybody
pretty fun
else just
augments.
slams Thorn Mail.
One of the ones I'll call out, since I don't think we're going to see it in this game, is Isekai. For those unfamiliar with the classic anime trope, it is when a character winds up in a world that is not their own, usually through either be transporting there or reincarnating there. In this case, when you take Isekai, you get a champion from another reality. It's a champion who's not normally part of this set and is only available through the Isekai augment. We also have a couple others in similar anime veins. There's one called Story of 7, where every time you defeat an enemy, you get a golden orb. And when you have 7 golden orbs, you gain loot and start the collection over again. And another favorite is Protagonist, which is a prismatic augment that gives you a hero augment, that champion, an item for them, and additional copies of them every round for the rest of the game.
What? That is crazy.
So it's a way to be like, I don't know what hero augment I'm playing,
but I am
but
playing
I want a main character.
Oh my gosh, I'm just like, I'm getting overjoyed with the amount of anime references in this set.
There are a lot.
So many.
And there's also a bunch, we tried to make as many as possible into things that could be references to many things. There were a lot where I didn't specifically reference anything, but I referenced a vibe, a feeling. So most of the things in here, you'll look at it and you'll be like, oh, maybe I know where that's from. And the answer is, it's probably nebulous. And that's kind of exactly what we wanted, because then no matter what you like, there's something in here that's a reflection of the thing you find fun about anime.
Box is still smurfing in this lobby.
I know. He actually has old mentors now active. We saw a glimpse of that board, and he is actually playing all 4 mentors. But of course, we're now in the carousel. I'm seeing a legendary that I got incredibly hyped for when I saw the death drop, and that is Lee Sin. He has different stances. Can you explain that again?
Yes. So in the past, we've done some characters that have spells that you can select. With Lee Sin, not only do you select a spell, but you get a matching class associated with that spell, which helps us make sure that each spell has a specific point where you will play that. They use slightly different items, they pair with slightly different classes, and they each do a unique thing. So you can have an Executioner Lee Sin, a Juggernaut Lee Sin, or a Duelist Lee Sin. The Juggernaut Lee Sin has a powerful punch that really hurts one person and damages everyone else.
Ooh.
The Duelist Lee Sin has a flurry of punches. It's just a bunch of echoes as he moves really, really fast. And then we have the Executioner Lee Sin, who jumps on a target and kicks stalks them, and if he gets enough kills, he will leap into the center of the board and damage all enemies.
Is he going to work the same way as Lulu? If you change your mind on the stance, can you just bench him and change it?
Absolutely. We didn't want you locked into most of the choices you made this set. So power-ups, Monster Trainer, Lee Sin. If you decide you don't like it, try again.
That is so awesome.
And the stance is actually a +1 to that trait,
The
right?
stance is a +1 to that trait,
It's not
and
Garen
gains
mod.
the trait.
Ooh, I like the threads.
That beam of water that you saw is Rise. Our old mentors all have elemental powers, so it's a little bit of a departure from what you might be familiar with Rise, but mentors with elemental powers seemed much more appropriate.
Oh,
It
so
bought,
cool.
sold.
Here we saw it briefly. Cassante, one of the silliest 4-cost tanks we have. When you field Cassante, his normal spell is just taking a defensive stance, gaining a little bit of durability, being harder to kill. But then when you do kill him, he powers up and goes all out, regains all his health, changes from being a fighter to being a tank, converts resists into offensive stats, and starts going crazy on the enemy team, but losing health every second. So he definitely has that second phase anime moment of, I beat the villain, but did I?
That is so funny.
And a unique power-up will just put him in that second phase immediately with extra power.
Oh, wow. Actually, we have our first player maybe going out here on the side of Tex, 5 HP. It was playing along that Crystal Gambit, but maybe not able to cash out
This
here.
is a
Oh,
true
no.
streamer moment. Last stand, and that was, I believe it's called Diamond.
Oh, and 349 out of 350.
No.
That is tragic. Field the Braum. Field the Braum.
Please.
Do it. We want to
The
see it.
reason
Oh,
I'm
actually,
asking
there's
to field
one.
the Braum is
There's one.
Braum's
He has a pair.
Yep.
Ah, there's another one. We need to see it.
Okay, give us the teaser.
Yeah, so if you win combats when fielding Braum, you will generate... Oh, yes. We can see it here vaguely under... There we go. The Poros. The Poros following the Tactician. Braum's victories collect Poro fans who will follow your Tactician around from board to board. If you get enough, they'll form a little heart in their positioning behind you. And when you lose combat, your fans will soften some of the blow. And they'll reduce the amount of player damage you take, but then you will lose 75% of your fans. They supported you. They had to go home. No Poros were harmed in the making of Braum. They're all fine. They're very tired. Watching their favorite lose took a little bit out of them.
I'm So Fresh here is re-rolling for the Udyr. Can you explain this unit? Why is it so good that he's willing to try to find all the copies here?
Udyr is just a very good tank. As a Juggernaut Duelist Mentor, Udyr can fit into a lot of things, brings that team-wide bonus in Mentor, and with the Tank Zilla trait, Udyr is more durable and at a certain point in combat will stun the enemy board.
Ooh. Oh, there he goes.
I think in this case he actually didn't last long enough to do it, which is unfortunate.
I thought the jump was it, but it was
the
off
jump
the
was
board.
the start of it, but he does have to land.
Listen, the good news is Hoope is not last or 7th, so we're very proud of him. Of course, we want to see him go into the top 4, at least, representing our casters here. He is playing alongside of the Yumi.
The Yumi might do it.
You promised she's really good. Yeah, is she going to save him?
If you can stall long enough, that is a pretty durable Leona, so maybe.
There we see the Prismatic, 6 out of 17. It's actually doable in some cases.
They are all very hard to hit, but they are technically achievable.
Yeah.
We don't have a great read on these, so these are one of the things we expect to change the numbers on the most as we try to tune in on this new Prismatic approach. Here we've got Yumi going crazy. And Seraphine's ultimate friendship bomb was that big explosion.
That is so fun.
All right, Yumi was able to do it.
Oh, they're so happy right there. The first top 4 in their first game of KO Coliseum. That's a massive achievement.
I can't wait to see the top 4.
Yeah.
I want to see the stadium pop up.
Oh, we have a Gwen. Is it going to be fielded?
Please.
Surely.
It looks so cool.
Show off the fun unit.
Okay, she's in. 10 seconds to go.
The 5 costs are just so crazy to me because you have 2 5 costs that have both vertical traits that go up to 6 or 7, which is a lot of power.
I think one of the things that's fun about KO Coliseum is how many of the 5 costs are worth putting in if you have the right items without traits, but really allow you to play them in multiple ways with traits. And I think that's going to be interesting to see how they end up being played and whether or not they have a lot of lines that they're good in as a result. Because like, Seraphine is a great flex in anything that has a ton of stats, just because she gains them automatically. Twisted Fate, if you can't use his powers, he can get you additional loot. Gwen, you can play in 2 different lines, or if you have something like a red buff, she hits so many units that you can throw her in as a way to apply that to the enemy team. So we don't have as many that are like, this unit, just by being on my team, will bring an incredibly strong power, but we do have a lot that have a good incentive to run them from certain positions.
Multiple ways to use the same units. That's always so cool to see in TFT. You don't get locked in the same like optimized boards as much. That's what I would feel like. There's also a point where there was a lot of hybrid damage champions that I think fit maybe some of the same themes that you were mentioning.
Similarly, yeah. We have a very massive Mighty Mech now.
Oh, yeah.
This is still just the 5. This is not the 7. One of my favorite augments associated with the Mighty Mech, there's an augment called, sorry, not augment, yes, augment, called Power Upload. My confusion was that it allows you to power up the Mighty Mech, which you cannot normally do. So the Mighty Mech has its own list of power-ups that are achievable through this augment.
Wait, are you saying this mech gets even bigger on 7?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was plenty big already.
Anime is about giant robots.
Got it.
Here we have Old Mentor 4, so you can see Udyr summons a big firestorm. Rise is going to cause geysers to appear in addition to hitting his primary target. Yasuo, once he's done with his spell, he'll cause a tornado to appear on the furthest target and deal bonus damage to them.
Man.
Oh, and there's our 4-cost Poppy, who does not throw a buckler.
Boxbox is just Mr. 100ing this show match.
I am very impressed. I was
Somebody
not
has to
expecting
tell him
this.
to chill a little.
Is he gonna have a perfect game?
I think so.
At this rate?
I don't know who's going to stop him. We're checking in with Raven.
Oh.
He's actually playing around the crew.
Oh, 5 sniper as well.
All we need is enough gold to 3-star Twisted Fate.
Please, I have to see it.
What happens after you get like the full prismatic thing?
I'm not going to tell people on stream if it's not happening because I feel it is the thing
I think
best
that's
enjoyed by seeing it yourself.
Okay.
I will say I think it is the strongest trait we have ever printed at Prismatic.
Oh, look at the face
and
of gold.
I will leave it up to everyone's imagination until they get a chance to see it. I will say that the art team cooked on that one.
Oh, no more Mr. 100 maybe? Oh, that was a ghost.
They
well,
both
but there's a
win.
chance is what
If
that
we can
means.
beat the ghost,
so
we might be able to beat the player.
one more PvE round before we go there. Checking in with him, 100 HP.
That is a terrifying Yone.
Oh my god, triple sniper's focus?
So Yone has a built-in attack speed stacking effect. Every attack grants Yone additional attack speed, and his attacks alternate between dealing bonus magic damage and bonus true damage. With this much range and this much attack speed, this Yone is going to be absolutely terrifying. And the spell is going to send echoes towards the 2 furthest enemies, dealing physical damage and briefly knocking up enemies' hits. So he's got a little bit of crowd control in there as well.
Looks like he's taken out the mech so far, just going full in on the Yone.
We do have 2 duplicators and 82 gold. There is a chance we could see a Yone 3.
That would be so
Go for it,
cool.
go for it. He's going,
He's
he's
going. Come on.
4 copies so far.
Roll faster.
Picking out all the
Boxbox
fast copies as well.
understands the mission. I appreciate that.
I was a little curious where he got the duplicators. He just kind of popped out of nowhere, and we didn't really see it from the augments.
Yeah, I have no idea. We weren't watching this board enough.
Well, he has Call to Chaos, so it might have been that.
No, it was the triple sniper.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was both.
This is possibly the most frightening Yone I have seen.
Is there any way that Revan can beat this outside of, I guess, getting the
Prismatic?
through?
I think at this point, with how strong this board looks like it is, I do think you probably need to 3-star the Twisted Fate, which isn't happening, or you need to find a really strong 4-cost or 5-cost that you can put into your comp. If you have room for a Zyra, you can buy yourself the extra frontline, and you can get attack speed for your backline carries. All the backline carries of the crew really like having bonus attack speed, so it is a great way to give your team that extra boost in the end game.
And just to be sure, the 4 mentors in right now, they don't give stats to Yone, right? They're just giving stats to themselves.
No,
Okay.
Yone is the pupil, and now it's time for him to learn.
And he's still 100 HP off that.
This is an example of when you have the right situation, you can get the edgelord active, you have the right item, you can throw in the 5 cost, and you don't need to worry about having straights.
What is a greater honor than to fight alongside your mentors that haven't actually taken down to 1 HP?
There's still a
hanging in there. Maybe he can turn it around. Find
Come
our
on, Box
Yone.
Box. Do it for us.
Somebody must let him know. He should go look for it.
He's doing. He's going. He's 3 copies off. Come on, please.
Where is it?
Oh, there's a Lee Sin. Okay, that's pretty fun.
Oh, he sold it.
Tragic.
He wants
Though
the
I will
perfect
say,
game.
not that tragic, because a perfect game
Is also pretty darn cool.
and with a comp I have not seen. I have never seen this combination. I've never seen this comp played in this way, and I'm really excited to see it. Like, this is one of the things I love about the amount of permutation that's in this set. This is just a really cool thing to see. Oh, Yone also has double strike, which makes him even more terrifying. Every attack has a chance to strike a second time.
Oh my goodness, this board is just exploding.
Incredible. Our first game of KO Coliseum.
Congratulations, Box Box.
takes it, 100 HP.
An impressive Mr. 100 to close out the first KO Coliseum show match.
Wow, it looks so fun though, and I personally can't wait to be able to play this set. Sloan, I just want to thank you so much for taking the time to be here, and I really hope we get to do this again.
Of course, thank you guys so much. It's been really welcoming. I really like getting to show everyone, and yeah, this would be great to do again.
Wow, what a day we've had here today. We were able to crown our Cyber City Tacticians Crown winner, Summertimer, and now we get a chance to look forward to the next set, 15 KO Coliseum. I hope you are all just as excited as we are. Make sure you stay tuned at Compete TFT to check out all of the latest updates for our competitive circuit, and of course the Teamfight Tactics channels for more updates on the game itself. We'll see you on the Convergence on July 30th for the release of Set 15. We'll also see you on August 29th for our very first day of the TFT Pro Circuit, and we'll see you in Paris on December 12th. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you continue to enjoy TFT, and we'll see you next time.
As TFT rides its motorbike out of Cyber City and into the brawl of Set 15 KO Coliseum, we're channeling that fighting spirit with a brand new tournament series, the TFT Pro Circuit. While we all love a training montage, the reality is that competing in TFT has yet to best its most challenging opponent, the reset. The path to the Tactician's Crown means playing a lot of games, and often that grind overshadows all the hard work and wins the best players have amassed set after set after set. That's a lot of sets. That's why we're punching up the reward for all your hard work. The TFT Pro Circuit, or TPC, is a new Tier 1 tournament series that acknowledges hard-earned mastery for the top players from our regions. Americas, APAC, EMEA, and CN will all get their own new Pro Circuits featuring 32 of the top players. For KO Coliseum's Pro Circuit, each region's top 32 will be made up of the top 28 players from the Cyber City Golden Spatula and 4 chosen by Riot for their historical competitive success and contribution to TFT. Each set will have 3 Pro Circuit events featuring 32 players. 3 action-packed days will be broadcasted by players and co-streamers for your viewing pleasure. These events will end in checkmate finals, and the winners earn a direct invite to the Tactician's Crown. Set to set, we'll keep exploring new formats for the second event to keep things fresh. In Set 15, it will be an international showcase featuring CN versus APAC and Americas versus EMEA. These events will also award players Pro Points. But what the heck is a Pro Point? Glad you asked. Pro Points are earned based on placements in each event, but more on that later. With the launch of the Pro Circuit, the Golden Spatula has been reworked and renamed the Regional Finals. These will now serve as a promotion relegation event for the Pro Circuit and have expanded from a one-weekend 32-player event to a two-weekend event featuring 68 players. After the gambit of intense competition, the 32 players that make it to the second weekend qualify for the next set's Pro Circuit. Every player in the Pro Circuit automatically qualifies for the regional finals, and a player's pro points will determine where in the regional finals they start. The top 12-point earners will begin on weekend 2, meaning they will guarantee their spot in the next Pro Circuit. The bottom 20 Pro Circuit players will start on weekend 1 and will have to fight to keep their slot in the Pro Circuit. They'll be joined by 36 players that have qualified from the 2 Tacticians Cups and the top ladder players from throughout the set, who are all hungry to stamp their ticket into the Pro Circuit. Once the dust had settled from weekend 1, the remaining 20 players will join the weekend 2 players to compete for the remaining slots in the Tactician's crown and to become the regional champion. Whether you're tuning in to cheer for your fave players in a new high-stakes format, or even looking to join the fray yourself, the TPC is the home of peak TFT competition and community where pros and pros-to-be can show the world what they're made of. To catch the first TPC event, follow @CompeteTFT and tune in August 29th through the 31st. Keep an eye on your favorite pros and streamers when they capture all the action. And who knows, we might even see you standing with the top 32 during Set 16's TPC.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Tacticians.